sure we did.
Okay. I'll just go with it. Just because.
Just for shits and giggles.
Well, after all, Steve. This is the end. Do, do, do. Beautiful friend. The end. Yeah, I finally got it. And just so you know, the sweet spot is like 9 o'clock.
Really?
Yeah, almost, almost off.
Wow, that's like 25%.
But, open up the PA, and you'll hear it, and you'll see the balance between your outputs to record and the sound in the room. That's great. No feedback, nice and flat. And you see that basically the record is hitting 0 now. Because the first day we had it was like we were not at 9 o'clock, we were at 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
And and that's why the record was this. So everything is beautiful.
All beautiful, man.
The two Steves, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the two Steves.
Right. Yeah. And just float 202 to 305 today.
So is Rick Lee here?
He's downstairs, yeah.
And so he's in this session.
So, so what happens today? Is your room ends first?
This one?
Yes.
Sure. 'Cause I thought
3:15. You end at 3:15.
Oh, no, that might be true. I thought it was like 4.
I thought it was 3:15.
Okay, let's
But,
go out.
so what we're gonna do is we'll strike this.
Boom. 4:45. Thursday. Right? Hold on. Page back. Yeah. Yeah. Got it.
But anyway,
Well, anyway,
what we will do though, when your room ends,
yes,
we'll start pushing everything here as we strike.
this is the staging.
Staging area, and then
All
we'll
right.
push out to the dock from here.
So what I'll do as soon as it ends is when the room's clearing or cleared, I'll get somebody and I'll take the round and the projector round, I'll take it out or flip it over on another thing. In other words, I'll make a
Make some
staging
room up
area
there, yeah.
right to that door, 'cause
Yep.
that's our exit.
Exactly.
Okay.
Thanks, Glenn.
Yes, sir, my Stephen. The two Steves in one room. To what honor do I have? Well, I just did.
Yeah. That was actually D-Max on it too.
Oh. For $10.
And I'm pretty sure there's a built-in mic that it'll pulse the music.
Oh, really?
I'm gonna go get the cool low-out parking spot in my truck.
Well, I'll open it because I got nothing, I just sat for an hour. Yesterday's get out in the woods and get firewood, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so we'll go do a day of deadfall. Okay, so my stream's all rocking.
Yep, you're live.
Good.
Yep.
Okay, so I am just in need of peace. I need my peace.
Yes, I'm gonna consider it, like you said, within 5 hours, so. My meeting doesn't start until then, so it doesn't. Screwball Center. The Screwball Center. Oh, yeah, that's up the 405 up by Sherman's. Steve Burr, working with Rick Lee and Glenn Ecker, Laura Costner. I will. Okay. Okay, I have this. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Oh, yeah. June 2nd. But, yeah, but I need to know specifically which ones they are, like what they're looking for. Okay.
Sure.
Now, my question is it, what are the current report settings on the file? Is it 10 or is it just 20 or outside of you? Yes. Oh, yeah. show. Oh, I thought it was, where's everybody else at? Oh, because the rooms are compact plan. Okay, that sounds good, and, yeah. I mean, you've used it before, so you know how to use it. Nice jacket, nice. Did you charge all your AV? Oh, did you don't? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh.
I usually do
The urchins, remember the urchins? So I can order kids.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's
Yeah. When this is yeah, that's yeah, yeah, and then we'll bar the bar. Yeah, it feels like
actually, she saw it, the moderator, she saw me speak on the car. It was a general assembly down in San Juan.
Oh, yes, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, so our content, our topic was live video and short form stories. Yeah, so oh, they did. Awesome. Cool.
Yes.
Yeah. I know, so I wish I could get on to
That was great. And, there was that, and then, TikTok.
Yeah.
Is that what you're talking about?
So we did, it was more like a true stories,
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
That's mostly what we focused on the video. So actually, the one thing that I
he's on the job.
was, my team was the first to do it.
Oh, they rearranged. Oh, they made it for lunch and we did it for This is what I asked for. I spent half an hour going back and forth with him yesterday, giving him our, I said, oh, sure.
My mic looks different than your mic.
Julie. Remember him?
Hi. How are you? Twice
This is
in
our
1
radio.
week. Oh. Good to see you. I really had fun at the piano. I really enjoyed it.
That's awesome. Thank you for making it all the way out there. It's so good. How are you?
Great to see you.
We sit here and take a photo. Good photo, I think. These mics are live, man. These mics are live. Oh, really? Yeah. The mic is on. Impromptu.
We're gonna go out. Do you want to go outside for the picture?
Yeah, could you figure out where you want us? And then come get us. We're not all here yet. We're gonna wait here for somebody, John went to get his cards and where there's one other person we're missing. So could you walk just outside and see what a good background might be for us? And then come back and get us. We have a couple people.
Something that would make us look serious.
Lighting, we're looking for lighting and decent background.
Oh, okay.
Can we get out there?
Really nice too.
Can we get out there?
Yep.
Oh, Tom.
Well, yeah, this looks really good.
And we don't wear these in the photo because they look dorky. Come on, Elizabeth. Hurry, Elizabeth, we're waiting for you. Put your stuff down and we're going to go outside for a picture. Yeah.
A little bit stupid.
Deborah, is that cord showing on your neck? Why don't you just take off?
That's a thing. Because she has it on her.
You don't need
Then you do one step forward. Push to me. One step forward. There you go. One more step forward. Okay. And then this side back a little bit. This side forward a little bit. There you go. Oh, it's good. Yeah. Anyone wants to take a picture of yourself?
I can text you guys.
That's true. There you go. Yeah, why don't you just airdrop it to us? Yeah, yeah. This way I don't have to be so
Everybody turn on your phone so you can airdrop.
Yeah, it's a great one.
That was great. Thank you, Deborah.
Let's go with the lens.
Your purse? I saw you reaching.
Thank you.
My airdrop, or my phone is open. My camera's open for you to airdrop when you're ready. Great purse, by the way.
Close here, huh?
Oh, they put you
Oh,
right there.
thank you.
I think mine's a makeup bag.
All right, go to the restroom. Is it close to the right or to the left?
There's one right to the left. So one person thing. So if that's full, there's one all the way to the right.
Just walked away.
Did she walk away with the photo?
No.
She's
Her phone's right there. Did she airdrop it to you? No. No. I think she just walked away. So. Uh-oh. So much for that.
Okay, so we have to have
So you,
phone on.
And
So
do
you
we
more
look
on
like
the
our
marketing
photos in the
or
graphic?
I am on both, but I do a lot of funding. I love to do marketing, but I end up, people want me to do funding, obviously, because that's the thing.
that's right,
But
there's a
that-
lot of marketers.
But that does take a lot of marketing and everything else, because you have to have the right pitch deck, you have to have the right financials, the right team,
Right.
there's so many things before you go out for funding.
Yeah.
That it's not just, okay, I'll introduce you to all my contacts and be a finder. I don't do finders
Yeah.
engagements. My relationships are way too
Important.
important.
Yep.
Yeah, to do that unless they're completely ready. And there are also pros and cons on taking, what type of money.
Yeah,
As
oh
you know,
God.
I mean, taking
Oh
VC
yeah.
money is,
Friendly money and unfriendly money.
it comes,
Julie, you're the one who works on Sparkle
comes with
Lines,
baggage.
right?
No, I'm cyber dating expert.
That's you.
I was
Got
in
it.
VC, so I know. I know
what
what
page
we
is it?
do.
It's called social.
Responsibilities there.
Okay. Yeah, it's this. Oh, cool. Nice. Okay, so.
Okay, so whose
I
phone
didn't
was
get a
on?
chance
one
to
next
check
to
this
you,
with
right,
her.
Erin?
I can say
She left.
the ingredients in
This is you,
naturally
Julie?
extracted bioactive urine extract
It says Spire here.
produce new
Oh, I'm
healthy
twice?
fibrosites and lengthen telomeres.
What?
Oh yeah.
Right?
I don't
Nobody
know.
said the FDA isn't going to swoop into the room.
Do we have an extra chair? That would be,
Come on, move over.
As long as they say
I
the
mean, it would be
ingredients.
nice if.
Oh,
yeah, we must have an extra chair. Yeah.
Are we missing somebody else on
I
the
can tell it, yeah, I can tell them
They
there's
have
this.
social.
Everybody loves that book.
Got your email. I'm actually going to be on a panel here.
Hi.
But I'm going to
Linda?
That's correct.
Linda, I'm listed twice. Where do you want me to sit? Here or there? I'm listed twice. Here and there. Do you have preference?
Sorry, that's just break up. Oh, I don't have to
Oh,
worry about
okay.
breaking up the bonds this time. I do too. Good.
Oh, okay. Then I'm moving over.
Just
Be
one.
where you want.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. I'll take Why not?
I have my book.
Oh, yeah?
Thanks for noticing it.
You can, but I'm just saying my
Because-
computer's open, so I can- Yeah, I don't know. But the other he's saying we need to be out. I
How
guess
about
there's
the
gonna be a luncheon,
grapefruit?
so we need to
Any of those?
come up,
Definitely
talk
thinking.
You're going to tell
What's
them.
the percentage of alcohol? Oh, that's nice. That's really good. Yeah.
Panel till 12, but people are going to come up and talk to our speakers, and I want them to be able to do that till 12.
Just take a photo or two,
Actually,
yeah,
this
and send it.
setup-
You can send it to social media at Social Sparkle Wine, and they'll do it.
Anybody want water?
Oh,
When
Yes.
did
Some
you
company. That's 6 years
Um,
ago. Or 2013, yeah. And so,
Everybody's got water.
who's distributing? Young's. Okay, fantastic. Sorry.
Where when we have people
Oh,
up
I
at
know
the
it's
end,
not yours, upside down.
everybody's got their cards ready,
You don't want to.
and
You don't want to.
yeah, they can just stand there.
We got a
That's what
duplicate.
I've been
Hey,
doing in
hey,
the
Greg,
previous
is there a
ones.
grapefruit or no? I have an extra one of these. That's okay. This will be this one. This way. Perfect. You need one that shows Yeah. that. Is that lined up right? Is it good? Okay. Perfect.
Here we go. You really got it down. Got the iPad.
Yeah, I charged it last night. I found it. I always lose
Just
my
know that people can see you typing in the video.
Am I typing?
So if you are.
Oh, I wouldn't type now. I'm just.
No, I just want everybody to know, because this has happened in the past on the videos, so, and when we've tried to take pictures, a lot of times people are looking down and typing, so just do it very subtly if you're gonna make a
Yeah.
noise.
Yeah. We got a
Because it'll be on the video.
No.
Sorry.
We thought we had an extra chair because there were two.
So you'll be able to get Deborah's.
Oh, we do have an extra chair. Oh, here. So I'll sit here.
Oh, okay.
And just slide everything down.
Very
Hers
cool.
is probably gonna be better,
Yeah.
because that's just live stream quality, so you can add it to your sizzle reel.
Exactly. Mine gets revised all the time. Hey.
before and I had a good time.
Here, you take this one.
I just love that. Hallway, yeah, the markets. Aaron, is it called Aaron Market or?
Thank you. I'm okay, thanks.
By the way, fight on.
Really?
This doesn't need to be here because he didn't give us placards.
These are sensitive.
Oh,
Sure. Get the sponsorship benefit without the payment. Huh?
exactly, right.
I was in the sponsorship business for a long time, so,
That was smart. Yeah.
you know, sponsor one thing and keep it the whole time.
Not the monitors.
Me too. So true.
We're streaming, so please use the mics.
Okay.
You don't really have to lean in because I got set real nice, but direct them towards you.
Is that good? Testing, testing. Everybody do a testing.
Testing.
Maybe it's a little
Testing.
closer. Hello.
Testing.
Hello.
Test.
Hello. Yeah. You should mind. You
Testing.
need to kiss the mics a little bit.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Hello.
10:45.
So you have me here
It's your choice. You want to try to stay to it.
marketing, like a marketing and business development consultancy. Yeah, I do the
Yeah, because it's live streamed, so I think we should stay to the schedule.
Not really.
Getting video.
So don't worry about the number of people in the room. It is live streamed. We will have video. Think of millions.
Fine.
And don't
get
get
it.
nervous.
Don't get nervous.
She picked up what I'm thinking right.
Good morning. I am Linda Sherman, at Linda Sherman on Twitter and most everywhere else. Thank you so much for coming this morning. And you are in the panel that is going to address branding in the wellness lifestyle marketplace using influencers and other means. We're also going to talk about startups. All of the panelists are experts in marketing and very knowledgeable about startups. So if that's what you're looking for, you are in the right room, and welcome to everybody on live stream as well. I'd like to know who's here with us in the room. So if you are an agent, can you raise your hand? If you're working with an agency, if you are an entrepreneur, startup, if you are a brand, a big brand, okay? And I just want to let you know that the resources that come up, I post regularly after these panels on It's Different for Girls with a 4, itsdifferentforgirls.com. You can find those there. And fortunately, there's going to be 2 videos of this, both the live streaming one and the one that our videographer, Dawn, is taking. Thank you very much. And so we're going to start with self-introductions. I'm going to start with myself. My passion is healthy longevity. And I am the managing editor of Boomer Tech Talk. It's a web magazine. And I am an early investor in the company that creates Miracle of the Sea, which began as an investment in a sustainable aquafarm. 4 years ago, I had several skin cancer surgeries, and I used to get hundreds of precancers burned off of my body regularly at the dermatologist. But after taking Miracle of the Sea, my precancers were reduced by 95%. My skin is thicker and more robust, and recently I'm using the Gum Health Paste, which reversed receding gums and overall greatly improved my gum health. The ingredients of the natural marine extract and bioactive marine extract in Miracle of the Sea produce new healthy fibrocytes and lengthen telomeres. So that's a little bit self-promotional, but I have asked all of our panelists to go for it in that terms in their self-introductions and when we talk about brand differentiation. After that, we're done with self-promotion, so you're going to hear actionable tips, useful things that you can take away and use in your businesses. And let's take it away with John Parks.
Good morning, everyone. A pleasure to be here and part of this great panel. My name is John Parks, and I have a little thing that I say. It's one of the only names that's a full sentence, so easy way to remember it. I am one of the founders and CEO of O2 Health Lab, whose focus is very innovative therapies for recovery, beauty and anti-aging, general health and wellness, and in a very innovative healing environment, multi-locations, and hope to take that nationally. And just from a background perspective, I was very involved, lucky to be involved in the 1984 Olympics, which set my career path early on, and ended up in sports marketing and marketing nationally, working for an agency for many years, and then became a serial entrepreneur, been a part of 12 startups. Don't know if that's a good thing because most of them didn't succeed, but learned a lot from it, and eventually had a couple that really took off. Successfully sold off, was just enjoying life, had a major health crisis, ended up in a hospital bed for 4 months. And on a mission to sort of recover my health, I was seeking any way to regain my quality of life. One thing I like to say is there's no matter how wealthy you are, you can't buy time. And so I was seeking to try to recover as fast as I could and found hyperbaric oxygen therapy and this really cool cellular fit pod that's just amazing. And between it doubles the rate of healing. And so I'm on a passion mission now to spread some of these therapies and let people know about them, and help make my one of my partners, who's just an amazing healer but not a great business person, very successful. And when you're purpose-driven and passion-driven, I think that's the way to really become successful. So follow me at O2 Health Lab on Instagram.
Hi everyone, I'm Julie Spira. It's great to be here at Digital Hollywood again. I'm at Julie Spira on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, just about everywhere. And a little bit about me, I am the CEO and founder of a company called Cyber Dating Expert. And I help singles find love on the internet. And online dating and mobile dating is a multi-billion-dollar industry. And I started very early. Cosmo called me the pioneer of online dating. My site is cyberdatingexpert.com. But to just sort of rewind a little bit, I started my digital career in 1981. I was a broadcasting and technology executive and originally an on-air personality. And I worked for the first commercial satellite radio network as an executive, RKO Radio Networks. And then I continued in my digital career as a technology executive, helping to start several companies that were satellite-based, and went through several IPOs as well. And what I'm doing now is I'm combining two things I really am passionate about, and I think everyone on this panel certainly is passionate about what they're working on, and that is love and technology. So I'm now working in the intersection of these two fields, love and technology, as an online dating expert, and digital matchmaker, and dating coach for something very, very important, and that's, to help you with your love life.
Hi, good to be here this morning. Thank you for coming. My name is Deborah Fine, and it's Deborah Lynn Fine for Twitter and Instagram. I'm the CEO of Fine Line Accelerator, and we're just launching our website because it's a spin-off of a prior agency. And what we're really bringing, what I'd like to do for all of you, is to bring the experiences that I've had, both good and bad, starting companies, working for Fortune 500 companies and brands to differentiate and grow their channels of distribution and branding, marketing, with funding, since I have been, on the venture capital side as well as the brand side. So what I'm going to be talking about is the different companies that I founded, and the companies like Disney, where they definitely showed us best practices and how to bring that into your own company and your own startup, and how to get that funded and hopefully get to an exit where you can, if you don't want to, not work again, dare I say. Thank you.
Please, Erin.
Hi, I'm Erin Kapczynski, and I am at Erin K217 on Twitter, and then my full name, Erin Kapczynski, on other platforms like Instagram and LinkedIn. And here's some help on how to spell my name up here, because it has lots of consonants in it. So I started my career at a $4 billion wellness company called Herbalife, and after about 6 years or so, I moved out of that space for temporarily, and I switched over to the media and technology space, where I ran marketing teams for various media and ad tech startups. Right now, I am consulting for Control Media, which is an agency that helps startups and bigger companies with all of their marketing, data, business development, and funding needs. So we work with larger companies such as Experian, Velasys, the LA Chamber of Commerce we have a pretty close relationship with, as well as local and national level startups, mostly in the technology and media space, but also in wellness, as well as we advise companies in that space as well. And I'll probably talk about one such wellness company a little bit later in the panel. So for me personally, the bottom line is I do all aspects of marketing, and I help companies tell their stories, amp up their brand awareness, as well as get and keep customers.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Leah Kaplanis, with the founder and CEO of Social Sparkling Wine. You can call me Social Leah, that's what my Instagram handle is. And at Social, our mission is really to create the cleanest alcohol available today. And we say that we do that to provide, or to help empower people to live vibrant, connected lives. And the reason why I wanted to create this company and innovate in this category was because when I was 26, I was diagnosed with thyroid cancer, and I decided to heal holistically. So instead of having surgery, I went vegan, did lots of cleanses, lots of different Eastern therapies and philosophies, and learned a lot about holistic nutrition and really what we need to thrive as humans. And missed drinking alcohol, and so I started drinking alcohol again because I found that it helped me to come together with people and connect with them and to exchange energy with them. And just couldn't find something that I really felt good about drinking. And so we started in 2014 with one item. Now we have about 6 items, and we're in all 50 states. And we're in Costco in 4 regions, and Kroger, and Ralph's, and Bevmo, and about over 4,000 locations, also sold online. And really happy to be here.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Barrutia. I am founder and CEO of Baru Marketing and Media. We are an agency that specializes in building audience-inclusive strategies and marketing campaigns for a variety of clients across lifestyle, entertainment, and government accounts. Those 3 categories those verticals don't seem like they're quite aligned, but in fact, they really do align very, very nicely, and it gives us a really robust slate of businesses that we get to work on a day in and day out basis. My team is a team of very diverse, culturally diverse backgrounds, as well as diverse business acumen backgrounds. And we'll be talking a bit today about my experiences and my team's experiences having worked on a wine brand so that it fits into lifestyle. We'll talk about a government brand as it fits into trust and health and wellness. And then I'll talk a bit about the challenges and some great tips for starting your own business as well as hiring practices.
Great, thank you. Before we go on to talk about differentiation of brands, I just wanted to do a double check with the back. Are we okay on sound? Should we be a little bit, I'm hearing a little bit of reverberation. We're good, okay. So about this far is good. Thank you. So the next thing I'd like to talk about, the differentiation of your brand is so important in marketing, and all of our panelists have dealt with brands where they have built differentiation, and I wanted them to share how they came to that differentiation in a way that can help you with working on yours. So John, can you start, please?
Sure. I'll give you a couple examples of a couple companies. Obviously, O2 Health Lab. At the very beginning, one of the areas that we're very involved is hyperbaric oxygen therapy. And there's 1,200 to 1,600 of these independent sort of mom and pop facilities across the country, and they all say hyperbarics. Mm-hmm. And so I looked at it completely different from a marketing perspective. I saw it as an anchor tenant in a larger health community. And so we wanted to develop a brand that both was clear and concise, obviously O2 being oxygen, one of the most important things you need, and yet broad enough to where it could expand and you could have a life and develop brand extension into other areas, into other products, into other things. So we developed a whole story behind O2 Health Lab and really framed it from that perspective. And another company I was involved with, it was in the endurance race community, marathons and half marathons, and so everybody would be calling themselves the marathon, and instead we developed Run Racing as a brand under which these multiple endurance events were hosted. So it was a broader, more refined, very clear, concise brand that said what we did. And so those are just 2 examples as something.
That's great. Leah, your product?
Yeah, so, when I launched this product, I went to retailers and I had to say to them, what makes us special? because they're approached by literally, there's thousands and thousands of wine companies just in the United States, and you think about the world. And what made it so that we could grow so fast was because the product is different, and it wasn't just different in one way, which could kind of be easily copied or added, copied. Basically, social is, well, it's all organic, so there really aren't any other organic canned wines, or even that many organic wines. It's very low calorie, so it's like a third of the calories of alcohol. This is just as an example to show you, not just to promote it, but gluten and sulfite free. So what happens in the sugar, the fact that it's in a can, we were one of the first canned wines, and that's probably the number one reason we were successful, if I really think about it, is because at the time there were 2 large alcohol companies that came out with canned wine. It was a new trend, and I was the third and the premium option. So by being differentiated, when you're talking with consumers, not only can you say, hey, it's X and Y and Z, and they may say, oh, Z is really interesting to me, and to another consumer, X is really interesting to them. So the more things that you can do to really create a special, innovative, product or service, and really, really be differentiated. At first, what happens with that is people will say, you're crazy, no one wants wine in a can, nobody cares about, sulfites or low calories or low alcohol, whatever it is. But you will find those people that do, and if those are growing trends, then that will, now it's one of the biggest growing trends and all of that stuff. So the more you can be different than what things currently are at this moment in time, I think the greater chances you have of success.
Building on alcoholic beverages, I would like Elizabeth to talk about 19 Crimes.
Yeah. Well, first of all, Leah, I can't wait to try social wine. Because 88 calories sounds like that is a great way to enjoy my intake and not feel guilty. So as Leah mentioned, the wine space is incredibly crowded. There are so many options, not only in varietals, but also in brands out there. And today what we see that's commonplace within the wine and alcohol space is that it's really about, not necessarily in Leah's case is very unique and different, but for major wine distributors, it's all about the label, right? They're building kind of stylized lifestyle wines, if you will. And there is a huge boom at the moment with rebel wine brands, these rebel spirited wine brands. And 19 Crimes was at the forefront of that. It's been on the market for about 3 years. But the differentiator between 19 Crimes and, say, its competition, like Apothic Wines or Exodus, or that's just 2 to name a few, Gnarly Head might be another one that you might be familiar with. 19 Crimes takes a different approach. They live and breathe their brand story. It is a wine that's based on the colonization of Australia, hence the name 19 Crimes. Australia was founded by those who were evicted, essentially, from the UK, right? And so each one of the crimes stands for one of the rules that had been broken, so to speak, by one of the criminals that went to Australia and founded this new colony. So with each one of those rules, they have created a story behind the rule breaker, if you will. And what's fun about this is when I say that the brand has lived behind their story, they truly have built a living wine label. So if you can see this bottle from back there, it has a face on it. And this is the face of one of the first colonists of Australia. I think he has the first or second crime that you can learn more about by simply downloading an app that was created in partnership with our agency, J. Walter Thompson, out of San Francisco, and our clients, Treasury Wine Estates. When you download the app called Living Wine Labels and you hover over the wine label, the label comes to life in augmented reality, and you get the story of this person's journey to Australia and the story behind his spirit, which is embodied within the bottle. The marketing campaign took life from this, and so we had so much fun building this campaign, which enabled us to, again, differentiate ourselves from all of the other competition that's so cluttered in the marketplace. And I don't want to go into so many of the details because we could be here for a very, very long time. But in out-of-home, for example, all of our out-of-home executions could come to life as well if you hover your phone, your Living Wine Labels app over the out-of-home execution. So you didn't have to have the bottle in front of you in order to hear the story of the colonist. There was a scavenger hunt because there are 19 crimes on the inside. The cork is labeled with the different crimes and what they were. And so in the first year at launch, we only created corks with 18 crimes written on them, and people had to search for all 18 crimes to try and figure out what the 19th crime was. And then in the second year, we unveiled what that 19th crime was as another marketing stunt. We, as a result of having so many followers, there's a huge social following on this because people went on this scavenger hunt and there were clues. As a result of the scavenger hunt online and all of the social buzz that we received from it, we brought in a lot of those influencers to a party called Nights of Infamy. We took over Alcatraz Island in San Francisco, super fun, and branded the entire place. And it was not only used for our fans and enthusiasts of the brand, but it was also used as a sales incentive for our distributors. So just giving you a hint here. So really used in a multi-purpose platform to build that brand identity and get our sales and distribution teams excited about the brand as well, because they could then interact with people who were aficionados of the brand. Thus elevating where we are today with this brand. This brand has, like I said, been in the market for about 3.5 years. It's had 52% growth within case depletion alone, and is the #1 growth brand for imported wines in the country right now.
Thank you, Elizabeth. One more on lifestyle, and that's Julie and how she differentiated Cyber Dating Expert.
The great thing about Cyber Dating Expert is that it was a company that was almost, I would say, first to market in that area, because there was such a taboo against and stigma against online dating. You just didn't tell people when I first started in 1994 that you met your boyfriend or your spouse online or in a chat room. So you it was kind of a hidden situation for many years. So as an early adopter of online dating, I kind of kept my mouth shut. And I knew there was a great story to be told, and I knew I needed to share my personal stories in building the brand, but I also knew that I wouldn't have a commercial market that would be ready to accept it, both from the media as an expert, and both from attracting clients, because we all have to monetize our businesses because we're not all in donations and charity. And so to differentiate myself, I think what I really looked at is the fact that at this point, I've had 25 years in an industry, and I was on the internet before a lot of people knew there was an internet. And so I really capitalized on the fact that as an early adopter, I knew what it was like to be you. Any one of you who are struggling with a breakup or afraid to find somebody new or think your shelf life is expired. I'm not the youngest person out there doing this, and that's actually become to my advantage at this point. The media wanted to know why I was an expert, so I created the book was called The Perils of Cyber Dating. Actually, it was my first book, and all I wanted to do was promote the book until the media said, well, why are you an expert? I said, well, why am I not an expert? And I went through all the reasons I was an expert, so I created Cyber Dating Expert as part of The Perils of Cyber Dating. It was sort of the next thing. And little did I know that I was suddenly going to be called by, New York Times and Today Show and CNN and just about everybody to give advice as an expert. And because of that, then I was able to develop my client base. And I think another real key point about differentiating myself as an expert is I'm also a girl who had her heart broken and was willing to share these details. And I think that people felt this authenticity to be really important, and they felt like, well, gee, she's just like me. She knows what it's like to be single, and she knows what it's like to be in a relationship. And that really differentiated me from people who just ghostwrite emails for people.
Thank you, Julie. Back on wellness marketing, Deborah, can you share the differentiation for your new startup, Well Healed?
Absolutely. Well, I've helped and had the honor of working with some brands that have used story and product differentiation and helped mold that, like the Budweiser lizards for, the Super Bowl commercials. We did those. It's through humor. It's differentiating your brand in a very crowded market. I have a Dream Foundation, which I ran, which is all about helping children in Title I schools and showing the mentorship, showing the kids actually graduating, and building that trust, that brand differentiator from the thousands of nonprofits that are all very worthy out there. It's telling the story, it's being authentic, it's walking the walk. And so I've run many companies. Then in 2013, I was shot in the Santa Monica mass shooting. Many people died. I was shot several times, and I was the only survivor. And where that took me was to go to the nonprofits and to work with the Maple Counseling Center that could give mental health help for $1, or to become the CEO of I Have a Dream Foundation, which would help the youth before they got to the guns. I was not going to take it in a political, on a political stance. I just wasn't. But I knew what it was like to feel like a victim and then to grow and to thrive and to be able to use that to help others. And that was authentic. It's a story that's real. So after I've had many surgeries, I not only have the agency that helps other brands to find their story and to differentiate in the marketplace and become a dominator, but the brand is Well Healed. And for people who have gone through surgeries afterwards, I don't know if you've experienced it, but everything you have is horribly uncomfortable, makes you feel more ill, if anything else, and you can't go out of the house. So this is a brand that really touches people who want to heal well, be comfortable, and not be shut in their house. It's attractive. So from anything, whether it's a mastectomy, whether there's cancer, anything that people have happened to them, it's to help them to heal. And that's very, very different from the shape products that are out there. The shapewear products, it's not the same thing at all. This is really touching you when you're your most vulnerable to make you heal your best. So that's where my path has taken me. And I'd like to take others.
It's post-surgery clothing.
Post-surgery garments, yes, clothing.
Thank you. Did I miss it? Everybody went on that one, right? Oh, Erin. I'm sorry. Erin
just to kind of sum up a little bit of what everyone here talked about, as you can see, it's, in the case of Julie and Deborah, they have personal stories that really shaped the way that their branding works out, and the way of some of our adult beverage, the stories here, they have very unique points of view and very unique stories as well. So the common denominator here is telling your story and as a way to differentiate, leveraging your personal experiences, because at the end of the day, so when branding kind of first started out, it was about, well, what's the company about? Right, like what are the products? These days, that's so different. We think of branding as storytelling, but also something that resonates with the end audience. So basically, you're telling a story that you want to, that you're expressing your mission in life, kind of your reason that you're there, and then the audience wants to be a part of that story. And that's really kind of the audience participation. That is the key differentiator to a modern brand these days versus the older.
And an important part of differentiation is, of course, focus. And I just want to lead a touch on that, on the focus she chose for her company.
Yeah, so, today we all have access to any product we could imagine or we think that we should be able to. So if we go on Amazon, we might search for like, blue 3/4 length cardigan sweater from Italy or something. Everyone is, they want exactly what they want. And they want it to be created by people who they're thinking, how to make the very best of that item. So if someone goes to your page or you talk to them and you say, yeah, I do a lot of different things, and depending on what stage of your career you're at, that may be the case. But I think that for consumers, if they're looking for a product now, they want to know that the brand is so focused on making the absolute best brand that they can make, that they're not just putting a product out there and with a bunch of marketing speak, that they actually can trust that brand to say or to have a product that actually, does what it says it does, because there's so much mistrust in our country with a lot of large, especially in the food and beverage space, where a lot of, large brands, people are hip now to, the chemicals in our food and things like how all natural doesn't even actually mean anything. That means synthetic and really the effect it has on our health. So everyone is becoming so much more vigilant about researching companies to try to understand, are you really going to do what you say you're going to do? Do you really, can you really back up what you say? And by focusing on a creation, a product, a service, you put all of your energy into that, and that really, people can feel that, I think so.
Great. In the space that we're talking about here today, wellness and lifestyle marketing, trust is so important. And I would like to have a few of our panelists address that. Can we start with John, please?
Sure. Two of the points that both of you just made, trust, being an expert in the field is so important. So one of the things we do, for instance, is we work with a world-class individual that really knows his things. And in the health and wellness area, we cannot quote, tell you you're going to get better. We're not doctors, so we quote studies. We look up research studies and go very specifically to what this potentially could do. So that's a very important, and really another area is the whole customer experience, all the way through, because our customers are the best people to indicate what really transpires, and that customer-to-customer relationship then is a great means of developing trust for others, because we can say all we want, but if a customer says something really nice or has a great outcome or is a great experience, we want to capture that and empower that. And so we take a very proactive approach to that to make sure that whole customer experience is really fantastic, because that will build the trust one person at a time.
That's great. Elizabeth, the work that you did with the California Department of Public Health, can you touch on how you built trust in that environment?
Yes. So the California Department of Public Health came to us last year to work with them on their Champions for Change program. The campaign is really built to reach underserved communities throughout the entire state of California. So it's a statewide initiative. And it's there to empower and educate consumers on how they can lead healthier, more active lifestyles by drinking less sugary beverages, because we know our underserved communities have a higher risk of diabetes and obesity. So we want to make sure that we're getting the message out there that there are other options to drink less sugary beverages, eating healthier foods, how to choose those healthier foods, healthy snacks, and then also physical activity. But it's hard to just get the message out there, especially from the government. People are quite distrusting of the government without it feeling disingenuous, right? And so through our efforts, we partnered with local TV stations, radio stations, and print publications to deliver our messaging in a much more authentic and organic way, because oftentimes the radio stations and the TV stations have anchors and personalities that become a trusted and reliable source within the community. Your radio DJs become kind of like your friends on your morning commute when you're listening to radio. So what we did was, in order to impact the consumer closer towards that point of purchase, is really building out marketing strategies in partnership with our vendors, our radio and TV stations, and our print publications, so that we could intersect at the point of purchase near grocery stores, near convenience stores, near gas stations where people are maybe in food deserts, not having access to fresh fare at grocery stores, going to the point of location and having our vendors create events for them so that we could educate and empower and have a one-on-one communication. And that one-on-one communication really allowed for us to build more of a trustworthy exchange of information and hopefully build an ongoing support for the Champions for Change program statewide.
Great, thank you, Elizabeth. Deborah? Small World Toys, and we are at risk of being cut off earlier than I thought, so let's keep these to quick comments.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
With Small World Toys, the company was 40 years old, known for the highest quality of product when I bought it, and we took it public and acquired a couple of companies into it. And our product, being for very young, infants, toddlers, preschoolers, we had to have the trust of the parents. We had to have the absolute trust of the retailers. We did a lot of B2B2C marketing and testing, so that's business to business with our retailers, and then of course to the consumer. We made sure that all the product was safe, and we submitted quite a bit for awards for safety testing for high quality products, and received about 100 different awards and accolades for the product. And that was extremely important during a time when ourselves, Mattel, others were being attacked for my child swallowed a puzzle piece or something like that. So we had to go the extra mile in our testing, in everything that we did to make sure that the experience with the mother and the child were fantastic. So they'd keep coming back. So taking that 40-year-old trusted, highest quality brand and moving it into the present with bigger retailers, line extensions, licensing, everything else, the challenge was to make sure that that trust factor followed with all of those new product introductions. And we really did keep very true to our word, even on our new products. And so, the company has been bought at this time, but is, still very trusted for its products, and we're proud of that.
Great. Just to let you know, there was some confusion with the schedule, and we were supposed to go till 12, but now we need to be out of the room at 11:45 for another event that's coming at 12. So I apologize if something we prepared is not going to get covered, but I want to skip over to quotable source and PR tips, and start with Julie on that.
I've become a little PR machine, and I think that once you're in sales and marketing, no matter what you're selling, whether it can be a tangible, whether it could be a pair of shoes or advertising, you can transfer that to any other area. With Cyber Dating Expert, I created a personal brand with my name attached to it. And how I got my message out was initially through an enormous amount of content marketing. I wrote 7 days a week on my blog. I wrote for Huffington Post. I wrote for several other sites and lifestyle sites. And the more that I wrote, the more articles got indexed by Google. So Google became my best friend. My BFF is Google, because if you put in a search for online dating expert, I rank #1 on Google, and it's been that way for about a decade because of the thousands of pages that have been indexed and the authoritative sources that are linking in. So I looked at that, and as soon as I got one piece of media, my first media was on Cyber Guy. It was syndicated around the country. When my first book came out, I was so excited to have my first syndicated media interview, and I just published it everywhere and all over social. put the logos on my website, and once you have that initial group of authoritative logos from media, then other media think, I should call her because she can talk on the radio or she can be on TV. And it just really snowballed into becoming, an enormous property. To date, there's been over 1,500 interviews. Earlier this year, I was on the Today Show creating Maria Shriver's dating profile for singles over 50. Earlier this month, I was on Nightline talking about political dating apps for people on the left or the right, which was in conjunction of the third book I'm writing, Love in the Age of Trump. So I never stop promoting. I'm promoting a book that has had an enormous amount of media and it hasn't even been published yet. So I think it's really important to use your social channels and not get overly overwhelmed. You can't do Pinterest, LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram, videos, Facebook, and your Facebook business page all in the same day. You need to make it much more manageable. So pick just a few things and do them well and do them consistently.
That's very helpful. Deborah, can you cover influencers and how that
Absolutely.
leads to...
So Julie is an influencer herself. What I'm going to talk about is, with I Have a Dream Foundation, if we hadn't had the real results from kids graduating, from families coming forward and saying how everything changed their lives, we never would have been able to work with people like Regina King, Wilmer Valderrama, Jennifer Garner, all the people that came out and came to our events to raise money for, the at-risk youth. And then when we would put something out about it and we would thank them, they would tweet it, they would put it out on Facebook. So it just, it became an endorsement with no advertising whatsoever, of course. And we would take them out to the schools and have them meet with the kids before they would be honored, before they would get involved with the organization. They had crystal clean names and they had to be involved with a nonprofit that was as well. So then they became our influencers, the very ones whose reputations were at stake. Regina King was at the Academy Awards, and she said, my $1,000 that I was given for, this bottle of champagne, I'm giving to I Have a Dream Foundation for at-risk youth. We never could have paid for an Academy Award ad, but it's doing what you say you're going to do and bringing the right people in. And they were the greatest influencers, even on the kids themselves.
On influencers, I want to get quick tips from John and Leah on how they've worked with influencers.
Just a couple thoughts. Influencers, just like anything in marketing, it's a tactic. So most people tend to jump to tactics really without an objective or a strategy in mind. It's so important to really, what is your objective? What are you really trying to accomplish? And as an example, recently we worked with several of our influencers who happen to be very high-level athletes, champion athletes, at an endurance event that we sponsored to really be integrated into the whole sponsorship campaign that we had. So it wasn't just them, posting on Instagram, but it was a really well-thought campaign that we conducted together, and then they participated in the event. They actually had autograph signings. They were there doing something. So it was most people tend to jump right to the tactics. So have a clear objective in mind. And one of the other areas that I think that people don't understand is really your customers can be amazing influencers. And I think you mentioned that. We tend to try to tell our customer stories and then pass that on to an influencer who passes that customer story on to get it out broader. So that's another way.
And you do a brilliant job on videos.
Yeah.
So don't forget that YouTube is a search engine, and testimonials on YouTube are very, very effective.
Right.
Leah?
Yeah, so, part of that could be just making sure that you get product to influencers. So that's, as a startup, I know there was several people here that were, looking to start a business. Getting your media kit together or your sample kit, that all takes work. And then, just the work of reaching out on Instagram or wherever they are and communicating and sending them product. But for me, what's been more interesting and beneficial is because I was very clear on who my consumer is, which it's mainly health-conscious women. I was able to attend a lot of events where I donated a lot of product, and I would meet these event organizers and community influencers by giving them product or by showing up to their events and offering myself or your services. So by doing that, I created real, authentic relationships with people out there, and throughout the years, we've partnered up as they've grown their followings and as I have grown. And really, these people are my friends now, and so they're shown on, if they're on morning shows or just, creating large events, bring people together. They text me, they reach out and just offer to partner. So these are, back in the day before social media, it was small communities, people just partnering up, working together to help each other be successful. And I think if we get back to that mindset that these are real connections and real partnerships and people, then it can go a lot farther.
You have a quick one, Erin?
I'm just going to give an example of Ilan Veda.
Can we come? Well, let's see what the so we have 15 minutes left. I want to see if there's any questions from the audience, and then based on that, if we'll come back. But I want you to know that we probably won't have time for you to come up and talk to the speakers, which we would have liked you to be able to do. So if you do want to speak to them, we will wait for you outside. So please feel free to come out. Is there anybody who has a question? Okay, good. So we will go ahead quickly.
Oh yeah, so this is speaking to all the startup people out there. We had some hands go up at the beginning of the panel. And so this is speaking to you. There are, larger companies with larger budgets obviously have been using the influencer tactic for various years. I mean, there are companies to address that, like Influential, Captivate, Tracker, Tap Influence. And for those of you who don't quite have the budgets and want to kind of start hacking the influencer space and really getting them to work for you on a small budget or with internal resources, I can give you a company as an example that I advise in the wellness space. They're called Ilan Veda, and they have Ayurvedic products, and they're manufactured here. And they have things like cleanses and face oils and hair support supplements, like really high quality, pure products, but clearly it's a very crowded space. And so they've actually been around for about 10 or so years, but they weren't getting too much traction. So they did two things that really any startup can do, especially in this space. One is that they rebranded. So the power of branding. Now they're new, and if you want to look them up, you can see their branding. They're at elanveda.com. It now looks like a high-end product. The branding now aligns much more with the product that they have. And then they also started to reach out to influencers. So they tested out some social media platforms, and they found that for them, after testing, which I would advise anybody to do, and in marketing, as marketers, we're always testing different things and abandoning quickly, but as soon as we see what's working and what's not working, to invest more in the what's working path. So that's what they did. And through this process of elimination and testing, they found that Instagram was the platform for their audiences, and they ran a combination of super small paid kind of placements and really mostly organic. So they did not hire out a large influencer company and run formal campaigns, but what they did instead was they found influencers that they would want to promote their products, and they were in the kind of quote-unquote micro-influencer space. So for them in particular, they looked at people that had about 5,000 followers around that. That was kind of their sweet spot for and so they reached out to them and offered to send them product, or offered to kind of a quid pro quo kind of mention, and it really worked for them. In fact, after so they rebranded this January 2019, and their sales have been going up 20% every month since then. And as far as on their Instagram, they started out with 1,600 followers in January on their page, and right now they're at over 5,000, so that's in less than 4 months. So for a company like that, without a formal outlay, clearly what they're doing is working for them, and so they would see like who liked or engaged with their page, any new followers, any likes, any comments. They would manually go in and see what the following looks like for that individual, and if they align with their brand, and they would reach out and actively pursue those individuals. And that's really how they grew their following and their sales.
You want to spell that in case they're not familiar with the brand?
Oh, sure, ELANVEDA.com.
Okay, great. On startups, can we get some tips from John, please?
In which one?
Startups.
Oh, gotcha. I'm going to sort of go to the dark side a little bit, having been a part of several that didn't work. I think
those are tips too.
Yeah, it's really important to design something with the end in mind. So envision that you could be a $10 million or $50 million company, and think about all the contractual and the relationships. If you have partners, spell everything out. Because I have been and I have seen in certain instances where people have different objectives. Maybe one of the objectives of one of the partners is just to make as much money as they can in the short term, and that potentially would drain the funds out of your long-term goal of really getting the startup off the ground. And typically that's not a good scenario. So make sure that you really have discussed and put in writing what your goals are, what your end result are, what your exit strategy is. Do you want to be there for 2 years, for 5 years, for 10 years? Do you want to take this company and live with it forever? So if you have interrelationships, make sure those are spelled out, and make sure you have access to the information. I've seen it on many cases. If people start blocking off information, and especially the accounting, that's where you get a lot of trouble. And sometimes you can get some really unethical individuals involved that way. So be very careful from an accounting and information, protect that, make sure you have access to it.
Elizabeth?
Yes, I'm going to talk about hiring, and expanding on what John just said on accounting. I made a mistake early on in my career and actually had somebody who was handling my books for me embezzle. So yes, be very careful with whom you hire. I'm going to talk some tips about hiring as a result of that. I do think it's really important, a few things to note. When you have a company with a brand vision and a brand purpose, it's important that you hire people that embody that as well as yourself, because they also are ambassadors for your company. So for example, I run a multicultural marketing and media agency. We say we're audience inclusive. That means that we have people who are LGBTQ. We have people who are Asian American. We have people who are African American. We have people who are Latino, Latina. We've come from all walks of life, different intersectionalities of experiences, and that's what makes a great company even stronger, right? Having diversity and intersectionality of experience is so important because everybody brings a fresh and new perspective, as long as you are aligned with the same vision in mind. That's a very important part.
Thank you. And Deborah, with your experience as a VC and your own startups?
Absolutely. So I've started a few companies. One of them, my first one, was out of Disney, called Cloud9, educational software for children and learning. And nobody told me that it was hard for a female to get VC backing, especially for a technology company, when I was 28. So I did. I just did it. But seriously, it was hiring the right people, bringing in the right team, knowing the product. I had come out of Disney, so I really did know the business. I really did know the product itself. So when I went to the venture capital community and I raised funding, I went all the way to Series 3 and then a strategic, and which took over. It was, what is your team? Is your product really filling a need? Do you believe in your product? Will they? And then realistic financials. So it is going to take you longer to get to the stage that you thought you would before you bring in the next round of funding, if you do have to bring in the next round of funding. And then after I went in to turn a company around, I went into a venture capital fund that Mike Milken was in. Sandy Kleiman was running it, and I went in. And even now, we do dolphin tanks, shark tanks, angel investing. We'll invite startups or mid-stage companies to come and to pitch us. And sometimes we'll just, we'll mentor them and tell them, well, come back when you have this, come back when you have that. But you want to give yourself the best shot you have. So that includes a funding deck that has everything in it. It has the team, it has the mission, it has the strategy, it has a competitive analysis. It shows that you've thought through every part of your business and that you know it. Because your investors, the people that are counting on you, they're not the experts. You have to be. And that you also have to be able to show that you're teachable and that you can turn on a dime if you really need to, because that is what it's about. You will have to reinvent yourself at some point in your company and startup. And I do have tips, if you want to see me afterwards, from various VCs and angel investors on what they do look for and some of their names, so I'd be happy to share with you after. Thank you.
Great. And Leah, who just closed her Series A, a quick tip on that?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so definitely those tips. I went through a lot of what you're talking about, and what's great about it is it really helps you get clear on your business, how it works, really understand the ins and outs. The tip I was going to share on startups is actually if you have an idea for something you want to create, I believe that the more we make it, we bring it into the physical, and we make it tangible so that other people can look at it, see it, smell it, whatever it is, hear it. That really helps to drive you forward fast. And a lot of people are concerned that someone will copy them or, just it's not good enough yet, any of those sorts of feelings. But you're going to evolve, by getting all of that feedback. And really, anybody trying to copy, you don't have to worry about that. It's so hard to get a business going and to create something that, unless they're really passionate about it as well, then you don't have to worry about that, in my experience. So I would just say the tip I have is if you have an idea for a product or a company, get a graphic designer to at least do a picture or logos for you on maybe 99 designs. You can get like 50 people submitting different looks for you, and get something on paper that you can start to show people and talk about and bring life to, and then you'll start to really rapidly revise it from there.
Thank you, that's very useful. We have to be out of the room at 11:45, and it's 11:43, so I think we need to pack up. So please meet us outside. We really appreciate that you came, and we'd love to talk to you. Thank you.
He's the opposite of me.
I think we're waiting to see if the. Okay. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for coming to this. I think it's called a fireside chat, but it's really more of a lunch and learn because everybody's having lunch. So we'll be up here talking and maybe learning something as well. I'm Goldie Chan, and this is Winnie's son, and we'll do, I guess, really brief intros about ourselves. So,
Okay.
Hi, I'm Goldie. I'm known as, hilariously, the Oprah of LinkedIn. So I'm one of the top content creators on the platform, and I also write for Forbes on personal branding and storytelling, and both myself and the amazing Winnie Sun are actually both part of the Adobe Insiders program. So we're ambassadors for Adobe.
Thank you, thank you. And she's actually such a big deal. For those of you who are on LinkedIn, she's got a really popular, if not the most popular video series on LinkedIn. And she has Daily Goldie, really popular. And actually, that's how we sort of connected initially. I had been watching her videos, and I decided to reach out, and we actually went to have spicy fried chicken, and that was like the beginning of a great friendship, right?
So I'm so glad that we're all talking while everyone is eating, because that's really how we connected.
Yes.
So number one networking tip, I think, is go have a meal with someone.
Go have a, I love that. That's
Yeah.
true. Well, it's so awesome to be here with all of you, and most importantly, because one of my best friends is in this room, I feel really happy to be here. So I am Winnie's son. Many of you probably have no idea who I am, and that's just fine. I'm actually considered the most influential female in the financial industry on social media today. Those of you who still watch traditional TV, thank you. I'm the regular money person on Good Day LA. I am on the CNBC Financial Advisor Council, and I am a longtime contributor on Forbes, as is Goldie, which is, you forgot to mention that part. So we both contribute to Forbes, and although I do dabble on LinkedIn a little bit, and I've gotten a lot of great guidance from Goldie, really sort of my focus is, a lot of it's been on Twitter. Yeah,
Yes.
so I have the largest business tweet chat on Twitter.
So if anyone wants to follow Winnie's content on Twitter, first of all, definitely follow her at Winnie Sun, but also follow her hashtag Winnie Sun. So pretty easy to remember. And join in on the tweet chat. It's super fun. And every week, when Winnie isn't traveling too much, it's such a good time. It's a great way to engage, and there's a really fun community on there. So if you're on Twitter, jump in, join in. It's a good time.
I would love to see you. We have a really amazing community, and we come together. People from all across the globe come together every single Wednesday on our coast here. It's 11 a.m. Pacific, so you could be in your PJs, you could be at work, and you would just have to get in Twitter, follow hashtag Winnie Sun, and you'll be with us. And we trend about 80-90% of the time, so it's kind of fun. Oh my goodness! I have so many friends here. I'm so happy.
Actually, this is a great time. I'm just so curious. Okay, so who has ever joined in or talked to Winnie on the interwebs before? Raise your hands. Okay, we have a few people. Who's ever consumed any of my LinkedIn video content before? Okay, a few more hands. Great. So today what we're going to talk about is we're going to talk about sponsorships, but also branding, because I think part of getting to the point where we can have sponsorships is branding. And also, I have to say, Winnie just did a really great live stream with one of our mutual friends, AI Addison Zhang, on how you have a profitable brand. And that's really what we're going to talk about, I think, today, what the focus of our conversation will be. So Winnie works with so many great enterprise level brands, and I love her to tell us about some of them that she works with.
Thank you. Well, I do. I work with over half a dozen large Fortune 500 companies, mostly in the financial or travel space. So some of the brands you may have heard of include Sallie Mae, include Intuit, QuickBooks, TurboTax, Mint, Aflac, Hertz Rental Car. I do some work. I'm gonna apologize. I've worked with T-Mobile. I've done something with Epson printers, and I'm working, I don't know, it just depends. I'm doing also some social media work with LinkedIn as well. So yeah, a lot of big brands, and I am their key spokesperson. And most of the brands I work with, part of the arrangement I have with them is I am their major ambassador or spokesperson. So, like for example, on one brand, it'll be one female influencer, and it'll be the male, and I'll usually be their designated female person. And so I take that responsibility very seriously, and it's been quite a blessing. And it really sort of started a few years ago, but it's really taken off this year. It's completely changed sort of my relationship with how I deliver content and information, but it certainly has made a big difference in my pocketbook too, to be completely honest with you. So it's been pretty awesome for a financial advisor, like the financial geek in the room, to be able to have people actually come up and want to partner with you has been sort of, I never expected it to happen.
And what's so fascinating about Winnie's brand too is that I heard her speak at Forbes 30 Under 30, and it was so fun because Winnie's kind of the social media maven of the financial world, because the financial industry is pretty conservative, and so not a lot of people really push that social media or that personal brand envelope. So I can't emphasize how much, guys, how impressive it is, all the brands that Winnie currently works with, and that she's the ambassador for all of those brands.
Well, you work with, I know you, and Goldie, you should jump in too, because I know you work with a lot of brands. And
Yes.
this is what's nice about it, is that we actually are friends, but sure, her focus is, I think, probably a lot broader. Mine's a lot more narrow.
I think it's helpful, just in general, guys, a note about friendship. It's so helpful when you're friends with somebody and your interests align, but you have slightly different brands. So Winnie obviously is on the financial side, and then I'm on LinkedIn / nerd side. So the brands that I partner with are slightly different. So like I said, we actually both work with Adobe, which I absolutely love. Last year I was a global brand ambassador for WeWork. I've worked with brands like Skype. I've worked with brands like I was an ambassador for the mayor of London's office. So I was an ambassador from the US, the US to the UK. I almost got that backwards. And I've worked with Lego as one of their speakers, and just so many fun brands. Wizards of the Coast, which does Dungeons and Dragons. So I definitely dive deep into the nerd world, but also into a lot of the B2B or B2C brands that want a more friendly face, so to speak, on top of their branding, who can speak intelligently about marketing or about personal branding. So it has been a really interesting ride to work with all of these wonderful, amazing, super cool brands and create content. And that's the other thing. I think it's really interesting to look at how two brands can be at the same event, and we can create radically different content. So This is so cool. When Winnie and I both went to #Adobe Summit, which is their main event, the kind of video content that I was creating was very focused and tailored to my personal brand, as was the content that Winnie was creating. So that is definitely something I think is important to note. When you're thinking about especially pitching these big brands, these enterprise brands, it's really important to have your personal brand very narrowly focused and very clean and understandable. So brands know what they're going to get when they work with you. So they know that this is the product that they will always get, or this is the person that they will always work with. And it's very helpful for brands.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, and more than that, we just had a great Facebook Live yesterday with who you had mentioned on her show, and talking about how to build a profitable brand. Because oftentimes, I think a lot of us were looking at people on social media creating sort of larger than life persona. You think, wow, this person has such and such, hundreds of thousands of followers, they must be traveling the world. It's like the Instagram effect. But oftentimes you'll go to these social media conferences or events, and you'll realize that that's not always the case. I know plenty of large social media influencers that really can't even make rent. So I would say before you jump into the world of wanting to be an influencer is to get really good at what you do. Get really, really good and produce income outside of being an influencer. I've now been a financial advisor for 19 years. First 12 years, didn't even know what Facebook was. Okay, that's not true. I knew what it was, I just didn't think it was for me because I'm actually an extreme introvert. But, at the end of the day, we had something to fall back on. We had clients that literally, when we did our client events, they would come up and they would hug us and they would tear up and like, Winnie, you changed my life because the way you manage money for myself and my family, you changed my life. And that is what I wanted to bottle up to put on social so that it would be easier for me to find new clients. But I had that to fall back on. I had that as income to pay the bills, to provide for my team and my family. And social media was just sort of to amplify that, to make that bigger, but it didn't rely on social media for income. I think that's the key thing, because people always like, well, Winnie, you must do really well. You work with these huge brands and whatnot. I was like, I do, but the thing is, at any given time, you can be unpopular just as quickly as being popular.
Yep.
And you can quickly lose followers just as quickly as you can earn followers, right? And all of a sudden, I have some of the largest influencers in YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and whatnot are my personal clients. So it's kind of a unique experience. Not only am I what they are considered an influencer in the financial space, but so many of my clients are the biggest influencers on different platforms. They're my clients, so I actually help them manage their money and whatnot and consult for them. And so what we've learned is that, one day you could have 20 million subscribers on YouTube, and then they could change the algorithm. I'm going to butcher that. And all of a sudden, you're not popular, but you're still popular, but YouTube has determined you not to be so popular that particular day. And one day they could change it. So you got to have something that you can fall back on. So whatever you do, focus building and getting really good at what your boring day job does. And that way, social media doesn't have to work so hard to bring you that other side, right? We've talked about this
We've
before.
definitely talked about it. So Winnie, first of all, of course, is so wise, guys. So please follow her once again. I'm just going to sit here and just keep telling you to follow Winnie Sun.
And Goldie Chan.
And Goldie Chan. But one of the things that most people don't know about me is, so I had a meteoric rise on LinkedIn over the last year and a half, but I also had over a decade of experience in social media marketing, and part of that was actually doing personal branding for C-level executives, as a ghostwriter, for some very recognizable people and brands. And that was my foundation that Winnie is talking about, that I still do client work, I still do strategic advising for different brands and individuals and things like that. But it also grounds you, I think, so you aren't excited by what might be fluff, right? Because it is very, very exciting to be the face of a brand, especially when you've never been that before. But it is so incredibly important to have something that backs it up, right? Especially if you are putting all of your effort and time and money, resources, etc., into becoming an influencer, someone that's well known, but then you don't have anything behind that too. You may not have the experience. It's very helpful to have something behind that. And that's why when I meet people and they're like, well, my goal in life is to become an influencer. And I'm like, well, what are your hobbies? What do you like to do? And they're like, nothing. I just want to be famous. I'm like, oh man, unless you are, and some people are, right? A lot of us live in Los Angeles, Southern California. Some of us are some of the most beautiful people on the planet, in which case you don't need talent. Great. But if that's not the case, which unfortunately it is not the case for 99.999% of us, then you need something to back that up that has more longevity. And that is exactly what Winnie just talked about, which is having a field of expertise that you then base what you want to grow your influence on.
I love that. Yeah, this is exactly, Goldie, you're exactly right. I had the pleasure of working with this gentleman. Actually, I'm going to point him out, Justin Simon. Justin, say hello to everybody. So this gentleman is he actually came to my life around maybe 3-4 years ago. And he really helped me hone in on what my message was. So I knew what I did for a living. I know what I do for a living, and I know what I wanted to do, but I really didn't know sort of sort of how to clarify that message. And I think the first thing you ought to do when thinking about this sort of line of work, if you will, is to figure out what value you have for other people, and what do you hope that your message delivers for you. And Justin really helped me kind of, I was like, I do this and I do that. I go, okay, hold on, woman. You do a lot of things. We need this. Justin Simon, hello, woman. Okay, all these things. This is what you do, and then this is what we need to get there. And then really having a process of not only, a lot of people create content, and then there's a lot of people that make amazing content. But I always call it can be vanity content. It could look like amazing, beautiful content, but if nobody sees it, then you're just making it for you and your mom to see. And my mom doesn't even look at my content most of the time, so that's kind of sad. So instead, you want to build that audience. I think Goldie is I think I'm going to put her on a spotlight for this. I think she is an amazing community builder, one of the best I've ever met. She's so great at bringing people together, not just in person, but actually on social media, which is a real art. And a science, I'm sure, too. I don't know how she does it. But she's able to bring in thousands of people at one time. And you have to have that in order to get there, because a brand doesn't want to work with you just because, like you said, unless you're really good looking, you're like Brad Pitt. Okay, either, most of the times the brand is looking for a business transaction. So you're looking at pairing up with you because they think 1 + 1 will equal 300 million impressions. They want so much more, and so you are the conduit to them to get more eyeball, which then hopefully indirectly or somehow will then generate more revenue for them. So that's why that's sort of my, actually Justin, you'll be very proud, this is one of my value propositions when I work with companies. I said, the nice thing about working with Goldie and I is we actually own and run our own businesses. And now I have 3 businesses right now. This is my second large business. I said, working with most influencers, you're just talking to people about delivering, and they create deliverables for you, A, B, and C, check, and we're done. Difference with working with me, right? I run a multi-million-dollar business on my own financial practice. And therefore, when I decide to partner with a brand and create influence for that brand, I see it as, how can I help this business make more money? It's not just give me a check because I'm your influence. Hi, I'm thinking wholeheartedly, how can I get Sally Mae to have more parents take a look at student loans and learn about the benefits of planning ahead? And I can go to work with Intuit and say, what? I use QuickBooks for my business, and this is the difference it's made for me. And therefore, other business owners, I get it. This is when you're managing, 8, 10 employees, and you're worrying about this and estimated taxes and, benefits and 401k and all this stuff. I get that. And so I will package that in the way that I share your message. So I think, that's what's nice about, Goldie works with Lego. I'm actually pretty jealous. I really like to work with Lego. She works with really, really cool brands. My brands are a little bit more traditional, right? You would say, more narrow focus, but I love it because they were me just 10 years ago.
But also, Winnie doesn't give herself enough credit because these are huge, these are massive brands, right? These are brands that we all recognize by name. And to get on the radar of those brands is really, really, really tough. And so what she's done, once again, with her brand, especially being someone who still actively works in the financial sector, is super, super, super impressive. I think I'm so glad when you brought up that you really need to make sure that you are giving brands exactly what it is that they need. I always say this, you want to give brands what they need and not necessarily what they say they want. So figuring out what an enterprise level brand really needs in terms of either if they need that conversion or they need brand awareness or whatever that factor is that they need, and being able to deliver and deliver super competently is so, so, so important. And I think that is one of the cornerstones of being a personal brand that people hire and bring on to be the face of a brand. And I think one big keyword is consistency. It's not the sexiest keyword out there, but if you have an incredibly consistent brand, brands like to work with you. Why? Because they know what they're going to get every single time.
Consistent
They know that you will deliver a certain product and that you will present yourself also. If you're an ambassador for a brand and they have you go to an event, they want to know that you will act within certain parameters, right? That you won't absolutely go crazy and then live stream the whole thing. Although that would be interesting, but very terrible for the brand.
Right. Well, I know you've done that for LinkedIn. You know,
Yep.
represent LinkedIn at a lot of events
Yep.
for that reason. Yeah, I think you're right. The word consistency is critical here. But also just to, I mean, the thing is, the reality is that influencer marketing is successful for a reason. Will it always be that way? I don't know. And most importantly, I think it's really important just to always think about your plan B, because I'm really realistic on this. You know, right now I'm on TV. I always like sort of my business manager says, you know, Winnie Sun is a financial advisor and she plays one on TV too. I think that's really true. But also, I may not be wanted to be on TV for that much. Like, I can't be on TV forever, right? I gotta be realistic
Absolutely, you
about
can.
it. So
I'm going to watch you on TV
we'll
forever.
see, but I don't know. I don't know that I want to be on TV forever. But think about longevity and always think ahead. Like, what sort of businesses can I build from this? And not only that, is most importantly, understand your audience and what they want from you and what kind of value you can produce for them. Because if you can create value, then there'll be never a shortage of people wanting to work with you. And the nice thing is, one of the nice things about social media is everything can be proven. So you can see, like, for example, our tweet chat that we have every Wednesday, we average between 150 to 350 million impressions per hour. That eclipses even like the top performing shows on CNBC. So based on those numbers, people want to align with our tweet chat. You know, they're willing to spend money to sponsor.
And Winnie,
chat.
for people who don't know what a tweet chat is, can you explain it to everybody?
A tweet chat is, you know how when our president trends? Well, that's pretty much it, except that, you know, people are going in and saying, can you believe he said this? And I'm, yes, he said this. And well, we basically do that for an hour, but we pick about 15 questions, and our tweet chat is very uplifting and very positive. So we don't talk about politics, we don't talk about religion, everything is wholesome about business. So we talk about entrepreneurs, we talk about finance, business, and I'm drawing a blank.
Social media.
But social media, but it's all business related. So our community, our business owners or corporate executives, and a huge part of my community is people in the media for obvious reasons, you know. So like for example, those of you who may have seen me on CNBC or Cheddar last week know that the people that I work with, like on those shows, sometimes I'll have them on my tweet chat. And then what I think is nice about that is many of you who maybe are building a brand or a company, you might be like, if only the media would know who I am. I'd love to get featured, I don't know, in the LA Times or Wall Street Journal or something like that. Well, you can actually come to my tweet chat, because I actually do this thing called Meet the Media. Meet the media, because I get to hang out with them all the time, but it'd be great for you to get to know them. So a lot of people come to my tweet chats to meet new people. And I welcome that. And everybody comes in as someone new and leaves as a friend after you join our chat.
And one important thing about the Twitter platform that Winnie has nailed is basically Twitter is one of the best platforms to have direct access to media, to press.
It is.
So if you're ever looking to get more coverage on your brand, whether it's the brand that you run or your own personal brand, Twitter is such a good platform to be able to directly reach out to writers and creatives who are in the media and get access to them. And joining in on tweet chats like #WinnieSun is a great way to get direct access to those different things. I wanted to really briefly talk about LinkedIn.
I was going to actually segue that. I'm like, Goldie, I think we should talk about LinkedIn video, especially LinkedIn Live.
Sure. So one of the cool things that LinkedIn just released is LinkedIn Live, which is live streaming on the LinkedIn platform. And it's still in beta, so Winnie and I are both in the beta. It is very fascinating to me because I believe that live streaming is definitely the next thing that you should look at. So if you're thinking about what kind of content should I be creating next, what style of content, and you're thinking about video, live streaming is such an interesting thing to think about. And once again, follow one of our mutual friends, AI Addison Zhang, who's really interesting and is live streaming across multiple platforms and is doing really innovative stuff there. She's actually going to be speaking on my panel at VidCon on live streaming. So if you guys will be at VidCon, please come and watch that panel. There will be a lot of interesting talk on live streaming. But let's go back to LinkedIn. So LinkedIn, and Winnie does such a great job of connecting with others on LinkedIn.
Well, I'd love for you to tell them, like, maybe some of the things that you've done on LinkedIn, especially, like, with the community building.
Yep.
I think those are interesting things because that's something I know you've taught me.
Well, I think LinkedIn, to me, obviously, LinkedIn has completely changed my life. And this is why, LinkedIn has me be essentially an ambassador for them, because I can go on stage and say, before 2 years ago, I was not me. I was someone else. And after 2 years, LinkedIn, like, I wear LinkedIn swag for fun and stuff. And I'm that person, like, other people wear like Nike hats and I'll wear like a LinkedIn hat. So I am hardcore repping the brand, so to speak. In fact, I don't know if you guys can see, but this is literally a pop socket, a LinkedIn pop socket from LinkedIn Toronto. That's how deep in the brand I am. It's not even LinkedIn US. But building a community on LinkedIn is so interesting. And I think LinkedIn as a platform is so important because, like Twitter is a great way to access press, LinkedIn is a great way to access decision makers. So if you're thinking about, for example, getting funding on a brand or a project that you're working on, or you want to get your next better job, or you just want to network with more people, LinkedIn is obviously the platform for that. It's been really traditionally known as a resume platform. And when I started doing videos on the platform, to me, I started out with this small cohort of other video creators who were on the beta together, and everybody was creating videos, and I thought it was really fun because everybody was like, oh, I'm just going to make videos, I'm going to throw it out there. And I thought, well, if I'm making videos, I'm going to encourage everyone else to also make videos. So that was really important for me, to always encourage new creators to create videos, to try to pull everybody together into one group so we could all talk and we could all kind of get together and know what maybe the best practices were and things like that. So I slowly became the mama bear of the LinkedIn creative community, which I think is such an honor and a responsibility, but it has been such a fun ride. But building a community on whatever platform suits you best is so important, and Winnie has obviously done this on Twitter. Excuse me.
Yeah, and she has a huge Facebook group and LinkedIn group and tons of people. But I mean, I think you're absolutely right. You've hit it on the building of the community is everything. And then once you have that, then you have a message that's very clear. And I would say that, you're absolutely right. LinkedIn is a great place to make decision makers. I would also say that if you have a big following, I'm fortunate because I have a decent following on Twitter, then decision makers will pay attention too, for sure. The nice thing about, I know we've worked with Adobe, both of us, and I think Adobe, they primarily focus on Twitter on when we're doing for their summit and whatnot for reasons that I thought I would share with you, is because on Twitter you can actually very easily figure out the analytics behind the success of a campaign. I think a lot of the social media channels are just as effective, if not more, but I think the data that they are able to capture maybe isn't quite as sophisticated just yet as Twitter. So, and Twitter, I mean, things move so quickly. So it's easy to grab people and whatnot.
And so when I work with brands, and I have the majority of my audiences on LinkedIn, and then I have a lot of really random things I post on other platforms. But when I'm talking to brands about LinkedIn, I always tell them, hey, I can't give you the kind of nuanced metrics that you could get off Twitter or Instagram or YouTube, etc. But what I can give you is a lot of brand awareness, and that is essentially getting a lot of spread of the brand across one platform because my videos are so commonly viewed. But it is so interesting to also think, and I'm going to put Winnie a little on the spot here because this is how Winnie and I are actually a little bit different. So Winnie is so forward-thinking, so strategic, so beautifully strategic because of her experience in working with all of these big brand names as clients and things like that. And I didn't get to where I am by being, quite honestly, that strategic. So I'm always looking what's the next big fun thing? And I think that's the difference in our our main strategies as personal brands is Winnie is like, what is just going to be solidly good in 10 years? And I'm like, what is like really fun to try out in the next 1 or 2 years and may explode, but I don't know. I think it's really fun to have these two very different approaches and then see how they play out. Because obviously, you know, if you were going to write a book, what Winnie is doing is, you know, please follow that. But I think it's been really fun to be incredibly experimental. I know that when I got on LinkedIn Live, I immediately broke the product. Like, that was my goal. I was like, I'm going to break this product, LinkedIn video team. And we text, so we're quite close. But that was really important to me to be like, okay, if you put me in the beta, I'm going to do really experimental content because that's what you've brought me in for. And what I love is then on the other side, Winnie does really beautifully polished interview content that's super lovely and is a great example of like, this is how you do polished content versus I'm running around the wizarding world of Harry Potter in Florida talking about storytelling and probably breaking the product. So you can have two very different strategic approaches and actually ironically work with the same brand, but you have to understand what you are and who you are.
Your audience. I think what she basically said is Winnie is a lot older, but in the nicest way possible, in the Goldie fashion. But this is true. You know, I think, you know,
we're the same age. We're both 22.
Yeah,
it's on camera, so it's real.
I could only dream. No? But truthfully, I think you know, I work with more traditional brands for sure, and I think because I do appear on traditional TV, it's on brand. You know, everything that we do. Like for example, I do Cheddar, I do CNBC, I work with Asset TV, work with Bloomberg. I have a studio in-house. Our production quality is good enough that they call me all the time. I don't have to fly to New York all the time to film because the quality is so good in studio. Very fortunate. I think that's like exactly you. I think you have a way more fun than I do. I mean, I'm a mom of 3. I don't really have a lot of free time. I mean, so
22 and a mom of 3. Impressive.
I can only wish, right? Kids are young though. 10-year-old is my oldest. I have a 10, 7, and 5. But yeah, that doesn't mean much. But most importantly, I think it depends if it's on brand or it's not. Like, I'm all about really high quality content. I'm a stickler. Curtis, who you see in the room with the camera, has some expensive gear on him. He travels with me everywhere we go, and that's because I think, you know, my clients. I used to manage money for DreamWorks Animation. A lot of the executives there are still my personal clients. So there's a certain reputation on the things that I do. I don't really mess around. If I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it of the highest caliber. And so brands, when they work with me, they have that expectation. They know I'm going to show up on time. I'm always early. I don't drink. I don't even drink caffeine. I live like a monk, like a female monk. Is there such a thing? But really, like Goldie had said, there's a certain expectation, but also I think for me, it's been good because I don't work with small brands. I only work with the biggest of brands, and they understand what they're getting when they work with me, and together we go really, really well. So, you know, it's really cool. I wish I could be more like Goldie, because we both watch Game of Thrones, but she could actually, what's it called when you dress up?
I cosplay.
See, yeah. This is, I am like, I know nothing cool, okay. She is my channel of cool. But I watch the show on the TV when the kids go to sleep and watch but really, you can be who you are, and you should be who you are, and you should never discount that. You should never change for the sake of more followers or anything else. And I didn't actually know this, it took a while to figure this out. But when you really hone on who you are and you just focus on just being the best version that you can be, the right partners will come to you. It's so interesting because I was just at the New York Stock Exchange last week, filming at Cheddar, and last time I was at at the New York Stock Exchange, I was filming for CNBC, and I turned to my publicist. I said, "Man, life has changed." I remember when I was just like hoping we would get on CNBC again, like they would call me again. If only, like Justin remembers, if they would just call me again, I know I can do better next time. And now it's like, boom, boom, boom. We want you. How come she didn't do our show this time? Foxman's like, we saw Winnie in the room. How come she didn't do our show? Like, whoa, what just happened? You know? And it took a lot of practice.
I'm going to interrupt you really quickly because I think you brought up such a good point, which is and this is true in the world of dating too, everyone, when someone wants you, then everyone wants you. And that's true of brands. And it's funny because that's so relatable, right? But when a brand sees you on, say, the New York Stock Exchange and creating content, then all the similar brands in that ecosystem are going to also want to work with you. And this also happened to me when I spoke at Lego. And then when I went and talked with Sesame Street the next day, they were like,
cool.
I love Lego. And so like all the nerd brands that I work with in my universe, they all know each other and they like each other, and same thing with the
Can't call
brands.
Sesame Street and Lego nerd brands, okay? I invest in them like no other. As a mom of 3 boys, that's gotta be the coolest brand on the face of the planet.
See, this is also, Winnie invests in them for her children, and I invest in them for myself. But I will say I want to bring it to something more fun. Like, there have been some really fun moments in working with brands, and I have to say, one of the coolest moments for me in the last, outside of becoming Winnie's friend, one of the coolest moments in the last couple of years has been when I did go to Lego. I was one of their few Inspire speakers, which is a super heavily curated speaker program that they do, and one of the master builders built me my own custom Lego minifig, which is like a little mini green-haired Lego figurine of me. And I have to say, I'm not really impressed by a lot, but I was almost crying in that room with this tiny little Lego figure because it meant so much to me, because it's so unique to also what I care about and the brands that I care about. And I know that when you've had some amazing moments like that with some of the brands that you've worked with as well.
Well, I think for me it goes personal because 3 months before I started college, my parents actually went bankrupt. They went financially bankrupt. Yeah. And so, I used to pay my Sallie Mae loan every single month. And I remember thinking, I just want to get done with college because I can't afford to be in school much longer. And so I had that loan from Sallie Mae, and I remember when I paid off how good I felt. And then Sallie Mae came to me and wanted to partner with me. And it was like I love all the brands. It's like choosing your children. All the brands I work with, I love. But Sallie Mae, now I'm like I talk about student loans. So it's great that we partner up, and it's really nice that they believe in me, but it means even more because I feel like together we're able to reach more students now and parents early on and figure out some of the financial challenges. So this is like financial geek. This kind of stuff gets to me, of like making a difference in the financial lives of how many people that watch our Facebook Live series. So we have Sallie Mae has a monthly Facebook Live, and it's filmed out of my studio. And people from all over the country join in on conversations. Like this month, we talked about how to get an internship for your student. So it's like little things. Those things make me happy. It's not so much like this big campaign. I mean, I loved working with Adobe, and Adobe was amazing, but they had the Goldie Chans of the world, which are a lot more sexy than the financial person, And so I could only do so much to kind of keep up, which is great. But in the financial world, to me, there's that heart of soul of working with a brand. Mm-hmm. And I'm still not comfortable with the whole word of influencer. If you ask me, I wouldn't call myself that, But at the end of the day, what does it really mean? It just means that you're sharing something that you really believe in, mm-hmm. and someone actually listens. So more than that is really that celebration of your communities, which I try to do as much as I can, but you get busy. So you gotta do what you do, but it helps sort of multiply you and your message in a very efficient way so that you can spend time with your families. And so not all your time is spent creating content and like making phone calls, like we were just talking about earlier, cold calling and mass mailing, and that's like hard. Asking people to fund your next project and give you money, instead you can do it on social media in a really smart way.
Yeah. And I think in the last minute, I'm just going to reiterate one of the things that Winnie said, which is it's so important to work with brands that you legitimately believe in. Like, I legitimately believe in and love Lego and Sesame Street and Blizzard and all these other cool brands that I get to work with. And Winnie obviously really loves all the brands that she works with, like Sallie Mae. So it's also important that when you are thinking about partnering with a brand or you are interested in that that you pick brands that really mean something to you because it comes across, I believe, in the content. Okay, and I think we just wrapped up, so I think that's the end of this session, but maybe should we take one question from the audience? All right, so you had your hand up first. Oh.
Oh, okay. Two questions. Okay.
Okay.
Well, you know what's fun is I didn't reach out to them. The first brand reached out to me, and even now the brands reach out. So I actually haven't done outbound seeking of brand work. I think once your work speaks for yourself and they know that you do, you have that platform. So the tweet chat gave us platform, and then I got ranked by Forbes, I got ranked by Investopedia, all these different publications as being, like Investopedia ranks me the #1 female, and then Forbes follow Working Mother magazine. So that sort of started it, and then I have had the pleasure of working with an incredible publicist on the media side. Yeah.
So I also have to say that most brands reach out to me. So this is usually how it happens. A brand will send me an email and be like, so you're really weird, but we love watching your videos and you somehow write for Forbes. And I'm like, great, cool, what do you want to do together? So this is actually very typically the conversation that I have with brands. I also very rarely cold reach out, but I am such a legitimate nerd. So what ends up happening is I will do something like I don't know, cosplay Game of Thrones, Daenerys Targaryen, no spoilers, and then Game of Thrones will do something like, hey, here, let's send you some swag, let's send you a poster because we see that you're a legitimate.
Poster.
Yeah, I
From
definitely
Game of Thrones?
I got a poster from Twitter. I tweeted them.
I want a Jon Snow poster, but on that note, I think there's nothing wrong with tagging brands. Actually, I should come back. So, for example, I travel a lot for business.
Yep.
So, actually, I'm taking a flight right now to speak at the San Francisco Chamber tonight. And so, what I'll do is I'll tag the airline, I'll tag the hotel. Hyatt found me because I am a Hyatt fan, and so they fly me into their events and whatnot because I'm a fanboy of Hyatt. Fangirl. Sorry, but hopefully I answered your question. But the lady next to you had a question. I apologize. Maybe we could let her ask.
Yep. Oh, that was the question? Great. Okay, guys, so thank you so much for coming. Have a great #Digital Hollywood. That was so good. Give me a hug. Curtis, can you take a picture of us? Should we stand here? This is good.
Thank you.
Get the water.
Did I bring my water? I did, I hope. Yes, I did. Oh, I love you. Good afternoon, everybody.
Tiffany. Nice to meet you too.
Hi.
Photo bombed you.
Wow. I know. I like it. Welcome to the do's and don'ts of influencer marketing. We are going to get started. I decided to sit because I like that better. But before we get started, I would like to see a show of hands from the audience. How many of you are here representing brand side of influencer marketing? Nice. Right? And how many of you are here representing the creator side of influencer marketing? You can do both.
Both.
You can do both. It's totally cool. I'm seeing a lot of hands weren't up. Can you guys just shout out how it is that we can best serve value to you guys if you're neither on the brand or is it just general knowledge? Making money. Creators, mostly creators?
Creators.
All right, wonderful. So let's go ahead and jump right in with some introductions. Why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Oh, awesome. My name is Tiffany, and my background has primarily been in the influencer, like an advocate space. I think I've played many different roles in being a talent manager back at Maker Studios, if you're familiar. It's a company that got acquired by the Walt Disney Company. And from there, I've kind of went on into the technology side of influencer marketing and really trying to help drive back ROI for different brands and advertisers, excuse me, in the space. So currently I'm working on strategic partnerships at a company called Influential. We work with over 1 million different creators across Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, Snapchat, Pinterest, LinkedIn. There's, I think, a creator on every platform these days. And it's been really fruitful to kind of do everything for the brands, but then to also find a lot of different talent in the influencer space and like what's popping up. So really exciting.
Hey, thanks, Tiffany.
Hi, I'm Catherine Mendez. I'm a social media and influencer marketing strategist. And currently I'm working with a CPG brand, Guerin. You might know them. They are a syrup company based up in San Francisco. They might even be serving it here with the coffee. So they are known for creating the first flavored latte. Handcrafted sodas. I've done some work with health and wellness apps as well, and basically providing strategic insights for not only social media, but also influencer marketing and helping them choose partners that are right for their brand, that properly align with their business goals, and also working directly with influencers on one-on-one relationships as well as through platforms such as Tiny Sponsor as well.
Great.
I'm Tanya Brashatsky. I have a boutique influencer marketing agency, which is also a casting, booking, and special events agency. And I have a lot of cough medicine in me. I hope not to get any of you sick.
I'm glad I'm sitting right next to you.
James?
I'm James Lee. I'm the Senior Director of Marketing at a company called Seriously Digital Entertainment. We work in mobile games.
Fantastic. So a little bit about what we wanted the structure to be is we would really love to have audience participation. We would really love to have audience participation. So in the last 15 to 10 minutes or so, we are going to be opening up for questions. So if there's anything that comes up, please make sure to write it down. That way we can be sure to give you guys that information. So jumping right in, let's talk a little bit about structuring campaigns properly, including how you select and source influencers. And feel free to jump in at any time.
I'll start. So we kind of have a multitude of different processes. With Guerin, they are like a mid-level brand, so they do have some market share. Folks know about the brand. They're familiar with the name. So we do get some inbound outreach from influencers themselves. And in the past, I had advocated successfully to create an internal micro-influencer program. So through that program, they actually would email us in a variety of different ways, whether it was through Instagram, whether it was through our info@tarani.com email. And they would essentially advocate for themselves. Hey, listen, really love the brand, been using it for XYZ time, and would love to work with you. The other way we've worked with influencers and chosen appropriate partners was through agencies. We had an agency that actually has a pool of influencers that they've sourced and approved. And we would work with an account manager, for instance, explain whatever that campaign's business goals were, and then they would actually select the appropriate influencers in a multitude of different tiers for us to then work with through them. And they provided insights with a campaign overview at the end of those campaigns. And then we've also worked with programmatic platforms such as Tiny Sponsor, where we are actually choosing the influencers ourselves based on audience demographics and making sure that they align with our audiences. And then, sending those creative briefs, sort of very similar to the one-on-one relationship, except now we're able to facilitate those campaigns through a platform that then will report back insights to us. So that's kind of essentially the, 3 different ways.
Perfect. I think the answer is the same for all of us. There's a handful of ways we find talent. Excuse me. A lot of the time we have to go find specific talent for a specific product, and it gets really niche. Like we need, if a brand wants guys who are active with dogs, you have to go find guys who are active with dogs. And we also belong to a couple of groups where there are where agents and managers hang out, and we ask them and use tools. I'm going to stop talking for a second.
At Influential, we are a tech platform at our core. We definitely do end-to-end execution as it relates to brands coming to us, brands saying, we want influencers, we activate the influencers. It's really hands-off for them. We also do have the technology side where a brand can kind of take that and own that technology piece in-house and kind of have this wide network, again, 1 million plus different influencers in the space to kind of reach out to. It's not necessarily an execution tool though. So you're looking at the data and insights and making sure that they align with your brand. Should you choose to execute as a brand, it's kind of like direct email or kind of a DM if you'd like to. It really depends on how fruitful you want that relationship to be as a brand directly with the influencer or if you want it to be hands-off.
And just to echo, what my colleagues here are saying is, for us, speaking from a brand perspective, we get them where we can get them, right? And that's either you're working directly through agencies, through talent agencies, through technology, wherever it is you can get them. And I think one of the most important things for us, obviously, is knowing our audience and knowing their audience. With influencers, typically there's a very specific community involved. So, just understanding, what that is exactly helps you figure out, what sources to use. Yeah.
And on that note, I know we had all previously discussed a trend lately of agencies and brands making these huge asks of creators. Can you speak a little bit to how these brands can maybe be a little bit more aligned as far as what the ask value is and how they're paying their creators, or even how creators can go ahead and negotiate what seems to be these really big asks for very little budget?
Yeah, I think, there's a couple things, right? I think with for influencers, from their perspective, right, they should align with their brand, right? Like there should be some sort of alignment that's natural and authentic. From the brand perspective, obviously we want specific messaging to go out, but we also want the influencer to be authentic towards their own community. And so, when looking at like we always look at engagement, we always look at kind of the full picture, not only, if we're doing for example, if we're doing a YouTube video, we're not just looking at their YouTube followers, we're looking at their whole social media background, right? And, you know, for us, it's really about that engagement versus followers per se. So if we feel like your audience is much more engaged, we'll pay a little bit more. It's not always about the followers or the views or whatever it is. It's you know, we like to kind of look at the full picture.
I think it works on both sides, because we've had situations where we have influencers, in kind of elaborating on what you're saying, who come to us and the quality of the content might not be up to our standards, but the price that they're asking for, the compensation they want, is a little bit outrageous. On the other side, I have heard of brands asking for the world and then wanting to pay a couple $100s. At the same time, there's times when we've asked for instance, a recipe blog plus social shares. And we offered a specific compensation. One of the benefits of working one-to-one with influencers is that you get to negotiate, right? Influencers ask for a specific compensation, and once you start to develop those one-on-one relationships, you have the opportunity to say, listen, we've been working together for X amount of time, or this is our first project together, this is kind of the budget that we have and we can offer, but what I can give you is a long-term relationship versus working through an agency, which usually it's sort of a one-off or a couple of times a year or whatever, or even on a programmatic platform. That can kind of be the situation as well. So I think when you're approaching a brand, number one is you need to look at the quality of your content and also analyze, you know, this is a business for you, right? So if you were in an office creating content, what would you be getting paid? On the flip side, from the brand side, we also understand what it costs to create content. Like, we've all produced videos. We all have worked with agencies or tried to produce it in-house, brought in a content creator to specifically, you know, produce photography for us or recipe videos. So we know what it takes. So now when we go to influencers, we're not going to lowball you, but then we also consider what you're saying. It's a matter of how much influence do you really have over your audience, right? So if you're going to ask us for a few $1,000s and your quality looks great, but your engagement is really low, then we're not going to want to pay that, because the whole purpose of partnering with you is to help us spread our brand awareness and also to help capitalize on your fans and your audience and bring them over to us, right? That's the whole reason there's a partnership to begin with on both sides. The influencers are benefiting from working with the brands as well, because now they're being introduced to the brand's audience. So it kind of works on both sides.
I think you make a great point in that it really takes communication, just back and forth. If there's a way for you to really streamline that process and really hone back into what we're trying to achieve as a brand and have that be your goal, is it awareness? Is it sales? Is it app downloads? Is it tune into a specific show? Do you want them to actually go to an event and then bring an audience to that event as well? It's honing in on that. That's going to help kind of facilitate where you think and how you think about the money that you're being compensated for. And then when we are thinking about that part, there's one fee for the actual production process. Perhaps it's a video that might cost more than a photo for you. And then it's your real estate. Is it on Instagram? Is it just on your Instagram page? Is it an Instagram story? Is it also on your website? Those are all different factors that you can take as a creator to kind of map into that number. And I know a lot of us, we know that on this side, and we try to keep those costs at bay, but we also want you to do your best work. And so we don't want to necessarily undercut you from that perspective. And I'm really in a position where it's like thinking about both sides and trying to make both sides happy. But those are something to think of from the creator side to just ensure that you're understanding your value as a brand, to understand where the creator is coming from, and really trying to make sure that that is sort of an edified relationship and it is professional at all costs.
Can you ask that question again?
Yes, so the question was, when there's brands and agencies that are making these very big asks of creators, how can creators negotiate in a way that preserves a positive relationship while also, I mean, obviously they want a partner anyways, so how do they go ahead and negotiate while also maintaining a positive relationship? There's the question.
It definitely helps having someone on your side to help you if you're not great at it. Whether that's an agent a manager, an agency, or even a friend who can pretend to be your manager for the minute. I think part of the question was the bigger asks,
Yes.
right? And which I'm seeing a lot of this year specifically, where brands are coming to me and probably to all of us with, here's, $10, we want 15 posts. Right, I mean, is that this year for everybody? Because, and even though I work for the brands and I'm usually hired by a brand or a producer or production company, I still fight for the talent because I know sometimes they can't do it on their own if I'm working with them directly. So I take that role and help them. If you're an individual, know your worth. Figure out what you're worth. And unless you're really into the brand, don't take the lower deal. Just don't do it.
And there are tools out there to help you do
there
that.
are tools, yeah.
And just to really quickly echo her, she had a great point, Kat. Negotiate a longer term relationship, right? Because ultimately, from a brand's perspective, I love frequency. I don't mind the same influencer talking about the brand several times, I mean, granted, not like immediately, but there is a long-term value. So just know that and realize that, and that's part of the negotiation right from the beginning.
So I'm hearing a lot of communication. And also a communication with the peers, and I know that's something that oftentimes we're not super comfortable with, is talking with our peers how much they're charging and what they are actually like presenting value-wise.
100%.
Yeah, because also as a creator, it's very easy to undercut the entire market, and suddenly brands think that it's okay to make these little asks for $10 for the 5 or 18 posts, whatever it was. So going on from there, what have been some of your biggest lessons as far as pitfalls in working with influencers, and what do you do to avoid those now? What have been your biggest lessons in working with influencers as far as pitfalls, and what do you do now to avoid those?
I guess I could start. I mean, I think the biggest pitfall is bots, right? Like understanding and really, accepting the fact that it's there, and it's real, and it's impossible to get rid of. So, understanding that, and the best way to do that, and I mentioned this a bit earlier, but the best way to do that is really look at the whole picture. Look at the engagement, look at the followers, and really take a deep dive into the talent that you're investing in, because you just never know. And ultimately, what I tend to look at are kind of the views, the comments, the likes, different social media platforms for that talent, because ultimately it is the bigger picture. Otherwise, and you're kind of guessing as well, right? I mean, just because a talent has 1 million followers or 10 million followers doesn't mean that they're watching or hearing or listening to what your specific video or post has. So I would say take a look at the full picture and make a conservative guesstimate.
I mean, James, you're spot on, right? There's way more than just those vanity metrics that we're used to, as far as like consumers and definitely brands. Like, we're taking into consideration audience, and not just that you have a certain audience segment that is perfect for my brand, say an audience that's 25 plus, but specifically you have those with the spending power to purchase the product that I'm asking you to promote, or they're in the location where that product is available. There's so many different metrics that go into that, and that's also something that we utilize in discussing specific influencer rates as well, just because, someone with that over-indexes for, I mean, we can go into audience metrics a lot, and I can get really geeky about the data, but just because, you have a certain, specific percentage of that doesn't mean that's above the average on Instagram or on Facebook or on Twitter, and we really want those above average winners that can really help drive ROI from an organic standpoint, at least.
I think both of you are spot on, and also for me, it was also being a little lenient. So when I was carrying those one-on-one relationships, I fell into situations where so there's benefits to working both sides, right? When you work with an agency or a programmatic network versus when you're working one-on-one, because your agencies and your networks typically provide you with insights, whether they are authenticating accounts, so they're automatically pulling them in without the influencer being able to have any control, or whether they are pulling them in because they are pulling public data and then relying on the influencer to report through screenshots through the network, sort of the back-end metrics like impressions and clicks and things like that. When you maintain your one-on-one relationship and you are a mid-level brand and you don't have hundreds of thousands of dollars for technology to support, authenticating accounts and pulling those data metrics, you're relying on your influencers to be honest and to send you screenshots and fill out your spreadsheets and make your life easier. And there were times when, I had these great relationships with people, but they didn't take the job seriously. And that's one way to essentially get yourself really quickly off my preferred list is being very lenient and going, I get it, you didn't get your story impressions or you didn't get that screenshot in the 24 hours or now they give it to you or they just changed it back that you don't even get them after 24 hours. But during that time, you had a 14-day window, and then I was getting excuses as to why I wasn't getting them. And so I would give them the benefit of the doubt one time, give them the benefit of the doubt the second time, until finally I said, you know what? I'm paying you to do a job and take it seriously. And if you're not, then we're not going to work together anymore. So I actually have a list now of those that I just stopped working with. But it took me a while to get there.
Do you put that in your contracts?
Absolutely. Well, and it was always in the contract. It's just that we just were being a little lenient, like, oh, this is our first rodeo, and we're going to, we don't want to be that brand who's just so,
I find that when you become friendlier with the talent, they
forget it's a job.
Yeah, they don't do as well of a job. So I don't know how to get around that because I love getting friendly with the talent, right? I work with them, for 10 years.
Yeah. You get friendly enough to get the login.
I'm still an admin on 10 people's pages on Facebook. But yeah, so the friendlier you get, the more lenient they think you are, and that's a problem for the client. Because you can't deliver.
And it's unfortunate because it makes you really take a step back and say, well, I guess we're done with that. And now we are just strict by the book, which is not fun for anyone, really.
And on the flip side of that, can you give me an example of a time where an influencer surprised you and went above and beyond and just...
The opposite of what I just said.
Exactly.
I've had some, number one, and I've said this on panels before that we've sat on, was the thing where they email you and they go, oh my God, I really love your brand, I want to work with you. And they don't link you to their accounts, they don't give you a media kit, they don't tell you who their audience is, they don't do anything. And I look at that and I'm like, if this were a job interview and this was your resume, you wouldn't get the job. So I just deleted those emails. On the flip side of that, I've had amazing influencers that in their initial outreach almost had a booklet of information. This is my audience demographics across all of my channels. This is why I think I would be a benefit to your brand. I've been using it since this, time period, and check out some of the stuff I've already done, content-wise with your brand. And on top of that, when I've worked with them, they're the ones that go above and beyond. They either post more than I've asked for because maybe they didn't reach the numbers that we were hoping for, so now they're trying to make good. And then at the end of the entire campaign, I was given a nice, neat, organized, set of insights that it was amazing. And I was like, oh my gosh, working with them for the next campaign and beyond. And those were the ones that I worked with for all 6 of my campaigns. And those were the ones that performed and blew me out of the water with my client.
Yeah, those overperforming, just extra Instagram stories, just because they love it, that's always going to be a bonus. Yeah. And that just goes back to organic fits, right? We want that ambassadorship. We don't just want one post. We would love for it to not just be transactional because it's good for you, it's good for us as a brand, so definitely helpful.
Yeah, I mean, I'm always surprised and pleasantly surprised anytime there's just any proactive behavior.
Yeah.
Whatever that proactive behavior is. I mean, I think that speaks to your professionalism, and so that's very important. And it's not even in the process of delivering. It's also in the actual content itself. And, you know, I'm always surprised that, you know, one of the great things about influencer marketing is the creativity. And you know, I'm pleasantly surprised at the creativity that's out there. And because that's what they do, and, you know, that's what they specialize in. So that's very important. And, you know, I think it's just a combination of all of those things, right?
It's the same answer, I think, from all of us, and when they over-deliver, or I had I think it was last year, I had a film campaign for Ingrid Goes West, and one of the talent did I didn't think the film was going to appreciate it, and one of the talent I hired did this hilarious video, I can't even, like, it's not even gonna make sense if I tell you, but, and it was really out of the box, and the brand liked it so much they used her video in all the promotions. So that was, I know, she injected booze into avocado toast to see if it would get her drunk. It went with the film, I promise.
Should give it a try.
They loved it, and, you know, so yeah.
So going off of that, how do you, usually as a brand, help guide influencers so that they can make sure that they're meeting the goals and the KPIs that you're looking for?
Well, I mean, for me, it's knowing what you're trying to say, right? As a brand, like I want to make sure my messaging is concise and that they understand the messaging. I want to make sure that they actually know the product and they're, in my case, playing the product or playing the game. So I think, yeah, that's probably pretty important.
Love any opportunity to get on the phone, get in person. I remember back at Maker Studios, we had sort of not a creator workshop. It was like there was an event in New York. I think it was like New Fronts back at the time, and P&G offered to host a couple of talent in-house that they were going to be activating that year. And it was like, this is a no-brainer. Like, you're going, you need to go to go meet these brands. You need to give them like some, you know, information about who you are as an individual, as much as who you are as a creator and what your creative abilities are. Anytime that's feasible is always amazing. Like, and if it can't be in person, a phone call is always nice. Make it a Skype situation, a Google Hangout. To really get that one-on-one sort of collaboration is just key, because you have to understand where they're coming from, and assuming both sides are really buttoned up, right? The brand's like, we have a focus, this is what my focus is. Creators like, this is what I do, this is my wheelhouse. Asking those questions can always be beneficial.
That's a really good one. Actually, I was surprised at how many, like, I was the person that called all of them. When I would start campaigns, I would pick up the phone and this is what we're trying to do. And I was surprised at how many of them said, I've never spoken to anyone I've worked with. I'm like, I want to make sure I'm talking to a real person. But on top of that, I want to, like, hear your voice and actually, like, know, like, almost like looking into your eyes, you know? Are you really being honest? So that leads me into the other part. Honesty is the best policy. Like, know your audience, know what you have to offer, because we're always going to want the data, and it's always going to speak the truth. So in the world of bots and fake accounts and all that stuff, even though it's getting cleaned up, I don't think it's ever really going to go away, and we're always going to figure it out. So don't let us have to, you know, approach that line. Like, just be honest, be upfront, and know your audience. That's the biggest thing. We're relying on you to let us know that you are a good partner for us based on our business goals. So come to us with information that aligns with that.
And helping talent deliver, is that I was a producer for a very long time, so I try to help the talent creatively if they need it, and I help guide them to make sure they deliver what the brand needs. And for some people that's very helpful, for some people don't need it. So that's one of the things that I like to do to make sure they deliver what the brand needs.
I mean, it really sounds like every creator is its own little enterprise and their own little brand and entrepreneur. So it really needs to be approached kind of business to business rather than business to individual. Like, they need to know their metrics, they need to know their brand, they need to know their audience, they need to have all this kind of business acumen to go in and be able to negotiate.
And that's at any size creator, like from nano influencers, are we using that? To those celebrity stars. Like, if you understand yourself as a business as a small business owner, if you will, even that's going to be extremely helpful. I mean, as you mentioned, it is like a job. It's a job interview. You want to be buttoned up. You want to be professional. It's fun, of course. It's influencer marketing. We're not necessarily heart surgeons over here, but as buttoned up as you can be is only going to be more helpful.
And one thing that we didn't mention on both sides, the brand, create really great creative briefs that outline everything that your campaign is looking for, all of your business goals, all of the rules that you want them to follow. And from the influencer side, read the brief. Like, read the brief from beginning to end. We even had someone recently, we were just executing a new campaign, and we wanted to make sure that, number one, that the influencer had access to a specific retailer to purchase the product, and number two, to make sure that that influencer had influence in areas where the specific retailer was, so that they could drive traffic to the retail store, because we just launched a new product. And we had 2 people respond, one from Portugal and one from Colombia. And they were like, they accepted the campaign, right? And then they were emailing us saying, hey, we don't seem to have that retail store here. How can I purchase the product? Well, you can't participate in the campaign. Like, come on, people.
That's hard.
So, yep, okay. Hey, guys.
Questions?
One is if they're providing value. I work in travel. I have a travel series that's aired for 17 years on PBS, but now I'm getting into the social media, and we're not bringing my crew and all the rest. And I'm kind of just started, so I only have like 32,000 followers on Twitter. And I only have like 8,000 on Instagram, but I have like a 7% response rate. So it's pretty good. So I'm just curious, where is the balance? Because that's obviously not a lot of people or whatever, but destinations always want me to come there. At what point do you go, okay, I'm going to come there, but then I also want you to give me $500? I mean, it helps my brand to keep creating the content that they're hosting me and doing all that stuff. But I'm trying to figure out what's the balance where it's like, okay, yeah, they're investing $1,000, and that's probably what my posts are worth. And when do I switch and say, okay, now I'm providing $10,000 and maybe you're providing $2,000 worth of these women's food and all the rest?
Are you asking at what point can you ask for money? Is that your question?
At what point should I ask?
Ask now.
No.
Well, and also what's valuable to you? Is it the experiences in going there and like being hosted and catered to, or is it the financial side of it?
Well, I'm still driving, my viewers to after products and stuff like that where I'm making
Yep.
affiliate sales and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to figure out at what point do you go, this is the level, and not just specifically for me, I'm just trying to talk in general.
Yeah, go for it.
I also think, I think you're undervaluing your audience.
Yeah.
100%.
Because you started out by saying, I only have this much and I only have this much, but the reality is you have more than what most people have.
In this room.
And also, it sounds like your response rate or your engagement rate is pretty good. What you can do, if you are concerned that your numbers, your vanity audience numbers are not magical enough to have someone come to you and say, we want to pay you, because brands don't typically do that necessarily. I would suggest then putting a proper media kit together that also talks about, I don't know, a percentage of sales that you're getting from your affiliate, your conversion rate, how many people are clicking on your links for any sort of travel-related places that you're sending people. If you're doing polling and you ask people, hey, how many of you ended up going to this place? And, those are all screenshots to be taken and used in your media kit.
We already do that. In fact, we get it. Like, I'll go to a place and literally there'll be 10 people that are like, I want to book and stuff like that. And we're just kind of moving to the area now where it's like we don't want to go to a destination unless we have some of these things lined up so that they can actually book right then. But I found it very interesting that we found a lot of resistance from hotels, because what I want to do is offer them like, okay, if they're going to book at this hotel as soon as we get there, I want you to offer them like a 10% discount or something, or like, a couple glasses of wine when you arrive or something like that, so that they can really track it. And I found that, especially with boutique hotels, which I kind of prefer, that they've been a little resistant.
Ask them for promo codes so that you can show promo code redemptions. Maybe it's not, there's a multitude of different ways, but you also have to put your own proposal together and say, this is what I'm worth.
Yeah,
this is what I require.
Sorry, just to add to that, I mean, you can also do kind of a cost per acquisition type of model, right? Like, you don't have to do, a cost per view or cost per $1,000 or whatever, or set price, like, you can prove it, right? You can say, put your money where your mouth is, and, every time I acquire somebody for you, through a promo code, through, I don't know, clicks on a link, whatever that may be, pay me for it, right? And as the brand, the brand's gonna know, hopefully, what that worth is, right? So I think that's a great way to start off, is like, do a cost per acquisition type of model.
And to add a little bit to that as well, I mean, before going into the branding and marketing, I was in the commercial photography world. There's also a lot of value to offering them the actual content. So maybe it's not just about posting, but also giving them stuff that they can post and content that they can go ahead and push as well. There is value in that a lot of times gets not even discussed, it gets left off the table, that there is a lot of value in.
As a network, I know, just to answer the first question, we're constantly scanning and trying to see who's up and coming, who's cool, who's out there. By meeting people at events like this, always a great excuse to learn more about that individual and look at their content, and definitely have them be another candidate for brand pitches that make sense. So there's that part. As far as like data is concerned, there's more than just likes. I guess I can just say that to start. And I know we can see that from a reach perspective, like that is gonna make a difference, but I think quality is really gonna be really telling, however that plays out.
Same thing for your question number one. We're constantly looking, whether it's through our listening tools, who's talking about us that maybe we're not even aware of. We also are perusing like Instagram and TikTok and all of those channels as well. And then we obviously have the inbound. So I would always encourage anyone to reach out to their favorite brands that they're already using, that they're not currently working with. And then about the like thing, I'm actually really excited about that. I'm like really, really, really excited about that. I think it's definitely going to encourage more authenticity. I think it will also get rid of all of the blogger boost groups and all that stuff that was inflating numbers, which was detrimental to our success. Because if we were working with an influencer to reach a specific audience, and at the end of the day, it was a bunch of bloggers that were interacting with their content, then what benefit does that have to the brand? So I think what's gonna happen is it's gonna weed out a lot of what you would call your fakers, and it's going to reward the people that actually have influence, which is who we want to work with. And I think it's beneficial for those people out there that work really, really, really hard, who've been doing this for years and years and years, and it's been their job. There's, some of the top influencers that people are looking at going, how do they have 1 million followers? They've been doing, MySpace launched in 2003, guys, okay, or 2004. Right? And so this social media now has been around for a long time. And so these people that were all sitting around going, oh my God, how did they do that? They've been doing this for so long. It wasn't an overnight thing. They weren't getting paid back then. This just happened 8 years ago? We started paying people. This is the new sort of entertainment marketing, like product placement, celebrity endorsement industry now. It's just switched into digital. So I'm excited about it.
Cool.
To kind of build off of that, actually.
I don't represent anybody, so part one, I can't answer. I don't seek people out for representation. I seek them out for campaigns, and I probably in a similar way that everybody else does. And I'm not excited about the likes, but now that I've heard the lack of thereof, now that I've heard her talk about it, now I might be excited. Yeah. I mean, I don't know how it's gonna, we don't know how it's gonna shake out, right? So I'm just gonna wait and see. I have no idea.
With the testing, they've actually seen an increase in engagement because of it.
Yep. Because no one's looking at the,
Yep.
At the
it's not
likes,
just
yeah.
about, oh, I only
Right.
have 100, how do I get more? It's actually
Yeah.
people want to see your stuff. They're going to
Mhm.
interact with it. Quality, always.
To kind of build off of what you were just saying about MySpace and these creators that have been in the game for a really long time, how important is it for influencers to diversify their platforms?
Oh, I mean, it's just like anything else. I mean, it's just how important is it for brands to innovate? It's the same thing. You know, if you're just constantly posting the same stuff all the time and going, why am I not growing? Why don't I have any, you know, it's because things change, our interests change, we get older. If you started out when you were 20, the stuff that you're posting at 30 is probably going to change, and the stuff that you're posting at 40 is probably going to change. And so you need to, you know, acclimate to the environment, what's going on, whatever's happening in the world. And people's interests change overall, right? Sometimes we were all just interested in hair and makeup, and maybe now we're interested in a little bit more social good, right? So I think it's of the utmost importance.
I think for creators, I always like the 3 swipe rule. Go on your Instagram page, swipe 3 times. If all I'm seeing is selfies, I'm gonna be really upset. Unless you're a makeup brand, maybe that's really honing in on how to do a specific winged eyeliner, maybe that's it. But I wanna see you with other people, I wanna see food, I wanna see you. And that's maybe really specific to like lifestyle, which seems to be in like a huge category. But if you are specific to foods, like different types of foods, I wanna see the food up close, I wanna see it in different shots, different things like that. So the 3 swipe is always a great rule of thumb.
And as far as platforms go, do you guys look at diversity of platforms that each individual creator has as well?
Ooh, like
Yeah,
the
I mean,
Pinterest.
be
the
where your
blue-
audience is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Be where your audience is. I mean, you know, we live in a world now where there are several platforms, and your audience could be split, could be on all of them, but don't screw it up by not being somewhere where you potentially have people that love you.
100%.
I know we had another question in the way back then. Did we?
It was asked.
Wonderful.
Perfect.
Well, if I can ask a second one. On Instagram, I get about 100 comments a day and 100 private messages a day that I answer personally. And that's all more time that I can spend on Instagram and still produce a TV series. So I have a production assistant that helps with all the people that don't make comments and stuff like that, the hundreds that do. Come in and, you know, especially if they're like doing 2 or 3 likes or stuff like that, where they go in and they like some of their content back, especially if it's travel related. Is that a bad thing? Or
No.
What is your feel on it?
It's not bad. Easy answer.
It's not considered like, I know what a bot is, but I mean, you don't put that in the same category as being a bot.
No, I mean, I think it's better than no response.
Right.
Absolutely.
Right? Like, the alternative is not responding and alienating those people.
Yep.
So I'd say good job.
Yeah, when we do like sentiment analysis of like comments, we do take into consideration like positive, negative, and neutral, but then also advocacy and whether or not like certain sentiment is coming from the brand itself and or their audience, and so that's always being considered anyway. But for your audience, it's not bad. I think that's great for you to be responsive to them.
And by the way, there's no influencer out there answering every single
Right.
like response. You're just not capable of doing that. Right, that's why people have teams of people. I mean, it's a real time like, investment. Yeah, no.
Back there, we have another question.
Thank you. For a prospective client, customer, what are the things that you look for before you decide to contract with or hook up with that particular potential customer?
Like a brand or an influencer? I know we're on both sides.
Who's the customer?
Yeah, in terms of your customer.
Who's the customer?
Like our own personals.
Like the talent or the brand?
I mean, you do both. I mean, maybe I can field this one. So I personally only work with purpose-driven brands. So they need to have some sort of greater good that they're serving. And that to me is just a checklist of if they're just about profits, if they're about changing some sort of, bigger social issue. So that's part of my process as to who I take on client-wise? I know you work with all sorts of brands and creators as well.
I do work with all kinds of brands, but they have to know what they want. It's very difficult to do a project for a brand that just says, I don't know, here, do it. So after lots of discussion and a lot of bullet points, we figure it out. And if we don't work together.
Mm-hmm. Or you hire them to do your strategy.
That's right.
There you go.
And you compensate them appropriately for it.
I think we have time for one more question.
I'll take that because it's also, this applies to brands as well. Mm-hmm. Community management is so important, period. You can't expect to just post your content and then you're just gonna grow. On top of that, you can't expect that you're gonna post your content and only respond to people who are commenting on your stuff. Like, you need to actively be out there, putting yourself out there, both brands and influencers, that are in networks that are relevant to what you are talking about, and you need to be interacting with them. So that's, I mean, when you go to a party and you don't talk to anyone, do you have any friends? Like, I mean, it's just, that's what it's called, social media. We hear that all the time, right? It's called social media for a reason. And if you're not being social and you're just walking into a room and this is who I am, and this is what I do, and I want you to follow me, and I'm so cool, and I'm so great, and check out my outfit, and check out my makeup, and check out what I'm eating. And
look how cute I look.
Yeah, and look how cute I look. I don't want to talk to you. But if you engage with me and ask me, hey, so what do you like to do? Or, hey, I noticed that you like bicycles as well. And guess what? I work with this cool bicycle company. Have you heard of them? You know, things like that. Like, that is, I would say, that should be, I don't know, what would you guys say, 40% of your time versus like 60% on content creation, I guess, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a job, right?
Yeah, it's definitely a job.
I couldn't do it. I'll tell you that. I think it's super important to engage with your fans and with the community, and it's the thing about social media. It's a two-way conversation. If you're not having that two-way conversation, then you might as well be a television commercial, right? So, so it's important.
Awesome. I realized I was so excited to talk to our awesome panel that I didn't introduce myself. So hi, my name is Anna Iskanuna. I do brand and marketing strategy for purpose-driven brands. Thank you all so much for joining us. I do want to plug real quick our awesome sponsor, Tiny Sponsor. They do have these white pages available right now from KW and Mike, if he wants to raise his hand. I don't know if he stepped out. But this is the 7 essential rules for influencer marketing. It's available also in the digital sphere on every single platform ever.
Nice.
So thank you all so much for joining us.
I'm going to do a quick scan of the room, everybody.
Yeah,
for
ready?
Instagram
Everybody
story.
smile.
Everybody smile. Ready?
Hi, everyone. Be more excited. Make
Thanks for
more
being
noise.
such a great audience.
There we go. Thank you all so much.
Yeah, I'm so like on my phone all the time. I'm just holding it.
I know,
Maybe I should
do
put
that
it in my purse.
Yeah.
I know.
I put it in my pocket,
It's
but I
hideous.
grab it again.
It's awful. But it's my life, so.
I'm not gonna pretend.
like,
I'm
you know
gonna
what?
pretend to put mine in my purse so I can take it out in like 2 minutes.
I know,
There you go.
right?
I know. I'm like, oh, we haven't started yet? Maybe someone's emailed me. Or
Hey.
texted me.
Hi, how are you? Hey, nice to see you. No, I remember you. Yeah. So. Yeah, thank you.
Hey everybody! Hope everyone enjoyed the last couple of sessions. We're going to start our next session in about 5 seconds. We have one quick change. Aiden was unable to make it, so we have RKVC at the end jumping in on the panel. So thanks to them for coming in.
What's up, y'all?
It's tradition for us to fill in at least one panel each quarter.
It is almost a tradition now. Cool. So this panel is hashtag sponsored, how to make money through brand sponsorships.
Tiny sponsor.
Also on Tiny Sponsor.
Did I win?
I'm Mike Prasad. I'm the founder of Tiny Sponsor. And we have an amazing panel here of some really awesome people I've had the pleasure of working with, which is really cool. So we have our KBC at the end. We got Megan. We have Cheyenne. And we have Morgan. And so I'm going to let everyone do a quick intro. Tell us about who you are as a creator, or if you're not a creator, what you do in relation to creators. And if you are a creator, tell us about what type of content you create. Start with Morgan.
I am a creator. I do music, singing clips on Instagram, as well as just normal fashion, lifestyle type photos.
I'm Cheyenne. I'm an agent at Bella Agency, and I work on the representation side of influencer marketing.
I'm Megan. I work at Ipsy, and I do kind of the middle ground between representation and influencer marketing. I work for a brand, but I also represent talent.
I'm Vince. I'm a musician as well as a songwriter, and we use YouTube to promote our music, as well as use Tiny Sponsor for micro brand deals. I guess we're micro influencers now. Is that what we are?
Sure.
Nano influencers, I think, is the popular term.
I just want to write songs.
Everything he said except my name's Rod.
So for the creators, for the content you guys create, what types of posts do you make? So not just like general, is it fashion or makeup or music, but what are the specific, give me examples of type, is it out for the day? If it's music, are you guys doing like a song thing? What are the formats you create? And tell us about what's included in that format.
I started out doing a lot of just photos of my life, a lot of people my age, I'm 21, we post things about going, out at night with our friends, out wearing, an outfit you bought the day before, things like that. And then I got into doing music on my Instagram where I'd post like 30-second clips of me doing a cover of a song, whether it be through a microphone or just, in front of the camera, iPhone quality. And that's what eventually I got all my followers from. Obviously I don't want my whole profile to be video, because nobody really responds to that very well. So I like to, keep my page very personal. I like it looking like myself, and then, dabbling in with videos of my singing so that people stay interested for who came for that. And then as well as, photos of myself, my friends, things that feel more personal so people feel like they're getting to know me and not just a pretty face, I guess.
So you have basically your music highlights, you have maybe fashion and looks, and then you have lifestyle and personal stuff?
Yeah, I've had the pleasure of going on, trips, getting to know some people to collaborate with, things like that. So I do photos, of me on these trips and cool destinations, things that people want to see that, are regularly not posted, I guess you could say.
Okay, BC?
We obviously have the music that we do, but we try to put things up that are engaging our audience, so we can automatically start a conversation. Like, I think Instagram is great for that. We also do video, so we do.
Yeah, we kind of came around like a different way than a lot of other influencers. We started it as a band and songwriters. Both Vince and I had toured independently as other artists or bands, and then as a group we toured for a while, and we're in our mid-30s now. Not that that's old, but there was much more touring spirit in our 20s. And now, like our touring is mostly on YouTube. Actually, when we left the East Coast, there was like a local award show, and someone had nominated like RKBC's YouTube channel as like the best venue or something, East Coast, whatever. So aside from our music, our YouTube channel, Alex Hager actually had kind of pointed out, like we embrace a lot of old school YouTube. So in addition to the music, our YouTube channels kind of become like snippets of like a reality show of our lives. So it could be like a new song we wrote, or we just posted a video of like why the Mortal Kombat theme song is timeless. But then the next video is like Granny Potty Mouth giving me a facial for the first time. You know, like just whatever. And we listen to the audience like first and foremost. We've heard a lot of like YouTube gurus give us a lot of like BS, like, you know, this is what's most engaging is like, but not from what 1,000 people have told us, you know, like that watch us.
So personal moments and experiences and then just music related.
Yeah, like we recently started, Vince is a lot more into Instagram than I am personally, and as a band, we're kind of like formulating a little bit, but we've been embracing a lot more Instagram lately. In fact, like for anybody that follows me, like my personal Instagram knows like maybe a month ago, I had like an emotional breakdown because I saw this beautiful movie that like had representation and everything. And the director and the screenwriter of that movie like found the video and they started like sharing it. So like now that one breakdown moment of me is like all over the internet.
But then on your YouTube, you also not just do music, but the science, there's the stories behind music. So it's breaking down different things as well?
Yeah, we've done videos where we've interviewed the creator of the Marvel X-Men theme song from the old 90s animated series. That was a great experience.
I know it's cliched because we hear it, and I'm sure a lot of you hear it a lot, is like be genuine, like what your interests are and stuff. It wasn't until we actually listened to that about a year or two ago that it actually like worked. Like we were like, oh, but fidget spinners are popular now. So we tried. Like we posted some fidget spinner videos, worst performing videos we've ever put out. And
honestly, our entire audience hate the trend.
They like downvoted. Stuff. We lost subscribers. It was a whole thing.
Which is great for us.
But then these videos where we talk about songwriting, like what was the music theory behind the X-Men theme song or the Mortal Kombat theme song?
Or the DuckTales theme song.
DuckTales theme song. Our genuine interest because we're 90s kids and we're musicians. So we spread a little bit of like that music theory geekdom that we didn't think anybody else was interested in. And turns out a lot of people are interested in it. And 2/3 of our subscriber base came from those videos of our interests and not trends.
Good engagement.
So Morgan, for your content, what are some brands you work with? And what are some of the integrations that you've done that, how you've integrated brands into your content while still keeping your content authentic and natural?
One that I've had a really easy time working with is a watch company. We work contractually, so I have signed on with them for a year. I post for them 2 or 3 times a month, whichever is more fitting or looks more organic. And it's easy for me to use that because I do a lot of guitar videos. I do a lot of singing videos. So I wear my watch in my right hand, strum with the guitar, watch is in the video the entire time, gets hundreds of thousands of views. They're very happy. I'm happy. It's easy and organic. No one looks at it as a sponsored post. Another one that I do is Fender. They sponsor me with guitar. And it's more of like a free exchange sort of type post where I'm not getting paid to promote them, but I am getting the pleasure of working with all of their like new guitars and models, and I get to show them in my posts, tag them. People see them for a solid 30-40 seconds, ask me, oh, like, do you prefer this one over this one? So it works really well in that way.
I think I saw something with the fashion one that had maybe I'm mistaken, but a cartoon version of you or something? But there was like a video fashion thing?
I think I know what you're talking about.
It was a while ago. Anyway.
I don't know. There's a lot of brands too, fashion-wise. Clothing is very easy to integrate, especially, if you do a lot of self photos, like selfies, I guess. So I do a lot of that. I have a lot of, swimwear companies that reach out if I'm going to go on a tropical trip. I, of course, am going to be in a swimsuit most of the time. So it's easy to work with like beach cover-up brands, bikini brands, maybe even like a coconut water brand that reached out to me. It's easier when you know, the brand kind of looks at me and goes, oh, she fits my brand, rather than me having to try to fit the brand into my page.
So in all those examples, you're basically saying that the right brand integration is something that is natural in your content, is very present, but doesn't actually explicitly stand out.
Yeah, there's been some brands that have approached me, you know, asking to do a deal, and it just didn't fit. I mean, I worked with Fiat recently. I did a 3 or 4 post deal with them, and I didn't think it was going to work out personally, and then they presented me with ideas of, you know, what content I should use with them, and that's what made me eventually go, oh, okay, so it would work. So there's, you know, if you are a brand or someone who is looking to own a brand and wants to reach out to people, sometimes like the influencer or creator will look at it and be like, oh, this doesn't really fit me. But then you could always come back and be like, oh, these are my ideas. If you don't want to do it, that's totally fine. But that's what opened my eyes up to that opportunity.
So fun and right integrations. I want to ask for RKBC, for your integrations, you guys have really unique formats like you explained. What are some integrations you've done, examples, and keep it short, and why you think it worked?
So I'll give 2 like quick examples. The latest one was actually through Tiny Sponsor. You already know what I'm going to talk about. This app called Magic Fitness. In short, it does like personal training through an app like a Skype session. And at face value, we're like, well, that doesn't fit us because it's a music thing. But then we're like, well, we're also both very out of shape. So the whole post situation was us doing this 30-minute high-intensity workout where both of us vomited at the end.
Made for a great video.
It was great content. And then we posted the full unedited, like unglamorized workout that was recorded on 3 camera angles to just our patrons, so like incentivized there. So that was something, and I think that worked because it was like no one else was willing to like put themselves out there like that, and we're like, listen, we know we're fat, and we let the holidays extend into March, so like. And that actually pushed me personally to like get back to jogging every morning. So there was that. And then on the flip side of things, we have something else that's a little different from other social influencer stuff. Probably the most notable brand deal that we've done is we wrote and performed the theme song for the new Philadelphia Phillies mascots. And that was what kind of brought us out here. And those numbers were able to ask a little bit more for like, we're able to ask like probably what you guys are able to ask for your videos and stuff that we couldn't ask for our videos because they own the license to that. It like is on TV and stuff. So that integration was interesting because they sought us out because a long convoluted story you can talk to us about later, but they wanted us for that. And I think it felt less like an integration for us because it was something that was like sought out, you know?
They wanted our sound.
And so they actually licensed your music from that.
Yeah.
Well,
interesting.
That was a whole like secretive thing. 'Cause, like, I don't know how the sports world works. I guess there's a lot of like weird stuff. So we couldn't email about it. Like someone would go to a meeting, record a video on a phone, meet us in person, and show us like the debriefing, and then delete it. It was like Mission Impossible. And then we had to like write songs about like cartoon characters. It was the whole thing.
Yeah, tell me about the turtle again.
Yeah, we have old dubstep section for a turtle. Like, it's interesting.
So Morgan, you have a large following. I think it's like 340,000.
Around there.
And you guys have a pretty small following compared to probably 3,000.
We're like 3,500 on YouTube.
So like completely opposite ends of the spectrum, but you guys are booking sponsorships. But there's different deliverables. Like for you, it's going to be exposure and visibility and storytelling. For you guys, it's going to be integration, conversion, and probably like a lot of it is content rights in some cases.
Yeah, a lot of on the video side, a lot of our exchanges, the brand gets to keep the content and reuse. So they use it in like their ads, or if they want to show like 2 guys almost dying on camera, they have that footage, you know. Like
so you're able to make money regardless of size. I think the following is a really key takeaway here. Now, let's talk about the brand side. So, Megan, you work with Ipsy. When you're trying to find creators to work with them and pay them, what are some of the things that you look for in terms of what you're asking for, and how do you match that well to find that balance between the brand and what everyone's saying about making sure it's native to the creator's content?
Yeah, I mean, definitely that is a challenge, finding people who are, you know, not only aligned with Ipsy's brand, but also aligned with their personal brand. you know, there's a lot of different tools I use to source people. A lot of it's just my network. Like sometimes I'll ask Morgan, like, hey, do you know anyone who would be a good fit for this? But in terms of deliverables, a lot of what we do at IPSY is video, Instagram video. So for that, you kind of have to look at people's average video views on Instagram, what their content looks like. You know, video, having a on-brand video is a lot more difficult than having an on-brand photo, if that makes sense, because there's a lot more to the production. So just looking at their performance, definitely. Engagement rate is key when I'm looking at people. We're not just looking to get reach, we're looking to get, new subscribers and get people interested in IPSY's products and our brand partners' products. So I would say right now it's very heavily Instagram. We used to do YouTube, but it's a little bit less right now just because, YouTube video is very heavy. Like for beauty, it'll be like a long
Are you looking for the creator to make a standalone post or video specifically for IPSY, or are you more asking them to integrate IPSY into their existing content?
We ask for exclusive videos. So like the way IPSY's products work is, we have like the glam bag is 5 deluxe samples of different makeup products. And so what we ask is that they use all of the different products. IPSY on its own, it's a brand, but the actual products belong to other brands. So we'll send them like a lipstick and a moisturizer and all of these different things, and you need to make all those things fit into one video that makes sense and aligns with our brand. So it's a big ask, and so we're very careful about the people that we choose to work with. And if the video does well, there's certainly potential for longer term partnerships, but you have to prove yourself first.
That actually brings up another small point. If there's any creators out here, another way that as smaller creators we make money through brand deals is we're not necessarily the face of it. We've actually done brand integrations with IPSY as musicians through Spanky Valentine and some other beauty influencers. Like we were backup dancers in her music videos shot at IPSY.
Oh, how funny.
Yeah. It's a whole thing.
I'll have to look that up.
We were part of like other things, So like Spanky was like the main deal, but then the money trickles down in the budget to like people like us.
Jen, for your clients, you represent a lot of mostly commercial and print models?
Yes.
So on the other side of that, when you're reviewing deals from brands, right, how are you selecting what's a good fit? Because a lot of, I know in that business, look and aesthetic and presentation and also portfolio is a big deal. And each model has their own look and their own approach. So how are you making sure that those are on point for your individual clients?
For me, it's all about audience. Depending on what the brand is looking to get, if it's just a visibility campaign or if they're looking for content, Bella Agency houses both. We have content creators, some beauty content creators too. And we also just have people with massive amount of followers, that can get that reach for whatever new product launch or whatever it is. So combination of audience and content based on what the brand is looking to get out of the campaign.
Okay, now for Megan and Chad, metrics. What are you looking for and what are you giving back to brands depending on which side of the deal you're on?
Like after a campaign, you mean?
Yeah, going into this, when you sponsor someone, what should they be returning to you? What are you expecting from them? And then also, if for some of your clients, are there other things that you're providing to a brand that they may not ask for, but you make sure to always be consistent in providing that's useful, that increases the value of your client?
I don't know if you guys have contracts, but I'm having a contract for everything because for me, I think the most important thing is that the deliverables are extremely clear so that the brand isn't coming back with 4 or 5 edits after the fact.
Absolutely. Yeah. And that's for both parties. Everybody gets protected with a contract. Love a contract. But in terms of after a campaign, I love to see, it kind of depends on the campaign's goals, obviously, but impressions, views, if it's a video, engagement, some screenshots of good comments, people engaging positively with the content. That always makes me happy. Let's see, what else? Yeah, I think those are the big ones. And then just the content itself kind of speaks for itself, if that makes sense. Did you do a good job? Is it something that
people
makes
engaging?
sense? Yeah. Can we reuse it for paid media at some point or something like that?
So you're looking at, but the metrics are going to be use of content, engagement of the post. Is there any kind of, for IPSY, is there link tracking and conversion tracking there?
Yes, that's another good point. So where you can sign up for Ipsy at ipsy.com, and so we give people personalized links that they can use, and then obviously a higher conversion rate is always a plus, but not necessarily the main thing we're looking for. We do try to get a combination of that brand awareness and also conversions.
So if you break down the value of a sponsorship, is that going to be 90% visibility, 10% conversion? Is it more brand representation? Is it storytelling? What are the key things that really make up a good value sponsorship for you?
I mean, I think that it changes depending on your purpose. Like at Ipsy, we do regular posts, and that's a lot. It's a lot of just brand awareness mostly, and then if there's subscribers, awesome. But at places I've worked with before, they just wanted visibility. They were just trying to get their name out there. So it kind of depends on where you're at. And some people mostly want the content. Like they're like, yeah, you should post it, but we mostly just want it for our purposes. I imagine that's a lot of what you guys are doing is, just making cool stuff.
So to summarize kind of the goals, there's storytelling, visibility, sales and conversion. There is audience growth maybe for Ipsy if you get new followers?
Potentially. I think that's kind of a side thing that's
benefit.
nice to have.
Okay. Other than content rights?
Yes.
Have you ever done anything where it's market testing or research purposes? Like if you have a small influencer who has a different audience, maybe it's a little bit off from your normal target, but you want to see how they engage, would that be something that might be interesting?
I mean, certainly. There's lots of different realms in which, a product like Ipsy can be good. It's, relatively inexpensive, so it's not necessarily only for like luxury beauty people. There's lots of, we use lots of lifestyle influencers and, people who are moms. It's a very varied audience, so it is important definitely to get some diversity in there.
So how's everyone's open question for the panel? How do you find your deals or your sponsorships depending on the side?
Tiny sponsor. That's not even a plug. Part of our thing is like smaller creators also as like musicians coming into this world is like we trust people who are good at what they do. So like Tiny sponsor with that. Mob Crush helps us with our live streaming stuff because we have no idea how OBS works. Yes. So like with like people like this, like I've seen Mike like do deals that I don't understand half of what he's saying. Like I had to ask him if he's speaking English, But on our dashboard in Tiny sponsor, like when like the first brand deal they got us was with Sundance. And like the deliverables were like very clear. They were like listed out like 2 Instagram stories, 1 post, like these are the hashtags we want you to use and stuff. And so like that's like 90% of our deals are Tiny sponsor, and then the rest are through like weird emails from like Chinese brokers and
right,
stuff.
it's not us seeking, sorry, that was a lot of S's. It's more on the lines, we did that one thing for a mic. Some mic company sent us a microphone. We did a review, and then right after, someone from the other panel had just said this, but we did one, and then just a bunch kept following. It's like if you're wanted, everyone else wants you. I think was the words she said.
And then the last part is like we're part of a lot of other creator friends deals. So like when Spanky does something with Ipsy, and she's like, I need backup dancers. We're not dancers, by the way. It was part of a comedic thing, but like it kind of
danced our hearts out.
It kind of trickles down to us. So I think it's a little bit different from some other people, but it's an option.
So it's all like network collaboration, sourcing.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're the idiots in the crowd. You can pull up whenever you need.
Morgan?
I have a couple different variables. Early on, for me, it was mostly through direct message and through email. Now that I've grown, I would say direct message is not a good way to approach an influencer whatsoever. It gets really crowded, and it's really hard to detect whether it's a legitimate brand or not through just a direct message. I prefer email pretty much when I go through my email, and it's really that's really oversaturated too. You'd be surprised at how many people email, but you can really tell which brands are professional by the way they lay out their email. It's very direct to the point. Separated, organized well. That's how I know it's going to be an easy brand to work with. And then I, of course, have influencer companies that I work with. So I have 2 that I'm signed to. I have a manager that I work with that's non-exclusive, and he brings deals to me. So he's kind of like a freelance agent, I guess you would say. And then I work with Void Influencers, which is like a blanket influencer company. The owners are friends of mine, and they started the company. Now they're doing great, and so I joined in, and they bring me, basically, the company approaches them, and then they give that brand deal to everybody that's a part of their company. So me as well as everyone else, and then we all get different, payments based on our reach or how well it fits us.
And so, I mean, I would argue that if you're a content creator, as long as it's not exclusive, you should try everything, see what works for you.
I prefer non-exclusive. I've signed an exclusive contract to an agency before, but the thing is there's so many different avenues in which you can find brand deals, and I've just found it a lot easier to, work on my own, as well as working with people who, from, the side say like, hey, like I know this brand likes your content. They were wondering if, they could work with you, what's your rates? And, I let them know. And then it becomes a really easy like middleman for me and the brand.
Yeah, I think there's two notes on it. Hadn't happened to us. We've had creators who said email us, we've emailed them, and they might get back to us, but it takes a while. So I know like if you can have a tool to streamline your deals, with a sign sponsor or a manager or something, that does make a difference. DMs can be tricky, you get flooded. We've also had negative experiences where we had one creator who gets deals with us on a regular basis. She just got an exclusive manager, and the manager keeps marking the price up way too high.
Yes.
And then a lot of her previous sponsors now have to route to the manager, and they've basically been not doing the deal because it just makes no sense.
A lot of my friends have had terrible experiences with management. A lot of the time when you sign with a manager, specifically ones that are exclusive, they of course are looking at the fact that they're making 20%. So, when the influencer used to do stories that were $200 each, now they're doing stories for $600, $700 because the manager is making 20% of that. So they need to make it profitable for them. So it's harder to do lower budget stuff when you have someone who doesn't really benefit off of you doing lower budget stuff, even though it's something that you would have done in the past.
Yeah, I think so. As a creator, you really know what your content is, so making sure that you have control. I know that if you do have a exclusive relationship with an agent or a manager, make sure you have some performance clause or some out. Otherwise, you're stuck for a year. You could lose a lot of deals. I've seen it happen.
Yeah, personally, when I've been in a exclusive contract, I've basically laid down a clause in the contract saying, in the first 3 months, it's a trial period. If I want to continue with that, agreement, then I can. After 3 months, I can null the agreement and both parties can leave. And most of the time, the agencies are okay with that, knowing if they have any, value, they'll know that after 3 months they'll want to stay. If the company's not okay with that clause, I usually don't do anything and I don't sign.
That's good advice. Shannon, for you guys, because the company started in not influencer stuff, it was traditional. So was the influencer practice an add-on to your current offerings, or how did that come about?
So it started segueing. A lot of the models and people we represented, some are athletes, some are just, your standard commercial models. They were gaining a lot of followers on Instagram, and a lot of the brands that I was working with, they were going after those types of talent. So we were able to inflate their rates a little bit and, to account for those posts, those behind the scenes photos where they're on set for the upcoming campaign. It basically kind of snowballed from there. And now we're able to represent influencers exclusively, but the influencers who maybe don't want to run around and do 4 sets of stories for $200 a piece, maybe we go for like higher stuff and more long-term brand partnerships. So like, for example, rather than doing a couple stories for a brand, we really go after long-term deals. I would say, 3 stories or 3 sets of stories and 2 posts over the course of 4 to 6 weeks. Those are partnerships that we're after. We're not really sticking to the one-off posts, but yeah, I hope that answered it.
Great. Megan, pricing. So pricing's a big deal.
It is.
Everyone has their own way of measuring it. We have ours.
Mm-hmm.
How do you approach that?
My go-to, since like I said, we do a lot of video, Instagram video is like a CPV, cost per view. I usually aim for something between like 10 and 20 cents is what I'm like, okay, I feel comfortable around there. But it also does depend on the quality of the content. You know, influencers aren't just posting something, they're making something. There's production costs, there's all kinds of things in there. So we certainly want people to feel valued and like they're being paid a reasonable rate for what they're doing. So yeah, I mean, in terms of pricing, it is hard. There's a million variables, you know. Do you like the brand? If you like the brand, maybe you'll take less. If you know, if it's not an organic fit, you're gonna jack the price up because your audience is gonna know. Let's see, what other factors do I like to
So
consider?
on a CPV basis, are you doing that based on estimating previous views and giving them a flat rate, or is it going to be a hybrid where you're paying them a little bit up front and then more on views? Like, what's
Oh,
the
no,
format?
like it's a flat rate is what
Okay.
but I'll look at like their average views and be like, okay, so probably this is something that would be fair. And then, you know, it also depends on how people value themselves. Like I've worked in the past at an agency where we paid two people, you know, two completely different rates for the exact same asks, and they were the same size. They just one valued themselves more, and that's, you know, unfortunate. But it's also, you know, it's know your worth.
But if
It's
someone
important.
values themselves more, metrics are the same. How do you decide? Because if you say you have two people, one's like $500, one's $1,000, but all metrics are the same.
Well, we worked with both.
Well, if you
In that
had to
instance,
choose
yeah.
one, let's say, right? Like, well, would you look at the aesthetic? Would you look at their style? Would you look at the brand match? Like, what's the deciding factor for you?
At that point, then it becomes qualitative. So it's
Okay.
like what makes the most sense for the brand that I'm working with. What, you know,
What your trajectory
Yeah.
was, what your goals were for
exactly
that campaign.
what is their audience like, you know, like at that point maybe you ask for screenshots of their audience breakdown to, you know, make sure that, you know, who has the most US based audience or, you know, whatever's the most relevant at the time.
So would you say that like all the metrics are a baseline, like your views, your audience, your follower accounts, all that stuff is basically gives you a baseline price, but the final decision comes down to qualitative matching around the brand and the creator?
And also, are they nice? I like honestly,
That's a huge
I can't tell
thing.
you how many unpleasant people there are to work with. And so if you're just nice to me, I will bring you brand deals until I die.
Showing up and not being an asshole is like 90%.
Actually, is
being
Mari
on your
here? That's
email.
her slogan.
Yes.
Being
Respond to me.
responsive, yes, and getting deadlines, right?
Mhm.
Like you need the content, you have a plan to roll it out. People
If
have to
I've
get
done a
with it.
campaign, like if my first campaign with you, you're successful in terms of the metrics, you are professional, and you're pleasant, I will really continue to bring you stuff
ideal.
anytime I see it. Yeah, I mean, I'm part of different, you know, groups on, you know, in forums on Facebook and stuff, where people post, you know, influencer marketing campaigns and things like that, and I'll, at no profit to myself, pass those on to people that I've worked with who are nice because I want them to be successful and make money.
So look at some general frameworks. I know pricing is very subjective. There's the actual value of your exposure and your distribution, and then there's the value relative to a brand who might have a really highly targeted audience that's a good fit, and maybe it's more. So the example is like in search terms, if you're searching for home mortgages, the cost per click is going to be much higher than searching for a music concert ticket or a music download. So you mentioned like, was it 10, 20 cents CPV?
Yeah, ish.
All right, so that's a good baseline though. So
Yeah,
that gives
that
you
depends, yeah.
1,000. Okay, so that's a good baseline on the view side. Chen, for your audience, or Morgan, how do you price your packages in terms of, are you basing it on a follower account? Is it like a rough dollar per thousand? What's the basis?
It's kind of difficult, to be honest with you. I think I'm a little more understanding than a lot of influencers are on the brand side of things. For me personally, my most expensive is a video because most of my followers came in through video. So my video views are way over what they should be for my following. So, you know, when I have a photo, I do get a lot of, you know, impressions. So I get a lot of views. So if, you know, I have a photo and they say, I want a photo that looks like this, that's promoting my brand, or I want, you know, the caption to be this. Those are two completely different prices. If I'm holding a product, that means content creation, that means, you know, maybe an extra couple hours, means maybe hiring a photographer, maybe working with a photographer, planning out my day, whereas a caption, it's just having a photo I've already taken that I know is probably gonna do pretty decently, but then it's just a caption, so it's not as sponsored. So the price is going to be a little less. So it's, yeah,
So
it's
you're,
very
you're looking
variable.
at essentially the cost of production, the creative side of it, and the level of integration.
Yeah.
And also the views or distribution you're getting. And
Yes.
that all goes into your price calculation.
Absolutely. Like, for instance, Rockstar, the energy drink. They reached out and I gave them my posting prices because I did not think they were asking for a video. But instead they asked for me to do a singing video with just like a drink in the background, or like it looks like I've been drinking it or something like that. That's going to be much higher because my views for my videos, much more people see. I get about 1 million impressions on a video versus 500,000 on a photo. So it's a much different viewer range. So of course the pricing is probably going to be about, 1,000 more than a video or a photo.
Awesome. Shan?
Yeah, and so I rep followers, or I rep influencers of all different sizes. But in line with what you were saying, we do price it out for videos to cost more. I mean, it takes more effort. Usually people are engaging with them more. Videos tend to just perform better on Instagram alone for our creators. And then, a couple people just have set rates. There's a guy that I represent where he doesn't really work on anything under 2,000. And that's just kind of easy to work with. Usually that's a bundle of like stories and a couple posts throughout, like I was saying, 4 to 6 weeks.
So in that scenario, you're actually, maybe his follower count isn't big enough to justify that price point, but you're adding more deliverables into that package.
Totally. Making for a more organic collaboration, really, because if someone just slaps up an Instagram post and tag you in it, and they're posting stories about other things, it's not really cohesive. So in my opinion, bundled content just performs better. It's more natural.
That's a good point. We found as well that a feed post will be good for visibility, but if you do a follow-up with stories, you can have linked and conversions there.
Yeah.
So that works really well for brands as well. Okay, cool. So I want to make sure we have time for questions. One last quick tip for finding or making money as a content creator.
I would say making money, I would think to kind of connect with your audience, see what your audience likes, and try to make content that's pretty consistent. I see a lot of people once in a while, like for instance, you have to keep in mind what your audience is, like if you have a male or female based audience. For instance, I have a lot of girlfriends of mine that have a very, very high male following. So they work with brands that, of course, men are going to really like. If they all of a sudden start posting things that are girly, their engagement drops significantly because they have a male view, and they don't want to see that. And the same thing goes for the opposite. So I think it's kind of maintaining what's been working for you. If you want to rebrand, that's fine, but you have to, be aware of the fact that there's going to be a drop.
Makes sense?
I say definitely focus on your content. I see a lot of people posting on Facebook and stuff saying their engagement is down. If there's nothing to engage with, you're not going to get any engagement. Focus on your content, focus on your brand, and know your audience. It's so important. We see a lot of women selling to women on the platform, so it's important to know your audience, know if you can charge more than the other person. Like you were saying, some of your friends with like male followers, I'm sure that they can't promote that watch brand in the same capacity that you can, so totally. Important to know your audience.
I'd say reach out to brands that you use and like, and ideally ones that you've featured in your content before, so you can send in that email an example of like, oh hey, my audience likes your stuff, pay me. I would say that's the biggest one, is be your own advocate and make sure that email contains all your stats and all of, and includes why you like the brand, an example of you using the brand, and, asking, hey, do you have any promotions coming up or campaigns that I could be a part of? I'd love to jump on the phone.
So basically all of these things, plus like, don't be afraid to get outside of your comfort zone, because you don't know what you're capable of until you do.
And we're also very transparent with our audience about doing brand deals. I don't know if it's something that just works for us or everybody else. Like, we don't try to hide the fact we're doing it. We're like, listen, we're going to do this workout app. We're going to see how it goes.
And then we're going to eat tacos.
Yeah, hashtag sponsored.
Awesome, thank you. One last tip, if you ever wants to try and check an Instagram creator's media value, you can do that at tinysponsor.com/calculator, and we have a pricing method there as well. I'll do one quick question before I get kicked off stage. Anyone? No questions?
We were very thorough.
We were.
I'm pretty interested in like how you guys feel about affiliate marketing in exchange for what you guys earn.
Oh, performance-based.
I tell my influencers that I rep to not do affiliate. I find that at some point your content becomes better than what you're receiving through those links, through those percentages. You make 100% of the content, the brand is using it. Why do you only get, 2 to 5% of that? I prefer a flat rate up front for the work that my creators are doing.
On that note, also, attribution is a really big deal, especially on some of the platforms, TikTok or Instagram. You can't track the conversion, and it's a long tail conversion as well. So you're not really giving the right amount to the person or attributing the right amount to the person. So what we have seen, though, is a base price for content value and visibility, and then an additional bonus payout on performance. So that might be one.
There might be a place for it. We're actually in a transition out of that because we were really small before, and that was how we got our feet wet and this is kind of how an interaction works. But we're getting to a point, thanks to people like Tiny Sponsor, we're worth a lot more than those affiliates.
I would say live streaming too is a big thing that we haven't really talked about at all, and that's a huge deal for exactly what we're talking about as far as affiliate.
Yeah, definitely. One more question, and then we got to wrap up. Back.
Where do you see this going in 5 to 10 years? Do you see longevity in this?
Yeah.
Yeah, totally. I mean, I see more brands working on influencer marketing every day. For me, I was able to see where this is going to go and make the choice to start the influencer division at Bella Agency because we were already working in commercials. Now I don't have cable TV. None of my friends do. I'm not watching commercials anymore. I'm scrolling on Instagram, and those influencers, you guys are the commercials.
All I see is just it multiplying and multiplying.
Casey Neistat, a year or two ago, did a huge Samsung campaign for the Oscars, and they picked a YouTuber to do their Galaxy rollout. Do what you can. So
the reality is the more
we're assimilating them,
the more phones. Content creation is so easy now that the majority of content created for the foreseeable future will always be individuals, and that's what we're consuming more and more and more. So as long as that content is being created and there's a way to advertise in that content, that's always going to be the case. And given that now that content is all, it's not big studios anymore. It's the day-to-day content, it's day-to-day people. That's always going to be something that's never going to change. Pretty much for the foreseeable future. So
I would say that too. And if anything, I think this is more the beginning of kind of understanding. Brands used to have to pay for a studio, for videographers, and it could cost hundreds of thousands of dollars to make a commercial that's 30 seconds long. So now they're paying $2-3 grand for an influencer to go and make a 30-second video and get a ton of impressions, as long as the influencer is legitimate.
They're getting the same reach that they
Yeah, so they're getting the same reach for, a fraction of a fraction of what they used to pay.
Yeah,
so
and different formats have different value.
Yeah.
So we got to wrap up. Thank you for everyone. Thank you to the panel. We also have these Essentials of Influencer Marketing white paper. The link is on the screen, but you can also grab a couple of hard copies if you want in the back. Thank you.
It's funny, I didn't know you were from Ipsy.
For everyone
Hello? There we go. Man, that feels a lot better. I thought I was just going to have to scream at you all through this entire thing. All right, let's move that too. How you guys doing? You here for the YouTube panel? Deep dive, I'm told, so that's great. This is actually my first time moderating a panel, so bear with me, okay? All right, so just off the bat, how many people here are creators and how many people here are brands? Just so we know who we're talking to. So raise of hands for creators, and then brands, industry. All right, so most of you in here are going to be, I'm guessing you're here because you want to inflate views, subscribers, talk about how to keep those people, right? Okay, perfect, let's do that. My name is Chris Saint, by the way. I'm actually a body piercer who lucked into TV by accident, and then eventually is now in contracts with game streaming and live streaming. So that's why I'm here. I use YouTube every single day through a company use Restream and also Mob Crush, which we'll talk to in about an hour. There we go. Do you guys just want to go through and introduce yourselves for a second? Tell everyone who you are as if they don't already know?
No, not really. But if I have to, I could. Yeah, what's up? I'm an OG YouTube star, 10 years under my belt. Had a few 100,000 fans and tens of millions of video views, and I said, you know, I'm going to give it up. I'm going to focus on the producing aspect. Today I have an animation studio with about 2.7 billion video views, about 12 million fans across social media, and I know how to diversify and really create a revenue stream that can support a studio on something like a YouTube revenue. I mean, look, if you want to kind of take a step back and go, how do I make this a long-term thing, something that lasts about maybe 10 years? I'm the type of guy to listen to.
Hi, my name is Bailey Sarian, and I started a YouTube channel in 2013, so I'm not an OG. Sorry, bow down. But yeah, I make makeup tutorials on YouTube, Instagram, Snapchat, all that stuff. And then I recently kind of ventured into true crime. I merged the two, so I do makeup and murder. It's a good time. And yes, thank you. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Matt Gion. I'm the founder of a company called Little Monster Media Co. We help brands build audiences on YouTube. Been on the platform for probably 10, 11 years. Built Channel Frederator Network, Cartoon Hangover. And one of our first clients at Little Monster was a small little YouTube channel called Movie Clips. They came to us and said, hey, we've been doing the same thing for 4 years. We're stuck at 150 million monthly views. Can you help us out? And we said, sure, thinking like, oh, well, 10% increase here would be massive. Within 2 months, we had them at about 220 million monthly views. By the time our contract ended at 6 months, they were at 450 million monthly views. And they continued on that trajectory up to the 5th most viewed channel on a monthly basis on YouTube, topping about 1 billion views. So that's what we do.
I'm Tayson Day. I guess you would call me.
I'm sorry, hang on. I didn't get a clap? Like even just a courtesy clap? Thank you.
Let's clap.
I'm not an OG YouTube star, but come on.
Billions of views. What are you talking about?
I guess you would call me an OG YouTuber. I've been on the platform for 12 years. Started out singing in 2007. Had a viral video called Chocolate Rain. Parlayed that singing career to moving to LA and pursuing singing, acting, voice work. And I also stream on Twitch and kind of have my hand in a lot of different entertainment cookie jars. And I've worked with a lot of brands.
All right, thanks for being here. It is called the Deep Dive panel, but to start with, let's go just a little shallow. Everyone here wants to increase their viewership and they want to hold on to those subscribers. Can I just go down the table again? I know it's annoying. And ask you guys some of the key points that you would tell people to do if they're trying to grow their channel, and also the biggest things that you guys see that people are doing wrong, those cringeworthy things that you see people doing every single day.
I think people...
You want to
I can let you go.
No, I mean, usually when someone hands me a business card or they have an app or something, I always, and this seems obvious, but I always Google it, and I always say that if you are not in your own top 10 Google results, if you are not discoverable in search for whatever brand you are using, then that's a major inhibition, and it's good to consider rebranding or something where you're going to rank at the top of search for what you're promoting, because that will feed into being able to create your own echo chamber on social media if you use that identity on YouTube, Instagram, etc., and in many cases create a much clearer hill for you to climb.
Yeah, and let's not forget the parent companies of the infrastructure that we're using. YouTube is owned by Google, and Instagram is owned by Facebook, and sometimes we forget those things. So, sorry to interrupt you guys. So yeah, things we're doing right and things you see we're doing wrong.
Do you mind if I poll the audience real quick?
Yeah, go.
Okay. How many people think a 1-minute video is the best length that you could do for YouTube, generally speaking? 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 20. Zach, how long is the most viewed video on Yo Mama?
We recently put out a 45-minute video that makes about $8,000 for every million views that we put out.
And how many millions of views does it have?
It's only sitting at 2 million views, but pulled in about $20,000.
There you go. So 45-minute long video, top earner last month or two.
What a 10-minute to 11-minute average watch time.
Yes. So most people make the mistake of making videos too short on YouTube. We did a big research report. We looked at 1,700 channels, 80,000 some odd videos. It's called Cracking YouTube in 2017. You can Google it. It's for free. It's out there. What we found was that the sweet spot for average view duration was somewhere in the range of 6 to 8 minutes, and the sweet spot for video length was somewhere in the range of, I believe it was 8 to 12 minutes. So most people are making content that's just too short for YouTube.
Perfect, thanks guys. Actually, Matt, I want to address one to you if that's okay. You actually wrote a book called Reversing the YouTube Algorithm.
I wish it was a book. It was just a research paper, but yes.
Okay, research paper. So you honestly, like, you wrote a lot about this. Can you take, that was in 2017, could you take us through what's happened in the last 2 years? Have things changed? Obviously, there's a lot of talk about algorithm on YouTube and Instagram. Like, people aren't seeing my posts, people aren't getting notified about my posts, and a lot of that gets blamed on the algorithm. Is that true? Like, what have we seen in the last couple of years?
Oof, well, I'm gonna have to dodge some landmines answering that question. But it's all the algorithm's fault if you're not getting viewership. But the algorithm depends on you putting content out there and putting the content out there that it has indicated to you through your own data that it wants to see. So unfortunately, it does all fall back on us in terms of viewership. I can only speak to YouTube. My company is 100% focused on YouTube. That's what we look at. In terms of how the algorithm has shifted in the last 2 years, I didn't know if you were, sorry. I didn't know if you were jumping in like this mother. It shifted a bunch, but really kind of minor tweaks. Like, if we think about what YouTube is aiming for, what they're aiming to do is to keep people on the site for as long as possible and to get them to come back to the site as many times as humanly possible. The verbiage that they used to describe that was something called watch time, which if you ever asked anyone at YouTube, what does that mean? They would have no idea, and each one would have a different answer for you. To viewer satisfaction, to what has now been reported as quality watch time. Well, what is quality watch time, and who gets to determine what video is a quality video, right? It's the audience that determines what is quality. If I'm being just as entertained in a 45-minute live stream of someone playing video games, how is that any more of quality or less of quality than sitting through one of the worst episodes of TV ever? Thank you, Game of Thrones. You know, they're subjective metrics. So you have to go back to what you can analyze on the YouTube front, which is essentially, is your content keeping people entertained for an extended period of time, and does that bring them back time and time again? And one of the metrics that YouTube put out in 2018, at the beginning of 2018, was views per unique, which they used to have, and then that went away, and then it came back after about 2.5 years of being gone. And views per unique is a really great indicator of whether or not someone starts their session or comes back to finish the video time and time again. And that can be really powerful in terms of driving viewership on YouTube. So lots and lots has changed, and very, very little has changed.
Perfect. All right, and then to widen it back up again, between you guys, we've got billions of views up here, like billions and hours and millions of hours of watch times. Sorry. At what point did you guys start out hoping that the channels would make money? Or did you start out trying to monetize those channels straight away? Or was there an exact point where you went, oh crap, I can make money out of this. This could be my living?
I actually want to kind of speak up here for a moment and recognize that a lot of creators will say that they did something because they thought it was fun to do and that money came after the fact. Not me. I came out of high school in 2008. I knew that people were making $100,000 a year off of YouTube, like Michael Buckley, and I said, I can do that. No doubt I can do that. I knew a guy that went to high school with me that was a YouTuber making a couple grand a month. So I saw it, I knew it, I understood it. First month, $20. Second month, $200. Third month, $2,000. By the 10th month, I was making over $15,000 a month off of YouTube. I went into it with the idea that this is a business. And let me ask you a question. I'll pull somebody else here. Let me pull. Who here considers themselves a creator? All right, put your hands down. Who considers themselves a business person? Who considers it the same thing? I'll be honest with you, it's exactly the same thing. If anything, being creative gives you motivation, being business gives you discipline. Discipline is way more sustainable than motivation. But motivation can give you fuel to go across the sky and beyond the moon. I, as a creator, can recognize what I can do as a creator, but I, as a business person, recognize the reality of my resources. And a lot of YouTubers fail to realize that them being creative does not mean you are a good business person. And often a good business person needs a little bit more creativity to sustain that business. And I find that often when people ask me what did I care about more, was it creativity, was it the money, was it the opportunity, was everything. It all lines up simultaneously. If I can sit there, I can make a dollar turn to $5 at the very early days of YouTube. Then I can be there from the beginning all the way up to the end. I can make as much money as I need. I can be as creative as possible as long as I put just a little business behind what I do. And that's exactly what Matthew did over here at Frederator. He taught me a lot as a business, as a creative, and I think a lot of people fail to understand that they can go hand in hand.
So since I'm here with you guys and you guys are like geniuses, I have a lot of questions. So how do you, if you are a creative, like me, I'm more creative than I am like money smart, let's be real here. How do you find a balance to be a smart company and also a creative? Like how do you merge the two together and make it work? Just self-discipline?
You gotta be grateful and eat shit at the same time.
Yeah, I am learning that. I've been eating a lot of shit though.
But are you grateful for eating the shit?
You know what, the other day I was really stressed out and I was not feeling grateful at all. I was just eating shit. So, but I'm like, okay, I have to be a smart business, but I have a hard time finding like how to do that. When you're such a creative, like you're kind of go with the flow, like I'm in the mood today to create content and tomorrow I'm not.
You know, I have a little bit of a long-winded answer, but I think Matt and Tayzonde could actually give good perspective.
Well, I'm going to elaborate on the eating shit part. You know, because I think kind of to expand on that, there's, in any YouTube channel, the algorithm is paying attention to your audience now. And, you know, as Matt brought up, there's a concept of watch time, which is how long they're spending on YouTube. Session time is how long they spend on not your channel, but everyone else's channel. All these other nerdy metrics, click-through rate, how much they click your videos when those videos are presented to them. And all of these things kind of determine whether your YouTube business is successful. And you know, to some extent, if you're a passionate creator, you may make content that you're initially very passionate about and that you're creatively invested in, but you might kind of lose passion in that. And so I guess, that kind of that part of, to use the colloquialism, eating shit, is when you have a business sense that, okay, I need to create content that maybe it's not my favorite type of content, maybe it's not my dream come true creatively to do this, but I need to do this in order to get the business to the next place. And kind of having a sense of when it's time to do that. One mistake I made with my career, with my channel, is that I went viral singing in front of bed sheets and being this happy, chocolate rain, move away from the mic to breathe in, and kind of this happy character. And part of me wanted to be taken seriously. I wanted to say that I could show that I could sing like a Michael Bublé or a Josh Groban, and that I could sing well. And it kind of turned out that people didn't really care that I could sing well, they cared that I could be entertaining. And so that was a case where I probably should have just been entertaining and run with the brand. And you see people who did a great job with that, like Miranda Sings, where she didn't take herself too seriously and she leaned into the comedic character. And I think, it's good to have a business sense of when to make that call.
So when we talk about that business sense and we talk about monetizing these videos, are you guys primarily going through the traditional YouTube monetization, like making sure you're eligible, watching that money come in, or are you guys going for third-party sponsorships?
It was actually a mix of both, I'll be honest with you. Back in the adpocalypse, you get older, you forget what year it is.
Which adpocalypse?
The first one.
Okay.
I don't know, 2017, right? I'll be honest, I lost a projected $250,000. I had enough views to say that I deserve an extra $250,000 and I could really funnel that into content. I didn't have that. My revenue dropped down by 8%, and he asked me when's the right time to make that decision. The thing is, if you're in this industry and you really believe in what the industry is, and you see it for the next 3 to 5 to 10 plus years, you will sit down and you will eat the shit that's given to you. And I cut my pay in half. Cut my revenue in half, I made it up through consulting, and I doubled down on the amount of money we're putting into production. And I'll be honest with you, I'll tell you something that I don't think anyone's ever publicly talked about yet. YouTube's algorithm, when it came to advertising, they pulled in a lot of different data from a lot of different Google products that predetermined whether or not our channel was advertiser friendly or not. I made the gut instinct to double down on production and to increase how much uploads we put up on YouTube, even if we were making 20% of what we used to make. And throughout that entire year, I uploaded over 150 videos onto YouTube. And that data point was enough to overturn whatever algorithm tag they gave our channel to say that we were advertiser friendly against all the Google product data that was given to YouTube, and our revenue quadrupled overnight.
Got you. I mean, that goes with, so what you're talking about is just blunt force trauma. You just keep putting out content consistently.
You have to. I mean, at the end of the day, what's the point of being in social media if you're not making content?
Got you. But one of the downsides of that also, we talked about monetization. One of the big things that gets talked about now is large YouTubers getting their channel demonetized, getting their videos copyright infringed for no apparent reason.
No, it's even more than that, because think about it this way. My channel is monetized, my videos are monetized, but YouTube had a backdoor algorithm that determined that my channel was not ad friendly. And because of that, even if I was ad friendly per video, I was not being served enough ads as I used to be served, monetized views.
Got you. So how do you guys each make sure that your content is going to be ad friendly and is not going to be demonetized, so you don't get that email that makes you roll your eyes?
Oh, Jesus. So what we advise our clients is a number of things. Kind of first and foremost is don't rely on machines to understand what you're saying in your videos, which seems simple, but I have a client who is a family vlogger. And one of their kids' names kind of sounds like a curse word. And so when we pulled up one of the automated transcripts on a video that was demonetized, every time he referred to his kid, it was like, shit, 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 right? And like, they're not gonna allow ads to run on a video that curses that much. They're gonna deem it as non-advertiser friendly. And they put out some guidelines recently that was like, well, don't curse in the first like minute and a half and that kind of thing. It's, you know, the same kind of things that you would see on network TV, with the exception of news. In the news category on YouTube, independent news is almost always flagged immediately out of the gate. You can't show anything, you can't do anything like that. But kind of first and foremost, like, transcribe your videos and upload that transcript. Be very careful with the metadata you put in. So almost all Google advertising is served based on, at least on YouTube, by the tags that you put into your videos, at least any keyword specific targeting, right? And if you tag your video like gun, violence, death, knife, any sort of controversial keyword, there's a much higher likelihood that it will not have advertising displayed on it, or its advertising will be very restricted.
I'm going to throw in an extra thing there. Are you aware of Google Dream Drop Image AI?
No.
Okay, so I use Google products to determine whether or not the AI determines the video to be advertiser friendly or not. We look at transcribe, we look at everything, right? Keep it short and simple. We did a Your Mama So Slimy. I mean, that's what we do. We make Your Mama jokes. We did Your Mama So Slimy. Nothing about that triggered anything. But when we looked at it from a screenshot and we fed that screenshot image into the Google Dream Drop Image AI, it recognized that the shape of the Y looked like a dog. I know, right? So weird. So obscurely weird. But the way that we drew the word slimy, the outline of the Y looked exactly like a dog, according to Google Dream Drop Image AI, and it thought that we were saying that your mama is a bitch. It really thought that.
That's a bit of a leap.
It was, but I go to my animators and said, let's change the text, let's make it a little bit more formalized, and I guarantee we can override any demonetization we're getting hit with. And it happened. Every video monetized, no matter what. All because we changed the look of that Y.
And where I've used that, you're talking about like in the thumbnail, right?
No, not this thumbnail. This is like the first couple of minutes. Seeing that little imagery. Your mama. It knows what your mama is. It recognizes it as a maternal insult. It gives it a scale of 1 to 5, a 5 on the RACI, but it saw that Y as a dog. And that AI thought we were referring to the mom as a bitch.
Gotcha.
And as soon as we replaced the text, the font, it got rid of that assumption.
So just to kind of like, to zoom the camera out a little bit, I'm not sure that there's a wide understanding of how smart YouTube is in determining whether or not the content of a video is vulgar. You know, what Zach is gesturing towards is that when you speak in the video, it actually text-to-speech transcribes that audio based on what you're saying. I just had a friend who, he runs a family vlog channel. He filmed a 10-minute long vlog that was totally innocent, totally innocuous, filled with kids and happy and smiling. And for a few seconds in that vlog, his camera passed a sign that was outside of a community pool that said, danger, risk of death, drowning, because you're not supposed to leave kids unsupervised in the pool. In any case, YouTube OCR text-to-speech that little part of the video and saw the word death, and that video kept being demonetized until he finally realized that he had to blur that sign. So ultimately, YouTube is paying attention to the text content in the video, the audio of the video. They're kind of trying to outsmart people who would otherwise be trying to outsmart them, who would be trying to get vulgar videos past the system, and sometimes it makes mistakes, as Zach pointed out.
Perfect. All right, so I'm going to jump a little bit right now, and you guys, I'm guessing one of you is going to roll your eyes at this. Should people with popular YouTube channels be live streaming on that channel, or is that? I mean, YouTube have already admitted that YouTube Gaming is dead. They don't support that anymore. But should people with these? Does it help viewership of videos? Does it hinder them? Are you going to get caught in a situation where there's a pool sign in the background, and all of a sudden the entire channel gets a flag? Is it beneficial, is what I'm saying?
Live streaming?
Live streaming on the same network that maybe you have like 10 billion views.
Yeah. There was a study that someone just presented at a conference I was at there was no difference between whether a channel live streamed or not. With one exception, which was when you had a 24-hour live stream going, it was actually a very good user acquisition tool because of how heavily YouTube is pushing live streams right now. It tended to be shorter live streams that didn't have much of an impact one way or the other. It used to be that if you did a live stream, the next video or several videos that you put out would perform absolutely horribly. For one reason or another, they appear to have solved that. One thing I would say is that notifications don't appear to go out until you've been live streaming for 1 hour on YouTube. So if it is a big event that you plan on live streaming, one of the best practices is to have some sort of countdown or video running for about an hour before you come on.
Here's a question I have, because I haven't used the Premiere feature that much on YouTube, and have people had a positive experience with that?
Oh, you like
I love Premiere. Look, I'll be honest, I'm exclusive to Facebook when it comes to live streaming. Can't live stream anywhere else except for Instagram. I want to talk about that particularly, but what I can say is I'm allowed to use Premiere on YouTube. I'll tell you something interesting about Premiere. When you first make a video go live, you get hit that that peak right there, right in the first 1 to 2 to 3, maybe even 5 minutes. I get that peak with Premiere. Premiere, if you don't know what Premiere is like saying I'm going to live stream your brand new video for the first, if it's a 10-minute video, it's like live stream for 10 minutes with the comments coming in real time, and then after that time the video is done, it lives like an actual video on YouTube. YouTube Premiere does something very incredible, and I love it for this reason. It gives me my second bump. So when a video is done after 10 to 12 minutes, and it's been getting 1,000 views a minute, as long as it's been premiering, after that, it kind of re-premieres again, kind of re-notifies the audiences, and then that will double to 2,000 views a minute, to like the first 10 minutes, and then it will dip down to about midway through between those two metrics of when I premiered and when it went live. And it's like, I mean, look, if you're in the WWE and you need that little extra boost, just kind of make you feel better about your muscles, that's kind of the YouTube Premiere version of it. You give that extra, I heard a couple of coughs there, but I hear that YouTube Premiere is an extra boost that you could get. And I don't think people have taken advantage of it.
So as someone like me who's not crazily, hasn't used that feature and isn't crazy knowledgeable about it, does that feature automatically give you that second boost, or do you have to schedule that?
Look, if I got a video premiering at 2 p.m., I put it out there at 1:45. I give it about a 15-minute window where I engage and I interact, and I pump up the premiere of the video for about 15 minutes.
Got you. So it's scheduling the premiere after you've started already streaming?
No, it's more like you got to schedule ahead of time, if that makes sense. If you want it to premiere at 2 o'clock, you got to schedule it around 1:45, give it that 15-minute window. Look, if you don't know what YouTube Premiere is, actually play around with it. And I think that's the problem with a lot of creators, is that they want a lot of these answers they don't want to give them themselves by playing around with a tool or feature. If I sat down and I said, look, how many top 100 creators don't even know what CTR is, it's kind of sickening, to be honest with you. Because I think a lot of YouTube creators have these tools they don't want to play around with until they got 100% of the answers. But you ain't going to get an answer until you sit down and actually play around with it.
And part of that is YouTube's fault, though. Like, YouTube takes the opposite approach of Facebook, when it's like, oh, we have this awesome new tool, let's demote anyone who uses it and not talk about it and make sure no one actually experiments or plays with it. But that's really interesting on the Premiere front. I think you're doing it in the exact right way. Most creators these days are not doing promotion for the Premiere. They just expect YouTube to do the promotion for them, in the same way that they expect YouTube to put their content in front of any person who ever has watched one of their videos before. A lot of YouTube creators get lazy on the marketing front. We have a great presentation that we do just on thumbnails, and I put up all the different ways that movie producers promote a movie, right? Billboards, they got their guests on late night, they do bus takeovers, right? They run trailers, commercials, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And when you think about like what most YouTubers do from a marketing standpoint, it's like, well, I uploaded the video and I have this thumbnail on it, right? If you're gonna do a premiere on YouTube, you absolutely wanna promote it and make it an event, make it special, because if you just rely on YouTube to drive people to that premiere for you, you're not going to get very good results. Most YouTubers that have tried premieres don't have the same experience Zach has because they don't promote it. They don't market it. And a premiere is basically when you release a video, it functions kind of like a live stream of that video and a live chat with your fans in the moments before the video just becomes a on-demand video that people can choose to watch or not.
And look, you don't have to make it complicated. We're an animation channel. We're not getting on camera as a face, but people believe that the cartoon talking is a real person. And so we go in and we talk as that cartoon, and people are like, hey, notice me, notice me. I reply to the name, I say notice. And I do that for a few minutes, and I go, all right, 500 more likes equals more notices. And by the time the video's even done, I got a few thousand likes. I got a few thousand comments coming in every couple of minutes saying, notice me, talk to me, look at me, pay attention to me. And that creates so much momentum for the video once the premiere is done, and then that real notification goes out to say that a video went live. Perfect.
What are we going to go through next? All right, tell me if this is a moot point or not. Everyone, you start your YouTube video, you're doing this for a few months, and all of a sudden you receive a random email from a random company that says, hey, we want you to join our network. We'll share our video around your network, and all of a sudden there's a few extra 1,000 views in there for you. They make a bunch of promises. These are called MCNs, multi-channel networks. Did you guys start out with those? Do you recommend them? Are there any specific pitfalls that you would warn us against those?
I feel like that happened a lot maybe 6 years ago, 7 years ago, when the goal of multi-channel networks was to aggregate as many channels as possible. I'm not sure that's as common an experience now.
Now that they're all gone?
Yeah, you'd be surprised how many.
They all went out of business.
Yeah, that's what I saw. I saw those emails coming in a lot less, and I'm thinking, okay, so is everyone just warned off these, or are these channels just disappeared now?
No, they're coming in a lot more for me. I have a couple dormant channels that are still getting a couple million views a month. Haven't uploaded in over 8 months, though. And people are trying to poach as much as they can from those channels. Let me tell you something. An MCN can do a couple different things for you if you're in the right position. If you're in the right position and you're not making a lot of money, but making good money, use a sign-on bonus as a way to get a good chunk of that 10% up front. Let's say I'm making $200,000 a year off of YouTube. I can ask for a sign-on bonus of $20,000. I'd rather have that $20,000 now versus the course of 12 months, so I can reinvest that $20,000 into more content and create more revenue. I'm beyond that now. If I give an MCN 10% of my revenue, I'm looking at over $100,000 lost in a year, because they're not going to provide me $100,000 worth of value. There's a certain level you want to be at with an MCN. You want to be at a mid-level, but not completely top tier. You want to say, look, give me a little something and I can work with you to help me take the next stage. But I'll be honest with you, most MCNs can't really get you to that next stage besides a sign-on bonus, at least from my experience.
You don't want to be doing rev share at a top tier.
No. For me, it's 100% pass-through now. I actually tried to sign with an MCN recently that I was once with, and they really wanted 2%. And I said, no, that ain't going to happen. But I'm going to give you an example where I really think it works. And it's because of Matt over here. Matt used to be part of Frederator. And I had an MCN that wanted to give me $30,000 just to sign on for no reason, just to be a part of it. And this MCN actually went under and stole a lot of money from a lot of YouTubers. And I think some of us understand which one that MCN is. And instead of going with that MCN that did that, I went with the MCN that Matt was with, because Matt offered me a value that was unique to my channel, and he listened and heard and understood what my needs were and what his ability as an MCN was. If you want to be a part of an MCN and really get something out of it, you have to have that unique relationship value that honestly very few people like Matt can actually provide.
Thank you again. Yeah, I mean, at Frederator, so when I started Frederator, we launched Cartoon Hangover, which was one of the originals channels out of the very first YouTube originals tranche, right? They announced, oh, we got $100 million, we're going to give it to a bunch of people who have never made a YouTube video before, and they'll make great stuff, and that'll be fantastic, and almost none of those channels still exist. But they gave it to us to make Cartoon Hangover, and so we launched that. We did really well. We had a couple 100,000 subscribers, eventually went on to have the third largest Kickstarter in film and TV of all time, with being Puppy Cat, blah, blah, blah. But after launching that, we decided to launch the channel Frederator Network, which ideally was going to become Next New Networks 2.0 and have many different verticals and that kind of thing. But to start out, we were just going to have an animation network. And so our big value proposition to most animation channels was, hey, look what we did with Cartoon Hangover. In terms of building that audience, we can help you build your audience. And I think we did a really good job of that until we got a little bit too big. And then really the only thing we could do to move the needle was to promote them from a owned and operated channel, promote our network partner from an owned and operated channel, or work very closely with the bigger creators, because spending an hour with a smaller creator, maybe we take their monthly views from 10,000 to 30,000, which is a lot, right? That's a 3x, but relative, you're talking about an additional $20. Well, spending several hours with a creator of that size is worth a lot more than $20 just in terms of like the salary of the people doing it. And so we would spend a lot of time with our bigger creators, and that's part of the reason why the MCN model, by and large, doesn't exist anymore, because it's just unsustainable at any sort of scale. What you see now largely is rights protection, talent management or talent representation, or a studio model. And that's kind of what some of these MCNs have evolved into in terms of what they can do for creators. I'm sorry, I forgot the last one, which is like ad sales and direct selling of inventory, or brand deals and that sort of thing. And I think a lot of MCNs have kind of a mixed record on that front. But in terms of like the services that a creator could need, like the ideal MCN was one that could provide all that. Certainly we couldn't provide all that at Frederator, but I think what was most important to you at the time was working with the team at Frederator that could do audience development and work with you on that front, as well as protect your content from a content ID standpoint. And those were the services that we could offer at that time. And I think eventually you outgrew that, right? Like, you're teaching me stuff on this panel today. Like, what is that thing? And so, it's about collecting the companies or services around you as a creator or a media company that allows you to focus on what you do best, which is create content and entertain audiences.
And ultimately, you're going to gain a lot more value from having a direct relationship. You don't want to just have a relationship with a representative that works with you. You want to have a relationship with their director, their head of directors. You want to have a relationship with their CEO and COO and CFO. And I'll be honest with you, back in my day when I first started, there was not an MCN. Machinima hit me up, offered me a great deal, I signed with them. But I think a lot of people that sign with MCNs today give away their ability to be a true creator by simply not bootstrapping and understanding the resources that they truly have at their hands. And they're giving away a lot of their opportunity and power to somebody else just because they think they have it slightly figured out more than them. Well, you need an extra hour or two a day, and you'll get it figured out pretty quick in the next couple of weeks. And you realize you don't need to give an MCN 10% of your revenue to figure out something that you can easily figure out within a week.
Yeah, I think something else to keep in mind is a lot of MCNs pitch creators on this sense of being able to integrate you into their marketing, get you brand deals. A lot of times if your content type is specific, like I have a friend who is, for example, a trombonist, which is a fairly specific type of channel, that really strengthens your capacity to reach out to specific brand clients and propose your own brand deals. And there are different ways to do that. I know this is a tiny sponsored panel. That's one service that can help creators do that. But I'm kind of curious as to people's different experiences with brand deals, or if there can be specific stories related to that.
Well, I know Bailey over here is definitely more unique than I am. I mean, you work in the beauty space and everything of that nature, and I know that's a very competitive space.
It's so competitive, and I mean, usually a brand will reach out to me and ask if I want to work with them, but for the most part, I've started to reach out to brands myself, and I find that that's actually helping me a lot. Just reaching out, giving examples as to when I've used the brand in a video, how many views it got, how many people clicked the link that I provided, the comment section, all that stuff. And I find that just reaching out myself has brought a lot more work, a lot more relationships with brands than waiting for somebody to message me. But of course, it's all like when people message me, I don't partner with everybody. I mean, you don't want to do that. It's like, yeah, you want money, but
Well, I think that's the interesting thing about you. It sounds like what you do is you create a case study, and then you reach out to the brand to show them that case study.
Exactly, yeah, and I lay it all out. Like, if I can provide them how many people click the link to the specific brand that I want to work with, they love that. And then obviously the video itself, they want to see how well it performed, how many people watched it, comments, all that stuff.
And you know what? MCNs could very well and have do that, but when you do it, you're always making sure it gets done. You're going out there and you're like, I did this is a case study, let me present it to you. And that's the initiative that I think a lot of creators need to have, that they often give up to MCNs who simply cannot do it for everybody.
Yeah, you get lost in the mix.
Exactly.
Okay. Well, we've only got about 5-10 minutes left, so you guys if you have any questions, which I'm sure you do, because I do, get those ready, and I'll just ask like another throwaway question to you guys. This is just me and my background wondering if have you guys had any experience with immersive media on YouTube? Is that also dead now? Are we past the point where VR videos are a novelty, or if they have content, do you think they're still viable?
I think the market didn't meet the hype. in terms of people acquiring the actual hardware needed in order to really enjoy it. And so it never got to a place where it could really innovate. I don't think it's gone. I think it just needs probably another 3 to 5 years of time to mature.
I mean, it's no different than like the Atari versus Nintendo, right? It's like the Atari came out and people loved it, but it didn't really pick up because the market wasn't there. And then Super Nintendo came out and really picked up a few years later. You can't let technology die because it didn't pick up. You just got to keep playing around with it.
Yeah, and a lot of the creators right now, what you see is the hardware and the gimmick of the thing is enough. And then there's no actual content in the video. It's like anything else. If we sit at these panels all day, all we hear over and over again is content. It has to be good quality content, and I think that's good.
I wouldn't dive into anything like that unless YouTube gives you a grant. What's they do? They give grants upwards of $15,000 to $25,000 just to do anything VR, AR.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're going to do that, get a grant for it.
Mm-hmm. All right. So do you guys? Oh, here we go.
If you're at a kind of a few thousand followers and 300,000 views or something like that, what's your top advice to grow your audience? What would you focus on? I'm in the travel space.
Double down on what you already do. I mean, Matt.
Does that mean doing more? What does double down mean?
The majority of our consulting comes down to do more of this because it's working really well, do less of this because it's shooting yourself in the foot, right? Like people don't necessarily realize on YouTube that you can actually harm yourself by uploading content because of the impact that click-through rate has on future video and past video performance. So if you put up 3 or 4 different types of content, slim it down to either the best performing or the best 2 performing types of content. If you upload very infrequently, upload far more frequently, kind of at a minimum, you need to be at 1 a week. Really, that's not quite good enough. You need to be at 2 or 3. Right now, we're seeing that higher volume channels aren't doing quite as well as they once did. WWE YouTube channel. I don't watch WWE, just as a disclaimer. But it was like the 5th or 6th most viewed channel on YouTube in September of 2018 at around 1.2 billion monthly views. By the time December hit, it was at about 200 million monthly views. And they're one of the highest frequency uploaders on YouTube. So you can do very, very well with fewer uploads these days on YouTube, but you still got to be putting out enough content to grow your audience. Like, we tend to look at each new video as a new data point, and really as a new bet on like the roulette wheel, right? You want to build up a library so that that library can bring audience to you, so that that new audience can be promoted your YouTube videos, because YouTube doesn't care if someone's subscribed to your channel or not. I know that was a question out of a few in the preamble. What they care about is how someone interacted with your content in the last time that they were promoted your content, right? And the vast majority of viewership is driven through browse, which is the YouTube homepage, or suggested videos, right? Very, very little through notifications or like a subscriber feed or something like that.
So I'll give an example here, real quick. We're a cartoon. We make cartoons. You think anyone that loves a cartoon will love any cartoon we put out? Not true. The fact is that by simply doubling down on the you mama stuff, people are like, you mama is an insult, right? Well, how can we make you mama funny? In the sense of you mama so smart, you mama so strong, hot, you mama so American, yo daddy, yo kitty cat. And by focusing that core concept of the yo mama joke concept being repurposed across different types of content of that nature, we've been able to quadruple our views very quick versus trying to create any sort of cartoon that would appeal to any animated audience. It's like, yeah, they love cartoons, but it doesn't mean they love all cartoons. Maybe they love traveling, but maybe you go to a very specific part of the world that they really love, and that's what you need to double down on.
All right, I think we might be able to fit one more question, and then we have to go away. So, can we get over there in the orange sweater? Is it orange? I don't see colors too well, so it's kind of orange to me.
Yeah. So a common problem that I hear from non-YouTube friends or friends who they might not necessarily be wanting to build an audience, but they have something, they'll talk to me on the phone and be like, hey, I have my acting reel on YouTube and it has 38 views and that's embarrassing and I'm reluctant to show it to anybody. And YouTube actually makes it relatively easy with Google AdWords. It's not super complicated to buy traffic for a video, and I think the bids start at a penny per view. So, I mean, if you go to Google AdWords, it's not impossible to say spend $50 and get a particular video to have 5,000 views, or if you want to target it more. And you know, something else that a lot of YouTube creators do on the back end, even successful channels with millions of subscribers, is in addition to the organic reach that their videos have, they'll reinvest running that video through Google AdWords as a YouTube ad to show that video through paid advertisement to people, and kind of there'll be the organic reach and the paid reach.
That's actually a good piece of advice. It's what we usually call arbitration, in the sense that you spend a little money to get more views that make you a little bit more money to reinvest. That's what BuzzFeed does. But if someone came to me today, and they do often, what advice would you give me about YouTube? I say, no, don't look at YouTube. Really don't. I want you to take a step back and really look at the landscape. Look at something like TikTok. And I know that sounds like a really kind of cliche thing to say, but look, my entire team's made out of other creators. Everybody on my team has a big following of a few 100,000 fans or more. And my voice actor, Brock Baker's been with me for 8 years, and I love that guy to death. I say, you're the funniest people, one of the funniest people I ever know, and I will watch your content all day. But do not put time on YouTube. You need to be somewhere else. So he goes on TikTok, he creates this video, he's like, hi, my name's Brody Fox, I'm the voice of your mama, whatever. Really quick 30-second clip, got 3 million views over the weekend, grew from 5,000 to 300,000 fans. Renewed his ability to create content. He is more energetic than I've ever seen anybody. I'm talking about an old school YouTube creator that was there long before me, who I've always looked up to, who lost faith in YouTube and lost faith in the ability to create content and make a living off of it. And sure, I'm his #1 source of income, but I always wanted to renew that interest in content creation. I'll tell you right now, if you want to do something right, don't be the first person to do it, but don't be the third or fourth. Be the second person to do it right. If you want to get into something, don't get into YouTube. Get into something that someone else is already into, like TikTok or whatever else is out there. And I'll tell you something right now, and I hate to say this because it sounds kind of limited, but really look at the way Chinese companies are investing in social media. Look at the way their money's flowing into different platforms. And if you see a lot of money flowing into something like TikTok, say, look, I'll put my time and effort there. Even if it's not YouTube, even if I don't make that revenue instantly, I'm telling you, get in day 2, not day 1 or day 3, but day 2, and you'll find yourself with a possibility of a long, sustaining career, more so than you can ever get into YouTube right now today.
All right, we actually have to end it right there. So big round of applause for our panelists. And thank you guys for sitting through us. We'll be back in a second with the gaming panel.
You guys killed that.
I'm so sorry. I want to hear more from you.
No,
I'm used to giving hour-long presentations, so like a 2
Like I don't know, it's like a pass, but
Be like hiring boss like.
We'll be starting here in just a moment, please. So if you could find your way to your seats, there's a couple open spots up front. Let's fill it up.
Minecraft and such, and they're hiring them to do
This
level design.
is the panel you
That's
don't
really awesome.
want to miss.
It's been a while since I've heard a manual echo done. There's a guy who used to host a party in downtown, like Culver City, called Funkmosphere. His name is Dame Funk. And I used to like work with him, and he was like the master of the like echo. Just like in the middle of like 80s disco. It was an amazing night every Monday night. Oh man. That said, people should not sit in tables in the back. That's whack.
Yeah, let's.
Feels kind of like a wedding.
Put a shout out to the people in the hallway. Come on down.
Come on in.
I plan on having fun on this panel. I'm just letting you all know.
Good afternoon and welcome, everybody. We're here at the fabulous Skirball in sunny Los Angeles, California, coming to you live. My name is Michael Lambie. I'm going to be your moderator today. We're closing it down. It's the 4 o'clock shift. Everyone's a little bit tired and a little bit fussy, so...
Bar's not open yet, so don't even...
Bar, yes, that's a good point. The bar will be open in 1 hour. We'll be the first ones there. I'd just like to take a second just to reiterate what the panel we're going to be talking about. And we're really just talking about the emergence of gaming influencers, especially as it relates to YouTube, Twitch, and live streaming. So we'll cover a few different things about the stories of our panelists here. I'd like to introduce our panelists. Let's see. I'll introduce them from myself to the end. First, I have Niles Heron here. He's the CSO of PopDog. Mari Takahashi, who is co-founder of Smosh Games. Sorry, Chris, I just said I was going to go in order, and then I just skipped
How dare you, really?
All right. This is confusing, because he was moderating the last panel here, so I might have thought that he was like standing behind me. So Chris Saint of Saint Piercing, and he does some live gaming as well. And then we have Brian Foster, who's Senior Director of Creators at Mob Crush.
How you doing?
Let me hear you.
That's my crew. But say, did you bring them with you? Like
You did. They're over there.
So,
rock out.
To kick it off, we're just going to do some introductions. We're going to hear from our panelists a little bit about who they are. We'll answer a few things. You might say, introduce yourself, your name, who you are, where you live, what you love to do, and we'll start with maybe what kind of live streaming platforms that you enjoy or are using at all right now. And then we'll have a second section of the introductions. We'll ask you a couple more questions. So, Niles, would you mind if I kicked it off with you?
No, go ahead, but you're going to need to give me those questions one by one. I'm very...
So just tell us who you are, a little bit about where you live. What?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Niles Heron. I'm one of the co-founders and chief strategy officer of a company called PopDog. We own a talent management firm for Twitch influencers mostly called Loaded. And then we also own an analytics platform for Twitch data called NoScope. And I live in Detroit, Michigan, born and raised in Detroit, Michigan, despite some stints other places. One of my favorite things to do these days is to think about how the content in actually both Twitch and YouTube ecosystems could be better and more compelling in terms of, I think, some of the content structure and quality actually makes it harder for people who are not ingrained in the ecosystem to really like dive in and get involved with it. So most of my work is on Twitch, but I think a lot about the space.
Right, thanks.
Nice. My name's Chris Saint. I was here for the last panel too, so hey, you guys have already heard me say this. I play video games every single day online. I signed up with the Facebook Level Up Creator Content Program, but non-exclusively, which is kind of my rant. And my rant is all about not signing anything exclusively and using the Mob Crush sensibility. I'm actually, and I'm going to crap all up, sorry. I'm actually partnered with a company called Restream out of the Ukraine, and what it does, does it in the same kind of way that Mob Crush does, where it splits your stream up, multicasts it, using only the same upload. So you can still upload for like 4,000 kbs, get a good quality stream, but then it splits it over all the networks. You get a unified chat client, so you can see what people are saying in all of them, and that's what I do. So what I did was signed on non-exclusively with one company, and then still stream to all the other ones to kind of hedge my bets, see if one of the other ones took off. So that's what I do.
I might also add too, did you mention the piercing? Not the digital piercing, people with digital
And
bullets?
what I do is I do this while I'm body piercing out of a tattoo shop on Vine and Melrose. So I body pierce at a tattoo shop on Vine and Melrose for 8 hours a day, and the tattoo shop's in the background, and then when I do a piercing, I switch the camera so you can see the piercing live, and then I'm like, cool, that guy's got his nose piercing, let's get back to some Fortnite. So that's pretty much my day. So yeah, I'm doing 12 things at once.
Piercing bodies online and piercing bodies in person.
Yeah.
Thank you. Mari.
Hi, I'm Mari Takahashi. I've been creating content on YouTube for about 9 years now and co-founded Smosh Games. I'm a San Francisco Bay Area native and I now live in LA. And when I'm not playing video games, I'm focused on stunt training and motivating our audience continuously to play video games and also go out there and do it in real life as well and move your bodies as much as you might do that in a game.
I like the sound of that. I like motivating audiences. Let's see you guys. I see a lot of motivation out there. Thank you for that.
How you doing? I'm Brian Foster, Senior Director of Creators at Mob Crush. While I'm not trying to make the most delightful experience for all of our creators that are working in our restreaming platform, I am living in West Hollywood playing video games basically every day as well. I'm creating no content for that at all, unfortunately, and I have no piercings. Maybe I'll talk to Chris about that to change that.
How did this become the piercing panel?
You are now the piercing person.
Okay, I'll
appreciate it.
Awesome. Thank you for that. Before we start into the meat of the panel here, I'd like to ask the audience if you could just raise your hand if you consume live streaming content. Any hands for people who watch live streaming content on any platform? And I won't count like news on cable TV, but like on a social platform. Okay, that's some good hands. Now, how many of you stream your own live content? Okay, fewer hands. How many of you are gamers? Okay, a couple more hands there.
That's a lie.
And how many of you?
No. Y'all are lying.
Candy Crush counts.
Candy Crush.
Mobile games, yeah.
That totally
mobile
counts.
games
Do
count.
you have a game installed on your phone of any sort? Just Twitter? That's the only app? Okay. All right. No,
Crossword puzzles, Sudoku?
Wrong audience. It's only 2.2 billion people on the planet that... Okay, it's fine.
That's right. Pretty much everyone's a gamer these days. How many of you consume live streaming gaming content? Okay, that's cool. And how many of you actually stream your own live gaming content? Okay, cool. All right, well, let's get to know who we're talking to here. I would just ask, go down the line here real quick too, and we'll start with Brian. And I'd just like to ask too right now, what's your favorite game right now that you're playing?
Ooh, right now, that's interesting. I'm actually playing the old Castlevania collection that just came out on the Switch, so I'm playing the old school 8-bit stuff.
Sweet.
Yeah, it's great. And Mortal Kombat, obviously. I can't get enough of that game.
Cool.
Right now I'm playing Astroneer, which is kind of like Minecraft in space. But that was after many, many long hours of Red Dead Redemption 2.
Cool.
Got you. I don't know if it's because I enjoy it or because that's where the streaming money is, but I'm just playing Fortnite constantly, all day, every day online. And now I've gotten to the arena section, so now I have to continue.
Welcome.
Right. Ooh. What division are you? What's going on?
I don't play Fortnite.
Well, get out of here. All right.
Counter-Strike forever, always.
Ooh, yeah.
Cool.
That's it.
All right. We'll get into talking more about live streaming. Understanding that the relationship with a content creator and their audience is an important one to grow a brand and a channel. How do you see the difference between your relationship with an audience in live streaming versus like this kind of static or VOD content, as opposed to like you have a list of comments versus chatter in real time? And I might even just take it one step further to say, is the community amongst themselves different on a live stream because it's real-time chat versus a comment thread, which tends to be more static. Anyone? This is open for anyone.
Sure, I'll start. I think as a live streamer and as a content creator in that sense, there's a lot of responsibility of what you're saying, and that's a consistent thing that happens second by second. And you know, it comes to a point where when brands are working with content creators, it's kind of I think an important thing for brands to understand that they should do some stalking and make sure that they are working with a content creator who's responsible and knows what they're doing and has experience in the space. As far as communities go on live streaming and how different that is, I think that communities are built in real time, almost like outside of the person who's streaming. They'll have their own conversations as an audience that may or may not be contributing to the thing that the streamer is talking about, and that's perfectly awesome. It's actually how communities really thrive within themselves. I might be talking about, you know, the video game that I'm playing. The audience might be talking about BTS's newest music video, and that's totally great because now there's a community of BTS members who are somehow attached to my content as well, and that's always a really good thriving audience, and I think that should always be cultivated.
I think there's challenges too. You know, there's the challenge of saying the right thing at the right time without being able to edit that out. So like in a VOD, you can always edit things out. You can make quick cuts, almost a shorter video and get right to the point. But in that more genuine tone, I think that you're going to see a much more beneficial reaction and engagement from your community when it is live. And when you can answer things in a one-to-one, right on real-time position, yeah.
I would just say, I think that in the, I don't live stream, but I always liken it to the difference between being a stand-up comic and a comedian in movies, right? I mean, just in terms of, to the exact point you're making, right? But the skill set to hold court and be captivating and engaging for a 6-hour block is a very different skill set, and I think is really beneficial for what I'm going to call first window content, i.e. like when it happened live. And I think that that gives you the most content that you can then edit and distill down into your second and tertiary and kind of quaternary windows in terms of where you're placing things that can then be monetized, right? So that's usually how I think about it, but that's because I sit there and look at monetization all day on other people's content that I don't generate. So
nice.
I can't imagine how hard it would be, let alone to play video games with any level of proficiency, especially when you're in like a real-time strategy with other people playing, and then you're also chatting and holding a conversation. I think it's
a skill.
It is.
Yeah, it's one eye on that chat. It's getting that chat room as close to the other screen as possible, so your head's bouncing between the two. But
there's many times my friends at home will ask me, so these guys make money just playing video games? And I'm like, no, these guys are doing 3 things at once, and like 3 intense things at once. They're playing a game, they're talking, they're commenting, they're moderating sometimes their chat too. I mean, those are all jobs in itself.
Effectively producing, right?
100%.
That's really cool. And I know we talked about a few of the streaming platforms, but what do you think of I think Twitch did a lot for paving the way for streaming as a genre and as an accepted social medium, and gaming certainly is a genre that has propelled the live streaming platform. But what platforms are you watching right now or participating with? Are you doing a lot of Twitch? I know with Mobcrush you get a little bit of the best of all worlds, and splitting your streams clearly for more audience is great. But what platform has been the most beneficial to you from a social platform?
Social, the newest one, which has surprised the crap out of me. Like, I sit there on YouTube and I'll spend 2 days editing a video and having it look pretty and putting graphics on it, only sometimes to get like 10,000 views or something. And I'm like, you know what? That's 10,000 views. That's great. And then a couple months ago, I was like, all right, this TikTok thing's getting real big, man. I better go on that. So I started a TikTok account, and I've been messing around with putting the gaming videos on there. And then I've got a real weird piercing thing in my hand. I put a 15-second video of that, not produced, kind of blurry. All of a sudden, 200,000 views. So now I have to stand up and actually take notice of that platform. And it's surprising how many things, if you just like TikTok, I honestly feel that's the way to go now, but like TikTok, if you think it's a throwaway thing, if you think it's a frivolous thing, why not just try and understand the audience, and maybe it'll just blow up in your face like that.
Cool. It's good to be experimental.
It's weird.
Anyone else want to add anything on that or on?
Yeah, I mean, I think with that, there's a really good example of figuring out what audience is expecting what. Because each platform is very different. What you might put on TikTok might not be the same thing that you put on Instagram. So it's a matter of figuring out the tastes of each platform and that audience that thrives on that. I'm not particular to any one platform right now. Smosh Games has been on the Facebook gaming platform as well as YouTube gaming, but I'm keeping my eye out for Stadia and the way that can be integrated with live streaming.
And real quick, can you just talk a little bit more about Sega?
Yeah, so Stadia is coming out through Google, and it's going to be cloud gaming along with being able to pause your games in a way that audience members can come in and play along with you or pick up your game. So it's kind of like having somebody within your audience come in, like play for you. Let's say you've been trying to do the same level over and over and over again, and Johnny374 is like, hey, I've done this, I can do it for you. And then you're like, all right, audience member, go on in there. So it's a really interesting new way of interacting, and I don't know when it's going to be released, but it's interesting.
They're just looking to do for games what Netflix did to DVDs. So they're looking to not have the physical console or the disc in your home. You basically just download an app on your TV, and then you're streaming the game through the app on the TV. And no one's actually sure if the infrastructure can handle it, but everyone's, if you've ever played games on a cloud-based system, it doesn't feel as responsive if you've used things like PS4 remote play. You know how hell it can be. So everyone's just waiting to see if this thing will actually work.
It's also that next logical step of engagement with your community. If they can step in and play a game with you, that is 10 steps further than just answering a comment.
Now, I'd be interested to know, as a live streamer, have you ever experimented with doing live events or live engagements, whether it's a live taping or, just interested to understand how you might engage communities in the physical or in IRL, in real life, as it were? If you've tried that, if that sounds like, if that doesn't work, if it does work?
It for sure works.
Does it add value to it as a streaming creator, do you think?
I would let the streaming creators answer that from their personal standpoint, but from a business standpoint, we've seen tremendous success with Ninja is one of our biggest clients. Well, Ninja is our biggest client because Ninja is Ninja, but like his live events consistently draw 2, 3, 4 times the viewership online, as well as with the added value of a live engagement in terms of all of the other monetization opportunities, whether that's merch or other product that you're working through. It's one of the most valuable positions that we see in terms of events.
Cool.
Yeah, I think with live, it's cool because it's like if any one of us met our favorite celebrity, it's kind of like, oh my God, you are real. Oh my gosh, you are, like you meet, I don't know why I'm using Adam Sandler, but like you meet Adam Sandler and it's like, oh my God, you really are funny in real life. It's like, it's that sort of feeling where you watch somebody playing video games on a screen for so long and you see them in real life and it's, somebody as proficient as Ninja. He can do it in real time, in real life.
Right.
Or it's, more of a comedic, entertaining streamer and they have jokes here, there, like they're on it. And so being able to go through that together is a completely new experience for audiences. And for us, since we're a group dynamic at Smosh Games, Jackbox games has always been a really, really great way to engage with our audiences because the audience gets to play along on their cell phones. And if you've never played Jackbox, it's a great party game just for, if you have a few friends over and things like that. But people in the immediate audience can play, people who are live streaming and watching in can also play at the same time, and then we've got our crew on stage playing. So that's been a really fun way to engage and feel like we're all playing together.
Very cool. Now we're going to talk a little bit about working with brands and live streaming. We've heard some comments about how working in real time when you're live. You don't have the safety of the editing suite to just kind of edit out your missteps, your gaps, any kind of audio issues. So what do you think, in your opinion, makes live streaming an attractive medium for advertisers and brands?
Well, I think it's new, first of all, and it's very exciting. It's not new, but it's new to brands, and they're very excited about it, so that's a great thing. Plus, that whole event that's created, that buzz, that one spike in activity, I think that's very attractive. For instance, we had a campaign with Mortal Kombat. It just was released, and it was released on a Tuesday. We commissioned a bunch of streamers to play it on that day, and it ended up being one of the top streamed games on Twitch. And it was that one moment in time that these brands could connect with, and with the audience in a live setting. I think that's great.
Yeah, I mean, I'm always worried about just answering a bunch of questions that other people would be better with. So I think that one of the biggest challenges for brands is the first piece that you mentioned. When you take away the comfort of effectively an unknown commodity, them not even having a quality control checkpoint. It's one of the biggest things that I hear from brands on a day-to-day basis, actually, in terms of just why are you not in the space in a more real way. A big part of it is you could say anything. I don't know what I want my brand associated with that. Even the sort of false separation of I sponsored video 1, you said some crazy stuff in video 7. It's separated. There is an actual wall between those content points, but if you're streaming for 6 hours, it's just as likely that you're going to say something nuts in hour 5 after an hour 2 call out for whatever brand you're dealing with. And I think a lot of brands are getting their head around the fact that there isn't an expectation, no matter what you think, or no matter what they think, that the brand is synonymous with the content. The viewers know that you are, if I say something crazy, as long as it's not, hey, kick all dogs that you see, use Uber Eats, right? As long as that's not literally what I'm saying, and then PETA's calling me and all that. As long as that's not really what happens, no one expects the brand you called out on hour 1 to be associated with the content you produce in hour 5. So I think people are starting to get over that, but it's a huge hurdle. It's a huge hurdle for people making big spends, and I think big spends are going to fundamentally change the way this space is operating as they continue to come in.
Yeah, I think you could compare that to television, where you could say if you have children's programming at 6 o'clock, and then there's a little racier program at 10 o'clock.
It is
are
very
you,
much
as an
like
advertiser,
that.
are you going to bail because at 10 o'clock there might be some subjective or suggestive material?
It's that, and I think that as brands integrate more into the space, they get more comfortable with the model and the value, to your point, of the peak of activity around live. I mean, if you ask anybody in the world what place they would like to be in a line, they want to be first. No one wants to be 45th in line anywhere. Much the same, people want to view content as it happens. The older the content gets, especially in a world that is 2019 and there's 50 new videos every second posted to every platform, the farther back you are, the less relevant it feels, because there's so much new content all the time. So there is nothing that is more immediate than live. And in that regard, the brand call-outs, the engagements, the actual methodology by how people are interacting is way more powerful than what you see in a VOD, because it feels organic and happening right now with you, as opposed to you just consuming it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and on that, about it being organic, I think live streaming is really attractive to brands because it's essentially a conversation that a streamer gets to have with their audience. And this is an audience that, a streamer speaks to for 8 hours a day or 5 days a week or whatever that schedule is. But it's a candid conversation. Their candor is a little bit more like, oh, hey, we're back on the phone again. What's up? I've got something to talk to you about. And I think that is something very attractive for brands. With that said, working with a streamer that is a pro is very different, because I think when they're able to hit all the key points, not miss a step, continue having, hour 3, they're going to say the same sort of copy again, and then at hour 5, and then at hour 8, and they're on that, that is someone you want to work with. That's Absolutely. A pro. And in this space, it's really interesting because it's all still new. So I think it's imperative for brands to, again, do their digital stalking, make sure they're working with a pro. How many brands has that person worked with? Do they have other brands that vouch for them?
How many have they lost?
Yeah, exactly.
Right? Like, are the people who are betting on the engagements this person creates, are they turning those engagements over? Are those becoming real sales and real ROI for the advertiser or the sponsor?
And ROI is always a very interesting thing, right? Because there's no correlation yet. It's the same thing as like, well, how much ROI does that billboard have? But that
Except that we can
billboard
track
is,
downloads and we can track engagements based on when the timestamp happened of the actual brand call out. And you can actually see those peaks and valleys based on a lot of that stuff. It's a big part of the analytics stuff that I think is going to change the way we do
for
stuff.
sure. And I think it'll continue changing too.
For sure.
It's interesting.
Yeah, there is no answer though. You know,
Speaking of return on value and ROI for brands and advertisers, Ninja, for instance, he helped a video game launch in a quite successful and fantastic way.
What? No comment.
Can you? I don't know. Can you talk about that at all?
I don't know which.
Oh, okay. So when he did he did something. It was Apex. 24-hour streaming. He apparently, I don't know, suggested in the press that maybe he got paid $1 million, but he got it to be the most downloaded game or something, or most sold game, something around those lines.
So listen, I am always in the business of promoting my clients. However, I would not say that he got Apex to be the most downloaded game. They did pay him to play. That's a big part of business for most of my clients, frankly. You know, if I break down my business unit's revenue, greater than 40% is coming from game devs often, right? Because the best way to show somebody what a new game plays like isn't a trailer. It's watching someone else play it who you know their gameplay. Like someone who watches Ninja play Apex has also watched Ninja play Fortnite, has also watched Ninja play DayZ, has also watched Ninja play H1Z1, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They have a familiarity with that person's play style, and more importantly, they can map their play style, they can map Ninja's play style against their own. Right? So if I've watched Ninja play Counter-Strike and I play Counter-Strike, I understand, I have a familiarity with the way he moves in that game. I can understand what that is going to feel like for me to some degree, right?
Cool, yeah.
When he plays Apex, it's a great example of what it's going to feel like to me if I understand that he's a 10 and I'm a 6. I can just subtract 4 when I watch Apex too, right? So it ends up being that kind of a model, and these are people whose opinions I trust, whose content I consume on a daily basis, whether it's Ninja or Shroud or Tim the Tapman or Lyrica Summit, or any of the people that we rep over at Loaded, right? That model is really compelling, and it really does drive downloads. It really does drive engagement. It really does drive game sales and playtime. So yeah, Ninja got paid to play Apex. He did not single-handedly make Apex a success. Apex, the team at EA, I think it's EA, Activision EA, EA. They did a great job. A great job of putting Apex together, and in fact, they engaged with a bunch of our streamers 6 months, 8 months before the game came out and said, hey guys, what are your pointers? You play games all day. We make games all day, but we don't play them all day. Like, tell us how we can make this game better. That was actually what made Apex successful, in my opinion. Cool. Not that Ninja played it on day one. That said, anybody else who's releasing a game, come pay us, we'll play it. It's fine, right? Like, I'm not trying to stab my own business model here, but it was the diligence they did that I think made them successful.
From a bystander's point, because one of the main things I consume is Twitch, and when you log on to Twitch and you hit that browse section, it tells you which game is being played the most.
Yep.
And usually that's at around, I might be wrong, 200,000, 300,000.
Oh, I mean, it depends, but yeah.
Yeah, it hits that thing. But that's what makes it so important when the game comes to someone like Ninja and they go, hey, will you play a game for 24 hours when it comes out? Yeah, it doesn't turn into downloads, but it does turn into that game on his subscriber count alone being the most played game on that network.
Yep.
So it doesn't directly go to downloads, but it does go to you having that top spot, which makes people go, I haven't heard of this game before. And then what I did was like, cool, I'm going to download that game because it's obviously the newest, most popular thing. So did they buy the downloads? No, but did they buy the step towards it? Yeah.
And I guess my point was that after that initial rollout, which I think was phenomenal, I think Apex and their team did a great job with it, but they had 50 million downloads in the first 2 weeks or something like that.
Yep.
That's because the game was great. Because we've had let me tell you something, a lot of people have paid us to play their games and never hit 50 million downloads. Because you get the viewership, and then frankly, if the streamers don't want to continue playing the game, then you bought a night on Twitch. And great. Maybe that was what you needed to break even.
And we're not talking about the old days where 50 million downloads translates to $60 per game. This is a free game that's going out.
Right.
And it's actually costing the company on server space and server stress to put that game out to 50 million people and only having a small amount of monetization to start, which they did.
Exactly.
So they're making a huge bet on putting this game out for free and then paying to have their servers overloaded for the first 2 days. That they're eventually, the game's going to have that longevity and sustain itself.
And so without the great gameplay, a launch like that is not anywhere near as valuable. We saw the same thing with Call of Duty, though, which was a $60 game.
Which then,
hey.
So for all of our aspiring live streamers out there, if you get approached to stream for any amount of time over 8 hours, should you ask for time and a half after that point?
Wait, you were being sponsored and we're getting 8 hours and then?
That's like a joke question?
Bad joke.
I just wasn't sure, because we could talk about the fact that employment in this space is a super interesting issue. I mean, that's
It's like anything else. It's like, I keep saying it's like running a telethon. You've got to be like, I might have the measurements wrong, but every 20 to 30 minutes I'm welcoming new people to the room. If we're on a subject, you got to constantly remind people why you're there. Like, hey, people are rotating in and out, so you've got to be like, it's like a telethon. You're like, hey guys, if you just joined us, this is what we're doing, because if you don't tell them that, they're not going to know. I'm not sure how I got onto that, but I'm sure I had a point.
I think it was a very great point. I appreciate it.
I thought it was a great.
Yeah, it's the overtime.
Proud of you.
So I know we've been talking mostly around gaming, so just ask this one question about live streaming content in general, but what other content types are you seeing outside of gaming that are succeeding in live? Or do you see a room for other formats?
Just chatting IRL. I think that it can start transcending way past games at this point, but I think that IRL is just as good as a gamer waiting in a lobby talking to their audience. Like, it's still that face-to-face conversation. It's just they're probably not going to be playing a game after they just have that discussion.
Yeah. Chat rooms came back too. Discord came around, and all of a sudden we're not posting on message boards. We have a live chat room, which is a kind of a live experience for everybody, which is nuts. I didn't see that one coming.
Oh, that's cool. And I want to ask too, when you're working with brands or packaging brands, I mean, clearly we've talked about using live streaming gaming content to sell games, but what other industry verticals for brands and products are you able to also sell in addition to that have done well outside of just selling gaming content?
Well, right at the start, right before Twitch got real crazy popular, I was Meltdown Comics in Hollywood, God rest its soul, doing live streaming for a network called XSN, which was way ahead of its time. And what they were doing, they were using things like Twitch alerts, so you would watch the screen, and you'd be doing a kind of a QVC style program. You'd be selling something like hard sell, and then when that product sold, it would appear on the screen, and it's like, Michelle from Connecticut just bought this thing you're selling, and then the room would go apeshit for a second. And I honestly think that was so ahead of its time that that's going to come back. It's going to be, there's already companies like Network doing it, and it's, Ninja did one, right? Yeah? It was you're standing there live streaming IRL, like he was saying, but you're actually selling the product, and as people are buying it, you're seeing it go off in the corner. And that's been so exciting, and I think there's going to be money in that.
Oh yeah, we did a charity drive. It was for St. Jude.
Oh, it was?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I think there's so much room for like gaming parallels, I'd say. Like we just did a video with the cast of Godzilla, and there is no actual Godzilla video game out there. But there's a lot of crappy ones out there that have a lot of like kaiju and like big like monsters and things in it. So we basically just played a real crap game from the early 2000s on PS2 with the cast of Godzilla, and they absolutely loved it. So I think that it's always being gaming adjacent. It doesn't have to be that exact video game. But on Smosh Games, we always like to see how there's parallels in real life. You know, like we could there was a time where we were working with Old Spice, and instead of just, there's no Old Spice video game out there, but we would try to emulate the things that you could do with like in an Old Spice commercial. And so there's always ways to creatively think about how to use a brand and gamify that, as opposed to finding just the video games to play.
Did you guys ever play a game called Darwin Project?
Yeah.
It's like a battle royale game, but the interesting thing about that to me was you had I think it was it 10 people in the game or 9 people, and then one person was a director, and it was kind of like the Hunger Games where, everyone's fighting to the death, but there's one person that's a non-gaming person that isn't playing the game. They don't have to have any skill, and that person is shutting down zones, putting bounties on people's heads. And that was really interesting to me from a non-gaming point to have somebody
like
involved.
a dungeon master.
Yeah, they were involved in the live stream, but they didn't have to be good at the game. It could be just this like maniacal 6-year-old that hates everybody that's just going nuts.
And I think that's everybody who ever was that person, a maniacal 6-year-old.
But it was such a weird concept. I can see that coming through more too.
Also, not taking for granted sandbox games. This wasn't a branded deal, but after I was on my season of Survivor, we did an entire season of Minecraft surrounding a made-up Survivor-esque game within Minecraft. And so we had our cast of 6 basically voting each other off every week after a set of different games that you could play within Minecraft that we created.
I think that the brands that we see engaging meaningfully in the space seems to get broader and broader every day. So whether you're looking at Samsung, Uber Eats, Red Bull, lifestyle brands like Adidas and Nike are starting to play much more heavily. Of course, Uber Eats, Postmates, Grubhub, which fits very comfortably because if you're sitting there on a computer and you don't want to get off that computer, but you need to eat because you're a human, then like it's, we had a whole conversation about microwaves in the lobby, same thing.
Sedentary lifestyle brands.
Yeah, sedentary lifestyle. But also, I think that you're starting to see car companies really step in and play interestingly. I think as more people recognize that like the sheer volume of content being produced by this vertical is obscene. And so it's human stuff now, not just gaming stuff. Like more people spent time watching Ninja between March 30th of 18 and September 30th of 18 than all of the people in all of the theaters in America spent watching Black Panther. Like by 3 billion minutes.
That's crazy.
At that volume, it's not about playing after gamers anymore. It's about playing after what is being consumed. Tide is about to buy spots.
Yeah, it's been nuts. I mean, now we're getting to the point where we're sat in bars, in sports bars, and there are a million TVs. And now it's getting to the point where I see at least one of them, and I'm like, oh, there's like a gaming channel on that one. I saw a HyperX commercial while I was sat at a Tex-Mex bar in North Hollywood the other night. I'm like, that is not something I thought I would see.
Right.
But it's, it goes, Mob Crush has Mob Crush TV, where it's an actual TV. It's not, you're not downloading the app on your smart TV. You're going through the channels, and it's one of the channels. And then you switch that channel on, and some lucky gamer is on the TV. They're actually on a TV channel. It's
And they
great.
love to be featured. They love it.
Yeah, it's great.
Rad. Speaking of just kind of the growth of the category as a whole, do you think esports has been helpful at all? And with the coverage, sports coverage, I think ESPN even covers some live gaming events on TV?
The dramatization of the teams is, the standout stars, but the dramatization of the teams, making them wear sports jerseys almost, putting them in a setting that people can understand in an ESPN way has been great, I think.
The coverage itself is really fun too. It's almost more exciting than some NBA games and football games. The shoutcasters and stuff make it exciting. It's great for TV, but the production value is some like ABC does it now through ESPN. It's unbelievable.
It's nuts.
I also think it adds a hierarchy to any gaming vertical, right? Like I always think, like I'm a basketball guy. You can't tell because I'm fat, but I am. And like, if I didn't know that LeBron James was the same species as me, I would think he was cheating online. Like I would be like, you're hacking. Like this is not fair. But I do know that he is, right? He has some things that I can't do. Gaming, of course, normalizes all that because there's like LeBron can go over, I got to go left or right. You know, but like in a game, I can do all of that, right? But the person who is best at the game still defines what greatness is in that game. Even if I don't want to watch it all the time, there's a hierarchy of any game you spend a lot of time playing, you want to be better at it, right? Understanding how good you can be at a game allows you something to aspire to and actually gets you more wrapped into the ecosystem of that game. Anytime you start taking it to any sort of competitive level, i.e. you're not just playing casually for 3 hours one time, this is something you want, like you play for days and weeks and months. Like knowing how good you can be matters. And so esports really matters in that regard in terms of, I think, making the depth of each game's player base able to be something they can invest in.
Yeah, awesome. Even having national teams that you can resonate to. You're like, that is the English team, that is the London team, that is, yeah.
Yeah, I think there's a validation there. I think, you know, sports is timeless. It's something that our great-grandfathers know about. It's our grandmas know ESPN. It's like, it's this, almost like this lineage of things that people validate as like, oh, that's legitimate. And to have like a ninja on ESPN magazine, like on the cover. Right. I think that is something that is really exciting for the gaming industry. It legitimizes us. And for the first time, I think it's seeping into an industry that may or may not have made sense to transcend. But you mentioned something that was really interesting, where gaming kind of normalizes people. And I think that's really neat because I know a lot of sports people play a lot of video games.
Crazy.
And I think it speaks to the point that gaming brings people together. And I think it's really cool. Like you could pick up a game with Shaq, or you can play a video game with, I don't know, Obama. Like video games bring us to a point where we just like to have fun. We can act like kids, and we can get real competitive like little third graders and just, you know, like talk crap to each other.
Scream and throw the controller.
Yeah, and it's dope because on any other scale, like I don't know, it's hard to get on that level with somebody who is in a completely different industry, or, you know, like a top celebrity or whatever. And I think that's something so unique and so cool about video games.
There are very few level playing fields in the world. Whether you want to talk about race or sex or culture, whether you want to talk about language, any of the reasons that like in any moment that you interact with somebody, there's a power dynamic, and everybody in the room knows that happens in your life. That doesn't exist in gaming. It's just about how much time you've been there. It's just about how much time you've put in. It's just about how, I mean, yes, there's some hand-eye coordination stuff, right? But generally speaking, if you and I play Smash, there's nothing that stops you from beating me or me from beating you other than who's better at that game in that moment. But it's a level playing field. Yeah. There aren't very many meritocracies in this country, in this world right now. Yeah. And gaming really allows for that kind of thing, and that actually generates more camaraderie than it does competition in a lot of ways, because you don't feel slighted.
For sure.
And on that same tip too, there's no holding of access. So a lot of these top esports people, a lot of these even celebrities, like there's a chance you can get into a Fortnite lobby, you get into that game and you're playing against Dylan Francis and Ninja.
Yeah.
And, like they're not on their own servers. Everyone's playing on public servers. So there's just a chance you could meet one of these people in the game world anyway, which is crazy.
Right. If I knew LeBron played at my local gym, I would be in better shape. I'd be in better shape.
I just wanted to say, so I think we could all agree that we'd probably wish the Lakers drafted Ninja over LeBron at this point.
Oh, man.
Nah.
Ninja was involved.
LeBron's the second best player of all time. Man. I'm taking LeBron. I'm going to be honest with you.
So we're almost at time. The good news is, in an unprecedented act of the digital Hollywood, while our microphones will be cut in about 30 seconds,
Boom.
We will be able to do Q&A, and our panelists have agreed to ask your questions so we could get more time, more content with you, the audience. I know I saw some hands out there, so you'll be able to ask your question. First, I'd just like to say we'll do the Q&A, but just while the microphones are on, get a show of appreciation for having everyone out here today. I know I enjoyed myself. So now we'll start with the questions, and we'll talk on microphones as long as we have them, and then we'll project with our real human voices afterwards. I know
it'll be IRL.
Yeah, I know we had a few questions up the middle here. We'll start with the first one, and then we'll go to the gentleman behind you. Yeah, you're in the suit. Yep.
There's a movement from Japan that's called VTubers. There are virtual characters, like anime characters,
Yeah.
playing games and all. It's really taking off in Asia. What do you guys think about that movement here in the States?
So we're talking about VTubers. This is characters in Japanese video games, gaming, live streaming gaming content.
Is it actual, because I'm not too familiar with this, is it avatars with like mocap where there's an actual actor behind it, or is it completely AI?
But they still show the personality, right? Yeah.
That's crazy.
I think that that's great. I think that any form you take as like a visual, it's always going to be your personality that comes through anyway. And so I think if your personality is great, no matter what your avatar looks like, it should be a great video or a great piece of content.
I've been watching cartoons for a long time.
Yeah, I think although not with an actual person behind it, Hatsune Miku is like a really good example of capturing a certain market that would rather see an avatar over a real person. And the amount of people who go to Hatsune Miku concerts is incredible, how engaged people are. So I think that there's an absolute niche for it. I don't know if it'll compare, I don't know. I think there's an absolute niche for it, yeah. I don't think it'll conquer humans just yet.
I hope not.
And the gentleman, right
We'll be out of a job.
Given some of the scenarios you've talked about with esports and live streaming and brand deals, what's the dream scenario for you guys individually over the next 2 years? What do you think of? What's the biggest opportunity?
Oh man, I feel like I've achieved one of them. Somebody's paying me salary to play video games at my other job where I'm still getting paid. Like, that's crazy. Like, to me, if somebody's giving me anything for playing video games, I'm happy. Right?
I mean, that for you. Listen,
he's like, no,
I'm running a business over here. So like, I think that as in the next 2 years, what I expect to happen is that there are a lot of false walls and borders put around, quote, gaming. It's digital interactive media for the exact reason for the VTubers you just mentioned, right? I mean, like, it's content. It's the consumption of content on an interactive platform. I think that we're going to see fewer this is gaming discussions and more this is content discussions. And as soon as we stop thinking about it just as being gaming, live streaming is reality TV, guys, except it's actually real. It's the only difference. And so I think that we're going to see we're going to see it spreading more widely, right? I don't think that it needs to just live on Twitch or YouTube. Love both platforms, but I don't think that those are always going to be the homes for this kind of, quote, content, because it's not just gaming. And I think that we're going to see more opportunities as a result of that. Most of what I do day to day is trying to figure out where there's an opportunity to make an album or to make a TV show or to be on podcasting and to figure out, like, just breaking down the barriers, because all of it is media that people consume. It's just about, you know, kind of where they are when they want to consume it more than it is about the actual creation of it in a lot of ways.
Yeah, my girlfriend brought this up. She was talking about how Twitch's biggest strength might be a weakness in the fact that it was first there for gaming and it's so synonymous with gaming that it actually has things like talk shows, IRL, music streaming on it now, where you can people do creative music. But at the same time, a lot of people, you go, hey, are you on Twitch? And they go, oh, I don't play games. And you're like, there's so much other content on there that maybe it's going to take one of those companies being like, yeah, Twitch is purple, but also we have Twitch this color, which is like splitting it up almost.
Yeah, like blue is for music.
That was her idea too, which is great. She was like, blue's for music, this is for this is for this. And then as it draws people in, then a lot of people just disregard Twitch because they're like, I don't play games.
Yep.
Guys, I think you can do some ASMR on Twitch.
What does that stand for, yo? Like, people, I keep seeing this acronym. I am terrified of Googling new acronyms, and so I don't know what it is. Help.
I can't explain it.
I think you'll see more ways that gaming gets legitimized. I think, I already mentioned Ninja with ESPN. I think you'll see more things like celebrities like Drake being involved with esports teams and things like that. Gaming is just hot right now. Like people are like, I don't understand it, but I think I should invest in it. Is kind of
Yo, Wu-Tang hit me up the other day. I was like, what?
Yeah, I remember I was at a Smite World Championships, and I've gone every year. And the team that I was rooting for, I was like, oh wait, this is now Shaq's team. When did he pull through?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and so I think everyone right now is just like, I'm not really sure about it, but I'm going to invest in it because it's the smart thing to do. I think you'll see more and more of that in the news. I think it's going to be more of a like a household thing that people talk about esports. You know, my brother and his wife grew up, or they have 2 boys, and they grew up with no video games, and now all they can talk about is their favorite Fortnite players and watching YouTube consistently. So it's just become this, like a household thing to talk about games, and now my brother is talking about Fortnite. He's playing it on his mobile phone just to like keep up with the conversations and things. So I think in 2 years, it'll just become more of a thing you talk about. It's not, oh, how about that game, you know, how about the Yankees? How was that game last night, or whatever. Well, how do people say it? It's like, how about them Yankees? What did people, I don't know. I don't know sports terms. But it'll be like, oh, did you see the CSGO tournament? You know, and it'll
Right.
be more consistent like that.
And before, hopefully that will lead to more inclusion.
Mm.
Like one of the things that I intentionally try to talk about on anytime I'm on a panel, but also just like when I look at gaming, like I'm a black kid from the inner city of Detroit, and none of my friends are in this space because that access wasn't provided to them at a young age. Hopefully, as we normalize gaming, we also see more women and more people of color and more people of non-binary positions relative to norm in any direction, because the more this gaming community can reflect what human communities look like and what the actual world looks like, the more we stop ending in this like sort of false socialization that happens online, where you see bullying and all of the ridiculous stuff that happens there, because it's just more like the real world where there's everybody represented. And it actually can be easier to be represented in interface with people that don't look like you, don't think like you, talk like you, et cetera, the more we open those doors and allow that in. And I think, so hopefully within 2 years, as gaming widens, we also have more people represented within it.
For sure.
I think that's great. That's a great statement.
It might even be easier to do that with things like V-streamers, where people that don't feel comfortable in their own skin can actually just take up an avatar. That might be crazy.
Did you want to?
Yeah, I just want to say I'm excited in 2 years to see the different formats from different types of creators, even outside of gaming. I think live streaming offers a lot in terms of not only just a new version of content, but also a promotional vehicle to support some of the VODs that you're creating, possibly a Q&A session similar to Andy Cohen on Bravo. You can do a whole Q&A after your video to discuss, you know, what was in that last episode, funny moments, things like that. And I think we're going to start seeing more and more things like that as we move along that are, you know, outside the gaming world.
Awesome. And were there any other, I know that I did see a couple other hands. We can go with you, sir.
There's a whole group of highly engaged mid-tier creators that are out there that don't expect that type of money, and they want to be fed just like anyone else. I'm happy to discuss that with you after this conference. Yeah.
Same.
Mm-hmm. And a lot of the streaming networks will have ratings, and you can just switch off everyone and teen, and you can go straight to mature content and then just stalk some of those streamers, find out which ones actually have the engagement levels, see that chat room just rolling through, and if they don't have any other sponsorships, and if they're especially talking about things like CBD, yeah, pick them up.
Mm-hmm. You're also, I mean, from a very practical place, probably going to have to wait for some amount of national legislation because the internet is everywhere. Mm-hmm. So in Detroit, that's fine because cannabis is legal. Same here in LA and in Denver. But if I'm broadcasting to Iowa, there's not a rating. There's not like, I can't say if you're 18 and up, I can talk to you about weed. And I know CBD isn't that, but the perception is still what it is relative to how we think about, you know, cannabis and any of its byproducts. I think that there's some amount of that you just have to prepare for, but I got people on my roster who would love to talk to you.
Is that a CBD energy drink or just a normal CBD like a tea or a... Cool.
Coffee. Talk to me later.
Yeah, that's cool. Sounds really cool. Any other questions here from the audience?
I hope it's called CBT.
All right.
Is it called CBT?
A branding genius.
Yeah, send a case around and
cut her a check.
Yeah. Thank you to our AV guy for not turning us on. Thank you for staying late. We appreciate
Thank
that.
you.
That's very kind of you. Thank you all to the audience and our lovely panelists here who hopefully imparted some wisdom upon you all. And I know I enjoyed it. Thank you. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
Thank you.